All right, let's bring out Mr. Ford, please. All right, we are back on the record in the State versus Austin Tybre Ford, 23B00981-3. Today is Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. This is the continuation of the criminal jury trial. Present on behalf of the state of Georgia are ADA's Norris Lewis and Jennifer Banks Brown. Present for the defense, Mr. Ford is present in court, seated next to his counsel, Lawrence Lewis and Fallon Stimson. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right, let's please bring in the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We will continue with the cross-examination by the defense of Dr. Terry. Mr. Lawrence Lewis, the witness is with you. She remains under oath.
Good morning, Dr. Terry.
Good morning.
Sorry I didn't get to you yesterday. I know you're busy. In 1990, if I understood your testimony, in 1990 you began a 5-year program in pathology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So by my calculations, you've been doing autopsies for almost 35 years. Is that correct?
It's something like that, yes. It's over half my life.
Okay. In that 35 years, I think you estimated it at 61 or 6,200 autopsies. Is that right?
Well, I actually had my staff count within the past few days,
Nice.
and I am between 6,200 and 6,300 autopsies I've done in my career. And in terms of total bodies I have examined, I'm just shy of 10,000.
10,000. And is there continuing sort of education for medical examiners the way they have continuing legal education for lawyers?
Correct. There is continuing medical education I have to undertake to maintain my medical license.
And how many hours a year are required?
Well, it's 40 hours every 2 years.
Okay. And given the fact that you've done autopsies for more than half of your life, do you teach at any of the conferences?
Occasionally, I will be asked to give instruction here in the county to investigators or police officers who are going to be investigators. I am post-certified by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council to teach death investigation here in Georgia, and have been since the mid-90s. When I was with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, I was an assistant professor of pathology for the Emory University School of Medicine to teach forensic pathology.
All right. And I translate that to mean you train the homicide detectives. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you train any other medical examiners in any capacity?
Not currently. I'm too busy with my full-time day-to-day activities. But we do have some informal meetings where the local medical examiners will try to get together and share cases, but that is very sporadic because of all of our overwhelming caseloads right now.
And yesterday, I think you testified about having some trainees. Obviously, that wasn't necessarily medical examiners. Who were you referring to as trainees that you trained?
Correct. Back at Fulton County, as I mentioned, when I was a resident, I rotated through the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Well, first of all, as a pathology resident, we would do a 1-month rotation in forensic pathology, and I did mine in 1992 as part of my just general pathology training. And then, as I said, I spent my entire 5th year at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. So in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, when I was on staff there, I would assist in the training of residents who were rotating through the program, as well as individuals who were doing the fellowship year, so had completed a residency in pathology and were doing subspecialization in forensic pathology. So I was participating in their training and supervising their autopsies.
In the last 10 years, Dr. Terry, has any other medical examiner come to a different conclusion than you in the determination of the manner of death in any autopsy, whether it's a criminal case or a civil case?
Well, occasionally I have seen cases where other paid consultants have been given some of my cases to review and had a differing opinion. And certainly that happens from time to time, but it's been very infrequent.
All right, so in the past 10 years, has it happened less than half a dozen times?
I'd say less than 10 times.
Got you. And specifically in this case involving Tori Lang, were you ever made aware that any other medical examiner or any other private person came to a different conclusion than undetermined?
No, I'm not aware of anybody else coming to a different conclusion.
Specifically in this case, the body of Tori Lang arrived on July 28, 2021. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, she arrived when?
July 28, 2021. Is that right? Did she arrive at the medical examiner's office?
Let me double check something.
That's fine. Take your time.
Because I'm not sure I'm understanding what date you said that she arrived.
Yes, July 28th. Is that
28th, okay. Yes, I thought you were saying July 20th. No, that is correct. She arrived at our facility on July 28th, 2021.
And if I understand the process or procedure, an examination of the exterior of her body is done first. Is that right?
That is correct.
That takes about 90 minutes to complete?
It depends on the nature of the case, but in this case, I would say, given that I collected trace evidence, including all the swabs and smears that I collected, probably so. It was probably somewhere around an hour to 90 minutes.
And those swabs, that's part of what you discussed yesterday when you talked about the sexual assault kit. Is that right?
That is correct. In collecting the trace evidence, as I mentioned, the blood that was out of place that was on her right thigh, that was something else I collected as part of the trace evidence.
The examination of the interior of Tori Lang's body, that was done the next day on July 29, 2021?
That is correct.
And that took about how long?
Well, the internal examination also would probably have taken about an hour to an hour and a half.
And the report, your final report on all of your findings, when was that prepared?
Okay, well, as I'm conducting the external examination, I'm dictating over the body. So I'm recording in great detail what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. Following the completion of the internal examination, I dictate my findings right at that point in time. Then it takes some time for me to have the report transcribed and for me to proofread it. And so I actually signed off on the report on August 17th, 2021. That is when I finished my proofreading and finalized my report.
So if I understand what you said, on July 29th, you made the determination that the manner of death was undetermined. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not fair to say.
All
That's what's fair to say is my external opinions and impressions are recorded on the 28th at the time I'm doing it. My internal impressions are recorded on the 29th. So I have that dictated and prepared to go to the transcriptionist. Then I'm communicating with the homicide detective. I'm collecting whatever other evidence might be outstanding, any other information I can get from my investigators, reviewing scene photographs before I proofread the report, make my final opinions and conclusions, and finalize the report on August 17th.
So your final decision in regards to manner of death being undetermined was made closer to August 17th. Of 2021 when the report was prepared. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if I understood your testimony, you spoke to the lead detective in the case before preparing that final report. Is that right?
That is correct. Detective David Smith and I spoke on multiple occasions regarding this case prior to the completion of my report and prior to my completing the death certificate, and I certified the death certificate on August 18th, 2021.
And when that report was prepared August 17th, the lead detective was David Smith, even though it changed later. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And if I understood your report that I read correctly, you examined some photographs from the scene before you made that final report. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's noted in your report on page 11?
I will double check that. Yes, that is correct.
And as you said, you also spoke to Detective Smith before coming to your final conclusion regarding the manner of death. Is that right?
That is correct.
Detective Smith told you that the subject had expressed a desire to end her life. Did Detective Smith tell you that?
That calls for hearsay and contains hearsay within the question.
Your response?
I'm going to withdraw that question. You had a chance to speak to detectives.
Let me just instruct the jury to disregard the question that was propounded by Mr. Lawrence Lewis. You can either rephrase or move on.
I'm going to rephrase it. Detective Smith gave you information about the case. Is that right?
That is correct.
The information that Detective Smith gave you about the case, that was also important in you making your final determination in regards to the manner of death. Is that right?
I don't know how I would characterize it as important, but it was a factor in considering my determination.
Okay, good. And irrespective of whether what he told you was the truth or not, you used information that he had given you along with the photographs at the scene and along with your observations of the internal and external autopsy. Is that right?
That is correct. I'm taking all of the information that's available to me and considering it.
And I believe you testified at an earlier hearing that you were looking for additional information that might be available prior to deciding whether or not you could come up with a more definitive manner of death. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And those are almost two questions in one. One, you did say that at a prior hearing under oath. Is that right?
That is correct.
And number two, that was true. You were trying to gather as much as you can so you could make a definitive suicide, homicide, as opposed to undetermined. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The science itself, the science says that Tori Lang was lying on her back facing skyward when she was shot. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. When she received the gunshot wound, that was the position she was in.
All right, and the science is clear that she was not shot while standing and then fell backwards. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
And how did you know that?
Well, as I testified earlier, based on the blood flow pattern and also looking at how her braids are positioned and looking, and the particulate dirt on her back, I think, helps support that. But mainly the factors, the science that puts her in that position is the blood flow. And the fact that her braids are fanned out behind her head. She didn't just fall in that position. There was she lay in that position and then received that gunshot wound.
And the science is clear that she wasn't shot while sitting on her buttocks and fell backwards. Is that right?
That is correct.
Same reason, blood flow.
Yeah, exact. Sorry, yes, for the same reason, based on the blood flow pattern.
Okay, in your almost 35 years, can you recall a homicide where somebody had laid down on the ground in preparation for being shot?
Let's see, lying on the ground, I can't really say necessarily, well, actually, I can't think of a self-inflicted case where a person was lying on the ground, and that has been relatively recent. It is not unusual for people prior to shooting themselves to strike somewhat of a position of repose, sitting, lying back, something like that. But outside on the ground, I can think of one other case that was a suicide that was recent within the past few years.
All right. Have you ever seen a homicide situation where a person sort of sits there and sprays out their braids and in repose and then somebody else shoots them? Have you had a case like that?
No, I cannot think of a case I've had like that.
All right. And while lying on her back looking upward, the bullet enters the right side of Tori Lang's head. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it travels to the left side of her head. Is that right?
That is correct.
But the round never actually exits her head. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Did the round lose momentum, or was it prevented from exiting her head by the ground or another object?
It stopped because it lost momentum. The left side of her head was not against the ground or any other object. And one of the reasons I know that is there's no abrasion or scraping of the opposite side of her head. I recovered the bullet within the fractured skull on the left side of her head beneath the scalp.
The science tells us that the bullet lost momentum as it traveled through her brain. Is that fair to say?
Or through her brain and skull, yes, her head.
Yeah, and I say the science because that's sort of how I see you. I see you as speaking for science. That's how you see yourself? Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
If science had a mouth, we wouldn't need you. If it had a brain and vocal cords, but it doesn't. So we have Dr. Terry. Is that fair to say?
Well, okay. Yes, I'll go with that. Thank you.
All right. The science also tells us that the muzzle is approximately 10 to 12 inches away from Tori's head when the weapon's fired. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and that's based on the stippling.
And what would the jury see if the muzzle was placed directly against her head when the gun was fired?
If the muzzle was placed directly against her head at the time it was fired, what I would expect to see is what's referred to as a stellate entrance wound, because as I said yesterday, when the gun is discharged, you have gases that come out of the end of the gun, and the gases would get trapped between the scalp and the skull and cause the skin to tear or lacerate. And that gives a very irregular appearance that is somewhat star-shaped. That's what is typically seen with a contact gunshot wound to the head. You may or may not see a muzzle impression from the gun, too, with a contact wound. And then typically you also see soot at the edges are embedded within the wound. And sometimes you can have some burning of the edges of the wound, again, because you've got flame, heat, gases coming out, and if the muzzle of the gun is directly against the head, all of these materials are going into the wound path.
And if that muzzle was at 3 or 4 inches, what would the jury see in the photographs?
Okay. What you would see, you would not have this really star-shaped appearance that you get with a contact wound, but you would expect to see more soot around the edges of the wound. You might see some burning of the wound edges, maybe yes, maybe no, but definitely would see soot, and you would see gunpowder injury that would be more tightly aggregated. Because, imagine taking a gun and firing sand or salt out of it. The closer you get, the more tightly aggregated it's going to be when it hits the skin. The further back, the more dispersed it's going to be.
And during your 35 years, you've seen a number of self-inflicted gunshot wounds, have you not?
That is correct.
And with most self-inflicted gunshot wounds, the muzzle is placed relatively close to the head. Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. The vast majority of the time, it's a contact or very close range.
But you also are familiar with self-inflicted gunshot wounds that aren't close contact. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Have you seen someone use his or her thumb to pull a trigger in a self-inflicted gunshot wound?
Yeah, yes, I have. And let me just preface that by saying most of the time, I don't know how a person is holding a firearm at the time they discharge it. The only way I know for sure is if it's recorded or I see video. And earlier in my career, there was a case where an individual recorded his suicide and used both of his thumbs to shoot himself and pull the trigger. So I know it occurs, I know it can occur, and I actually have seen it based on video.
Have you seen a case where somebody shoots themselves multiple times in the head?
Yes.
How does that happen?
Well, if it's very infrequent, and I have had, I'd say maybe about 5 or 6 such cases over my career. The way it happens is if the first shot is not incapacitating enough. I think the most I've had is someone who shot himself 3 times in the head. I think in Dr. DeMayo's gunshot wound book, and he was the expert on gunshot wounds, I think he said he had a case where someone shot themselves 7 times in the head. So if you don't get a good shot, for example, the man I recall who shot himself 3 times in the head, first held the gun away from his head, pulled the trigger, and just grazed the back of his head. Then moved a little closer and wound up shooting himself in the face. and that was a close range wound, and then put the gun against his head and shot himself in the temple. The very first one I ever had was many years ago when I worked in Fulton County, and an individual shot himself twice in the head with a small caliber weapon. Both wounds were contact, but one was so low that it completely missed the brain and just kind of went through the base of the skull. Then he moved it up a little bit higher. Both were contact, and there was no doubt this was self-inflicted because he was in a room that had burglar bars on the window and one of the latches on the inside of the door such that you cannot exit the door and latch, kind of that loop-type latch around the ball. So there was no way someone could have shot him and then left the door secured in such a manner. So there was no doubt he was the only one in the room. So it does happen. It is very infrequent.
Is the gunshot wound to the head or face the most frequent type of self-inflicted gunshot wound?
I would say yes. And in fact, in looking at gunshot wounds of the head, most frequently it's to the side of the head.
And what percentage of the self-inflicted gunshot wounds are women versus men?
Oh, women versus men. I know a lot of people think women don't typically shoot themselves in the head, but we've come a long way. We can do a lot of things that men do, and certainly women do shoot themselves in the head. I think, all in all, with suicidal gunshot wounds of the head, we do tend to see more men that do it, but certainly women shoot themselves in the head as well. And it's hard for me to establish a percentage off the top of my head, but I'd say I probably see women shoot themselves in the head more than I see them shoot themselves in other areas of the body, such as the chest or abdomen.
In your experience, in some of the cases where the gunshot wounds are self-inflicted, the person committing suicide might fire the weapon before he or she shoots himself. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What's a stovepipe?
Okay. A stovepipe is when the spent cartridge casing in a semi-automatic weapon does not eject. As a medical examiner, most of the time I see this when the person holding the weapon does not have a tight grip on the weapon, and the way the new round gets chambered is the slide moves, the spent cartridge casing gets ejected, and then as it drops back forward, it rechambers the next round. If you don't have resistance provided by the hand, it's hard for that slide to cycle back, and so the cartridge doesn't eject and will jam the weapon. And certainly as someone who's inexperienced in firing firearms, I've had that happen when I've shot a firearm. If I don't have a firm enough grip on the weapon, and as I said, we see it in some cases of suicide where the person shoots themselves, they don't have a tight grip on the weapon, and it jams.
So the wrist or the arm going limp during the course of the self-inflicted gunshot wound might produce a stovepipe. Is that right?
Yes, it might produce that, and in fact, the term I've heard my investigators use is they'll say, "Oh, they limp-wristed it and it jammed."
In the case of Tori Lang, would you have expected her hand to have a firm grip on a firearm after the type of brain injury that you saw?
No.
So if Tori test-fired the weapon successfully, and then there was a stovepipe with the fatal shot, clearing the weapon might explain why the shell casings came to rest where they were resting. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. If someone clears a jam, that could explain a spent cartridge casing being some distance from the body.
And it's fair to say, as you said, I believe in your report, that you're looking at the scene and where the shell casings are, where the body is positioned, when you're trying to make your determination on the manner of death. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say I'm looking at all the information that's available to me.
All right. Is it also possible the gun was test-fired twice, accounting for the distance of the shell casings, and then a stovepiping occurred after the self-inflicted gunshot wound?
That is certainly possible.
In your almost 35 years' experience, have you seen or studied a suicide where someone has shot himself or herself at a distance of 10 to 12 inches before?
I have seen a study case where an individual was shot in the center of the head, or it was self-inflicted, and it had very dispersed stippling, like we see in this case here. Within the past, I'd say 5 to 8 years, I did have a case where someone shot themselves at somewhat of a distance, but it was in the side of the face. Again, very dispersed stippling. That also was self-inflicted. It was not as well placed of a shot as we have in this case.
August?
Oh, and I'm sorry.
Sure.
And you're asking about, the 10 to 12 inch range. Again, there are other circumstances I've had where, like mentioning the man who shot himself 3 times in the head. That first shot just had stippling around it, but it was a grazing injury of the back of his head, and that was likely of a similar range. But that shot was not the fatal shot. There were then 2 subsequent shots.
I got you. Report completed August 17, 2021. You determined manner of death undetermined, correct?
That is correct.
When you and the state prosecutor texted on Monday or Tuesday of this week, it was still your expert opinion that the manner of death was undetermined. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Prior to your testimony yesterday afternoon, when was the last time you emailed with the state prosecutor?
Monday night.
Monday night. Is it
Monday night, Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning?
Yesterday morning.
I'm going to show you what's going to be marked D1, Dr. Terry, an email. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked D1. Just take a look at it and read it to yourself.
Okay.
Email between you and the state prosecutor Tuesday morning at about 1:26 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
You emailed the prosecutor in response to his email to you at 8:35 the prior day. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And in your email, August 7th, 1:26.
Well, Mr. Lewis, if you're going to go into content, are
Sorry,
you
Judge.
moving to tender it?
Yes, Judge. I'm going to tender D1.
Response from the state, no objection? All right, no objection. D1 is admitted without objection.
Okay. The overall email is, listen, I can't determine if it's a suicide or a homicide. That's the overall message in the email, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that was yesterday morning,
That is correct.
30 hours ago,
That is correct.
which is the same opinion you held 2 years ago. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, good. So I want to talk a little bit ultimately about what's in the email. You send the email 1:26 a.m., is that right?
That is correct.
And in the email, you indicate that you understand that there's been some manipulation of the scene at Yellow River Park. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's what you testified to yesterday, right?
That is correct.
I understand that there had to be a gun and that the gun was removed, correct?
That is correct. And that's also what's in my report.
I don't know what was removed from the spacing where the blood began to pool. Is that right?
That is correct.
But we know that there has been manipulation. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and we also know that there's maybe been some manipulation in terms of the blood on Tori's leg?
That is correct. It had to have been put there by some other object vis-a-vis some other person. Somebody else was there. That's something I knew from back at the beginning. Someone else was there at the time this happened. But what that person's role in her sustaining the gunshot wound to the head, I can't say. And that's been the overall message, excuse me, throughout.
All right, and I'd like you to read that first line of your email at 1:26 a.m.
Okay. I wrote, I understand there has been scene manipulation, hence not being able to exclude the involvement of another, and the, quote, undetermined, unquote, ruling for manner. That is the single biggest reason why I can't exclude homicide as a potential manner of death.
Okay, I want to explore that last line. That is the single biggest reason why I cannot exclude homicide as a potential manner of death. Was that written in frustration at 1:26 a.m.? I'm going to ask that question first.
That's not relevant.
I think it is, Judge.
Would it not be relevant as to her reasoning or thoughts for writing that? She's on cross-examination.
Only that she wrote it is relevant to the jury. There is an explanation, but characterizing it as frustration is irrelevant and immaterial. If there's a reason that she wrote it, she can write, he can ask about what the reason was, but there has been no indication from Dr. Terry that it was written in frustration.
She can obviously say no, Judge.
Right. Leading questions are permitted on cross-examination. The objection is overruled. You may repeat your question for Dr. Terry.
The second line, that is the single biggest reason why I cannot exclude homicide as a potential manner of death. You wrote that line to the prosecutor, is that right?
That is correct.
Was that written in frustration at 1:26 a.m.?
Yes, it was.
Okay. As I read it, it implies that you are leaning towards suicide but cannot exclude homicide because the scene was manipulated. Am I reading that right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm asking about, obviously, you may have inferred it. I'm asking ultimately about frustration because later in that same email you wrote to the prosecutor, the examples you cite don't seem reasonable or consistent with the evidence. Did you write that in the email at 1:26 a.m.?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
yes.
I'm sorry. May I offer an explanation as to why the email was sent at 1:26?
Sure you can.
Okay.
I mean, other than the fact that you're working at 1:26 a.m.
Well, yes. Also, yesterday morning I had to be in court in Macon, and so Monday night I had to travel from here to Macon. I got to Macon at about 12:30, and that's when I had a chance to check my email from earlier in the evening, and so that's why my response was at that point in time. So it's not that I was, just sitting at home, gears churning and didn't have anything better to do at 1:26. I had been traveling, and that was my chance to check.
How many hours do you typically work a week, Dr. Terry?
I don't know about per week, but I probably work about 16-hour days, 16
Okay,
or more.
16-hour days, 6 days a week?
Yeah,
16
pretty much. Yeah, I have, over the past couple of years, have tried to take more weekends off, but most of the time it is spent working.
Okay, and this last weekend, were you successful in taking Saturday and Sunday off, or was it just one day?
Your objection, relevance?
Goes to work ethic, goes to explain ultimately what's in the email, goes to explain the frustration with other people not listening after you work a 16-hour day.
I will allow the question.
Did you understand my question?
I did. I did not go into the office to work a standard day, but I did do paperwork at home, and I think it was Saturday night after going to a baseball game, I did go to the office to print out some reports, and I spent about 4 hours there. So even when I try to take time off, a lot of times I don't.
And that was good for that week, this past weekend. That was good for you.
That was. I mean,
Okay.
again, I didn't go in and actually do cases, but I was working on trying to get reports out.
August 8th, yesterday, 1:26 a.m., was that the last email that you sent to the state prosecutor?
I do believe it was.
In an effort to be as clear with the science as you could be, you emailed the state prosecutor after sworn testimony back in April of this year also, did you not?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's going to be marked Defense Exhibit number 2.
Do you have a question, Mr. Lewis?
I'm just going to let her review it 1 second, Judge, make sure we orient. That's an email that you sent to the prosecutor back on April 28, 2023?
That is correct, and I also CC'd you or forwarded it to you.
All right, and that email was sent at 12:42 a.m., is that right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so I'm assuming that it's safe to assume that you returned emails either at or shortly after midnight after the rest of your day is done. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and back on April 28th in that email, you wrote to the state prosecutor and explained how a stovepipe could occur from a limp wrist on a semi-automatic gun. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you write to explain how the shell casings could have ended up where they were located on Tori's body?
Or around her body?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. Based on your 35 years experience, correct?
Correct. Now, that's going back into my training, but yes. Okay.
Right. Based on the 10,000 bodies that you either studied or looked at, right? That's
Correct.
what you're talking about, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Right. And Judge, I'm going to ask that D2 be admitted. D1 and D2 are being, I'm going to contend they're being admitted for the record, but I'm going to ask that D2 be admitted also, because I want to get into D2.
Any objection to D2?
Just a foundation, Your Honor. While the content was not verified by Dr. Terry as being true or correct, and nothing had been added to or taken away from it, then it was in fact the exact text of the email that she sent.
All right, do you want to clean up the foundation?
That's no problem. Dr. Terry, as best you can remember from the email, April 28th at 12:30 midnight, does that appear to be the entirety of the email that you forwarded to the prosecutor and CC'd to me?
Yes, it does appear to be the entirety of it. And again, it was at 12:42 a.m. and it was sent to Mr. Lewis, but I also CC'd Detective Carter, Richard Escher, who's a DA's investigator as well. And then, as I indicated, I had forwarded this to you as well.
Right, so when you say the first Mr. Lewis, you mean Norris Lewis?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's fine, we got you. And in that email, April 28th, you wrote, in this case...
Let me just confirm that there's no further objection. So with the additional questions posed to Dr. Terry, any further objection from the state to D1 and D2 being admitted for record purposes only?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then they are both admitted without objection, both for record purposes.
Thank you, Judge. And you wrote in that email, in this case, this was after your sworn testimony, correct?
That is correct.
In this case, the Tori Lang case, given the physical evidence, either scenario is a plausible possibility. That's what you wrote in the email, did you not?
That is correct. That is what I wrote.
Okay, when we say either scenario is a plausible possibility, you're talking about, one, Tori Lang could have killed herself, suicide, correct?
Correct.
Or two, she could have laid down and was shot by another person who laid the gun 10 to 12 inches from her head. Is that right?
That is correct.
Either one is possible. Is that right?
That is correct. And I use the word plausible, but yes.
Plausible
Correct.
possibility that
Right.
either one could have happened.
Right. I'm not wanting to play word games, but just to use the phrasing that I use there, I did use the word plausible. Either one exists as a possibility. Not saying either one of these is impossible.
Speaking for science, is that right?
Exactly. Because at the time when, after giving my sworn testimony, it dawned on me that there was emphasis, again, as I said, on what was there and what not thinking about what possibly was not there. And up until that point in time, I was not aware that anyone had considered the possibility of a stovepipe in this semi-automatic weapon. And with a lot of emphasis being placed on where the spent cartridge casings were and making it sound like, therefore, it would be an impossibility for her to shoot herself, there was something that had not been considered. And I really thought both sides needed to be aware of this. Because, again, it's easy to see what's there. It's harder to see what's not there and why it might not be there.
And your goal is always to make sure we get to the truth. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
No further questions, Judge.
Right, redirect examination by the state.
Dr. Terry, the email string that counsel referred to that happened in Monday night, who initiated that email string?
I believe I did.
And that was...
That's right. I do know I did because you had come and met with me. Let me look at something right quick. You had met with me on the 3rd, and in the course of that meeting had asked me about if there were any other pictures that needed to be shown during my testimony. And this past weekend, as I was contemplating going out to the scene at the time when this incident occurred to kind of see how dark it was at the scene, I was speaking to a coworker about this, and we pulled up a picture, and that's when I noticed, or that's when the void in the coagulated blood was noticed at that point in time. And that's why I contacted Mr. Lewis to say, Mr. Norris Lewis, to say this photograph needs to be shown as part of my testimony. Again, this is on the heels of a meeting that we had on August 3rd, and then my looking at the case over the weekend and seeing that.
Are you referring to August 3rd of this year?
Of this year, yes.
All right, thank you.
And when you asked for that specific photograph to be used, did you provide an explanation as to why the void was important, or in what manner the void was important?
Well, initially I just said that the void's important, and then you responded back asking exactly why, and then I responded with more of an explanation.
And was there then a response to your explanation?
Yes, there was.
And were questions asked?
Yes, there were.
And the email that the other Mr. Lewis is referring to is the email in response to the questions that were asked in response to your email asking why?
That is exactly it.
Dr. Terry, how many times have we met in preparation for this case?
In preparation for this case, let's see, let me refer here. We have met twice in my office.
Twice in your office?
Correct.
And we actually met out in the hallway once while you were here on another case, and we talked about this case.
That is correct, we did.
And during those meetings, whether they are planned or by chance, do I ask you questions?
Yes.
Do you do your best to answer those questions within your training?
Yes, I do.
And understanding that lawyers are not doctors and do not know everything, is it common for an attorney, be it an attorney for the state or be it a defense attorney, to ask you questions that frustrate you?
Yes.
Is that limited to me in this case?
No, it's not.
The photograph that you asked me to include has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 13, correct?
That is correct.
And what you were commenting on was a void in the coagulated blood.
That is correct.
Is what you can testify to is that there is a void in the coagulated blood.
That is correct.
Can you testify as to, with certainty, as to what object that may or may not have been?
I can't say with certainty. I have suspicion, but I can't say with certainty.
And so all you can do is report what your suspicions are.
That is correct.
Even if you were correct about what the object was and the way it was positioned in the void in the coagulated blood, could you testify about how it came to rest there?
Not with certainty.
Could you testify as to whose hand it was in before it came to rest there?
Again, not with certainty, but I think in thinking about how such an object would come to rest here, I think we need to stop and think about possible scenarios, because that's what I do. That's what I play through my head, trying to figure out how to make sense of the physical evidence and what happened and what we could be looking at. As I have indicated multiple times in this case, what gives me trouble is the fact that evidence has been disturbed here. And this has been known from the beginning. The gun's gone, and I've got blood transfer on her thigh. Well, how did the blood transfer get there? Somehow, the blood from her head has gotten on her thigh. She didn't do it. And in this photograph, we can see a void, which would explain why something was there and has been moved. We do know one thing that is absent from the scene is the gun. Could that be consistent with the shape of a gun? I think it could. Can I say absolutely? No, I can't. But, and then getting back to, well, whose hand could the gun have been in and wound up in that position? Well, it seems to me, if you're talking about a gunshot wound that's being inflicted from about 10 to 12 inches away and someone else is holding it, there would be no reason for it to drop in blood near her head. If she's got it in her hand, there'd be a reason why it might drop and fall and come to rest there. So these are things that I'm considering as I contemplate what could have occurred. Again, could someone else have shot her and someone else have been holding the gun? Sure. But if that void is due to a gun, I have no good reason why someone would drop it that close to her head and get blood on it. Because if you're holding the gun, why would you drop it there? If she's holding it, it's possible she could drop it and it could land there and get blood on him. Those are two possibilities that we've considered, that she's holding the gun, somebody else is holding the gun. Another possibility is she and another person could both be holding the gun. Another possibility, somebody else could be holding the gun and propping up on her arm and shooting. So there are a lot of things that I'm considering, a lot of scenarios, and whatever scenario we're considering has got to match the physical evidence. And these are the issues that I'm grappling with and have grappled with as the medical examiner handling this case, and the reason I've called it undetermined.
I guess one thing you said in that answer was, why would someone put their hand to the gun in the blood and get blood on them? Does that assume?
Judge, that's not what she said. I'm going to object to mischaracterization of the evidence. That's not what she said.
It was a paraphrase of what she said.
Okay, repeat your question for me, please.
As part of the answer you just gave, you asked, why would someone basically intentionally get blood on them? Why would they lean in, touch her, touch the gun, and get blood on them?
Same objection, Judge. That's not what she's saying. He's characterizing
okay.
it that way. That's not what she's saying.
Take a breath. I don't even find that to be a question. I find that to be a comment. Is there a question?
There would be, if I could be allowed to finish one.
What is your question, please?
Are you assuming an intentionality with regard to a third party getting blood on their person or transferring blood to Tori Lang?
Pause for a second. Is there any objection to that question? All right, let's proceed.
No, I'm not assuming an intentionality. What I am assuming is if someone else is holding the gun, why would that person then drop the gun in close proximity to her, thereby having blood get on the gun? Because, you know, if I've got the gun in my hand and I'm going to take it away from the scene, why do I drop it near the body and then ultimately come back and pick it up with blood on it? Again, just as I think about this.
If you had the gun in your hand, leaned in closer to check if the person you just shot was dead and picked it back up, is the physical evidence consistent with that?
I would say no, because at that point in time, we've got blood flow, and the gun would be placed on top of the blood, not there, and then having the blood kind of pool around it.
So is your testimony that the gun was removed after the blood was coagulated?
Yes, it'd be my It'd be my opinion based on what we're seeing here, and that's making the assumption that that's an outline of the gun. Whatever object was there has been moved after we've gotten the blood that's kind of coagulated around it.
And this assumes, A, that it was a gun, B, that it was in the coagulated blood, and C, that blood first coagulated in the fashion here in this void.
Correct.
Can science say all that? Literally.
Can science say,
Let me rephrase my question. Can you, with certainty, can I have the pointer?
Oh, absolutely.
Trying not to stand in front of the jury. Can you testify with certainty that blood that is coagulated in this fashion was in fact here in this void?
that blood was in that void?
That blood was coagulated just like it is here. Can you testify that it was in fact coagulated there before this void was created?
I can testify that there was something there in that void. How much blood was coagulated or on top of what was there, I can't say, and whether it was coagulated, but there's something that has interrupted that coagulated blood that we see between those two areas. So I'm not sure if that exactly answers, but I can't say the degree of coagulation, but as I gave an analogy yesterday, the blood coming out is kind of like lava coming out of a volcano. It's going to flow over, and there's been something that has interrupted that flow.
Do you in fact know what that thing was?
As I said, no, I can't say with certainty. Again, I have suspicion based on that outline and based on what I know to be absent from the scene.
And can you say with certainty that this area looked just like this area before that object was there?
As I said, no, I can't, because I can't say how much blood was there. Only that something has interrupted that flow of blood.
The defendant's lawyer asked you about whether or not you had seen suicides at a medium range of 10 to 12 inches.
Correct.
And you said, I think you said you have.
Correct, but very, very infrequently. I mentioned a study case, one of kind of the continuing ed cases I had done. I mentioned the one where the guy shot himself 3 times in the head, with the first shot being at a medium range that just grazed his head. And I mentioned a woman who shot herself kind of impulsively and in the side of the face that exited out the top of the head. That was from a similar type range.
And so that's 2 instances that you mentioned.
That I have personally handled.
That you personally handled out of 10,000 bodies that you've examined.
Correct.
There were also mention of multiple shot suicides that were asked about by counsel.
That's correct.
And those are, I guess, a little more frequent?
Well, a little more if I see one about every year and a half. I think we asked. I believe I was asked about multiple gunshot wounds of the head, and if I say, when I said that I see one about every year and a half, I'm thinking about multiple gunshot wound suicides that are not necessarily limited to the head. So if we talk about multiple gunshot wounds of the head suicide cases I've seen, okay, maybe about 5 in my career. So 5 out of about 10,000.
So now, do those overlap with the medium range suicides?
Well, yes, as I indicated, there's that one where the man shot himself 3 times in the head. So that would be one case that would overlap with that.
So out of the 10,000 bodies, there are 6 that were either medium range or multiple shots.
No, I think I counted that one in there. So Again, estimating about 5 out of 10,000. The point is, it's rare, but it's not impossible. It's not unheard of. It's infrequent.
Put State's Exhibit, I believe it was 13, back up. Your determination of the range in which the shot was fired was, I don't want to invade your space.
Oh, that's good.
Was 10 to 12 inches. This is not to scale or anything, it's just an approximation. But would that put the muzzle of the weapon there-ish?
Right, it would put it further away, but again, where the gun is, the place from where the gun is discharged is not necessarily going to be reflective of where the gun winds up.
No, understood.
Okay.
But it would put the muzzle of the weapon there-ish.
It's probably so, yes.
And then the body of the weapon behind the muzzle.
Correct.
And so, from what you know about, let me rephrase that question. In trying to make your determination, did you ever attempt to replicate a self-actuated shot would look like from this distance to this wound?
Yes, I mean, I lay on the ground and held my arm out and tried to show that, yes, this could be done.
How did you have to activate the trigger in order to accomplish that angle at that distance with your own hand?
It's most comfortably and easily done with the thumb, pulling on the trigger.
And this would require you to hold the gun at exactly the angle that would create the wound path that was created.
Correct, to go straight across like that.
Was your arm shaking when you did it?
My arm was not shaking, and if you want me to demonstrate, I'd be happy to.
Not necessary, doctor.
Okay.
Typically, I guess, let me ask you this. Does your expertise and your scientific examination, are you able to say with certainty that the firearm was in Tori's hand?
No, I can't say with certainty that it was in her hand. That's, again, part of why I have difficulty here. I've got manipulation of the scene. I can't say if she's holding the weapon. It's certainly possible. I can't say if someone else is holding the weapon. Again, possible. If she and a person are holding the firearm together. Again, possible. I can't say, hence my calling this undetermined. And in talking about trying to replicate this wound and if we're making the assumption that that's a firearm, where it's winding up, things to keep in mind. There's been some manipulation here. A gun is missing. Blood has been transferred. I don't know if the arm has been moved a little bit. If we make an assumption that, based on the evidence, the science, there's something there that has been moved. In doing so, was the arm in any way jostled or moved? I can tell you the main part of the body is not, based on the blood flow. Is there any kind of movement of the arm hand? I don't know. If she does have the firearm in her hand, does it, and has the thumb on the trigger, does the firearm in any way get kind of caught on her hand and then falls in that position? Again, knowing that the shot initially, the muzzle to her head is about 10 to 12 inches away. There are a lot of factors, given how the elbow might move when the hand drops. There are a lot of things I can't say, and one of them I can't say is whether or not she's holding the firearm at the time it's discharged. Again, because of the fact I know somebody else was there and this scene has been manipulated.
Now, there were questions about a stovepipe, and you speculated about whether or not a stovepipe could have left one of the shell casings where it did. Do you know with any scientific certainty how those shell casings came to be where they were?
I do not know how they came to be where they are.
Do you know with any certainty if a weapon stovepiped and was cleared on that scene?
That is correct. I do not know if the weapon stovepiped. I do not know if it was clear, if it did stovepipe, if it was cleared. I do not know if it stovepiped and was removed with the stovepipe in place. I do not know.
But essentially what your ruling is undetermined, and it does not exclude homicide.
That is correct. It does not exclude homicide.
No further questions.
The same way it doesn't exclude suicide.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not a question, it's a comment.
All right, she is on recross-examination. Please proceed.
The same way it doesn't exclude suicide, right?
That is correct.
Can I have the photo back up on the board?
I can't control that. It has to go through a laptop. I have the screen on, but it needs to go through a laptop. What exhibit is this again, for the record? Someone needs to identify the exhibit, please.
It's the same exhibit I displayed, Your Honor, 13.
States 13. Thank you, sir.
When you examine Tori Lang's body, there are no defensive wounds. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
She laid down and faced the sky by all the scientific evidence voluntarily. Is that right?
That is correct.
There's no evidence of any force to put her in the position where she's laying down looking up at the sky. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
So really what we have is a case of suicide versus assisted suicide. Is it fair to characterize it that way?
Well, and I think we need to, if we consider assisted suicide is basically homicide, because homicide for me as a medical examiner is death due to the actions of another. And so that is what I'm grappling with. Did someone else assist in pulling the trigger, or did she pull the trigger? And again, I come back to the fact that what gives me difficulty is I've had manipulation of the scene. And I did not have, prior to making my ruling, an adequate explanation of why the scene had been manipulated. So that's what I come back to. And when we consider, as we mentioned, suicide versus assisted or homicide, whether someone else was involved in manipulation of the firearm, and we've talked about this wound path. And I've told you that I can tell you about the relationship of the firearm to her head and the path it makes through the head. Thinking about it, how does this occur? And we've mentioned, again, as you're talking about suicide versus assisted suicide, we have her lying down on the ground and getting a gunshot wound of the head. If I'm going to lie down on the ground and have someone shoot me, why would I put my arms up next to my head? It seems like, given where that wound is, that makes that shot difficult. Someone might shoot my arm instead of my head. So that's troublesome to me. And looking at this wound path through her head, again, relationship of the firearm to her head. If I'm lying on the ground 10 to 12 inches away and trying to have that shot, I can do it with my hand, with my thumb on the trigger. If I have someone else do that, how has that person got to be positioned? I know how the gun's got to be positioned. That seems like it would be very difficult for another person to do. The person's got to lean way over and hold the gun essentially straight, just a few inches above the ground, or lie on the ground, and again, just a few inches above the ground. Again, very difficult. If I want to shoot somebody, why do I do that? Why don't I just go over them and shoot? It's very problematic in terms of trying to make sense of this wound path and how it occurred, and the fact that evidence has been moved or tampered with at the scene.
When we say suicide, we mean self-inflicted, correct?
That is correct.
Assisted suicide, in your mind, is a homicide because another person ended up causing the death. Is that right?
That is correct. I think, as I indicated, as a medical examiner, when I rule on manner of death, I'm limited to 5 manners: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, undetermined. For a medical examiner, Our definition of homicide is death due to the actions of another. Suicide are intentional actions that bring about someone's own death. That's what I'm grappling with here. Yesterday I was asked about, did I consider accident? For me, if someone points a firearm at themselves or another person and it discharges and kills them, that's not an accident. It's death due to the actions of another, or it's self-inflicted. Rarely do I rule firearm-related deaths as being accidental. Occasionally they are, but in general, firearms are designed for one thing, one thing only, and if a firearm is discharged and someone dies, it's usually due to the actions of another or intentionally self-inflicted.
Recognizing we don't know what's missing, if we put the gun, State's Exhibit number 31, into the void, right? Mm-hmm. Put it there. Is that how it would face? You show me. You show me. Okay. Now, at this point where the gun is facing like that, mm-hmm. right?
Correct.
Is that first of all, the muzzle's not facing Tori's head. Is that right?
That's correct. But again, we've got a firearm dropping. Who knows how it's going to land?
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. If Tori was holding it.
Okay. Yes.
Right. So, if we just turn the gun slightly so that it is facing her head, is that barrel there 10 inches away from her head?
No.
Okay. What's that barrel distance? Would you estimate that barrel distance from her head?
That looks, knowing that the wound is down from the top of the head about 4 to 5 inches. Let me look at my report, although this is not a very good angle to look at that from. Let's see. Yeah. The entrance wound is 4 5/8 of an inch from the top of the head. So that distance looks like it's probably about 5 or 6 inches away if you point it like that.
So this would be half the distance that science says the gun actually was.
Well, 10 to 12 inches, so it's a little less than, it's a little less than half that range.
I got you. So
okay.
If this was assisted suicide and someone else shot Tori, they would have had to shoot Tori from a greater distance and then put the gun there for the blood to coagulate and then remove the gun. Is that right?
Well, right. I was taking issue with the word put, or drop the gun, because the gun's got to fall immediately, because then the blood's flowing immediately. So making it sound like put makes it sound like it was intentionally placed. I don't think that occurred. I think the gun fell and wound up in that position, and then the blood flowed over it.
If it was in Tori's hand. Or either person.
If correct. If we're assuming that void is created by a gun, right after it's discharged, that gun is dropped. If we're making that assumption that void is caused by that.
That's fine. I want to make that assumption with the gun being pointed at Tori's head. The person shoots Tori and then intentionally drops the gun or places the gun down. It's either intentional or accidental. Gun leaves the hand and then sits in the blood, right?
Correct. Or drops and then the blood flows around it and gets in the blood. Yes.
If that's the gun, and then the gun is removed.
Correct.
Okay, so it may have been a situation where the person shot, dropped the gun closer to Tori, blood coagulates, and then the person removes the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But that would have required that the person either lay down on their stomach or side and line up the shot in order to shoot Tori in the head at that distance, correct?
Cool.
At this point, I think it's argumentative. So I object.
It's a leading question on cross-examination, so I will allow it. It is permitted under the rules.
That is a possibility also. Someone could lean way over. And may I demonstrate?
Sure, absolutely. That's why you're here.
Okay. I have someone lie down. down?
Absolutely, me.
Let's see, I'm sorry, can I slide this way? Oh, I'm sorry. So
With feet where?
The feet toward the jury, please. So to replicate this, I would have to be down like this, because the gun's got to be about like that. So if I'm going to shoot, I've got to get like this, or I've got to be down on the ground, like this. Oh, no, that's pretty cumbersome. If I'm going to shoot somebody.
Or is it possible that the person leans over and shoots in this manner?
That's possible. Because to keep in mind, what I know is about range of fire and the trajectory through the head. And however we place that gun, it's got to maintain that relationship. I don't know how, if there's another person, how that person's body is necessarily configured. But the gun has to have that relationship to the body.
But all of that is done with the purpose of shooting the person that appears to want to be shot based on the physical evidence. Is that right?
That is correct. And I forgot when I had you lying there on the ground to have you raise your arms up to also see the degree of difficulty that also imparts to this shot. Because I've got to strike you in the head and not hit your arm.
And does that sort of, that fact, does that cause you to lean more towards suicide? Tori shot herself and then her arm falls?
Yes.
The prosecutor talked about a by chance meeting. Like you've met. Yes, I'm done. Thank you very much. The prosecutor talks about a by chance meeting, seeing you just sort of in the hall. Mm-hmm. Is that right? You met with him twice at your office.
Correct.
And then you're here at the courthouse on another homicide.
Well, it wasn't another homicide. I was summoned here for a hearing that didn't involve a death and was left sitting outside for several hours on something I never testified on. So I was here at the request of the DA's office and encountered Mr. Norris Lewis as well as you on that same day.
Okay. Did I come up to you and start talking about the case?
No, you came up to me and started talking about my vacation that was upcoming.
Okay. And vacations you don't normally take.
That is correct.
Okay, good. What I want to understand is, you're here on another matter, prosecutors just sort of see you in the hall, and they start talking about homicides that you've worked on, that you're not here to testify about?
Yes, talk to me about, to let me know that this case was going to be coming up.
Okay, they're not asking you any details then, are they?
Not really. Again, we were talking about this case.
Oh, okay. So they're not asking you detailed questions. In other words, you don't have to walk with like 100 homicides in your head when you come here, so that prosecutors can just sort of pick your brain. You don't have to do that, do you?
No, I don't. But some of them I do have some pretty good recall about.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Terry. No further questions. Thank you very much, Judge.
All right, any recross?
Dr. Terry, was the blood on Tori's thighs already coagulated when it was deposited?
No, it looked like it was liquid blood because there is some dripping or rundown that comes off of it.
So however that blood got on Tori's left and right thigh, it was in a liquid state when it was deposited there.
It was in a liquid state. Again, going back to the analogy of lava, the blood's going to flow out and flow over whatever object was there that's been moved. That object gets moved, and the blood that has pooled there is going to coagulate. I guess to clarify, It doesn't necessarily mean that the blood was coagulated at the time that the object was moved. But there's been interruption of the blood flow there, and then whatever has left that void has been moved. The blood that is in those areas then coagulates.
And just so we're clear, whatever caused that void, inserting a particular object into it, its positioning and how it came to be there, is that speculation because there is no object that is known to have caused that void?
It is speculation, but what we have to go on is the physical evidence there and the fact that we have a void there. And because, as I said, the scene has been tampered with. I know somebody else was there. I know a firearm is missing. So it is speculation because there's so many things that have been altered that I don't know about.
No further questions.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Dr. Terry, thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right, does anyone on the jury need a recess? Yes, all right, so we will take our mid-morning recess. Let us be in recess until 10:40. Leave your notepads and pens, please. We have, are both sides ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Sorry, Judge. Yes, I'm ready. I don't know what you said, but I'm ready. I figured.
All right, let's bring in the jury, please. All right, may I have the state call its next witness, please?
Mary Boone Perkins.
And if you could watch your step coming around for me, please. When you get seated, if you will position yourself in front of the microphones, right in front of you.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that testimony that you give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Mary Boone Perkins.
Ms. Perkins, where did you live in July of 2021?
In Alexander Stonecrest Apartments,
What apartment number, if you remember?
1302.
Do you see any of your neighbors or former neighbors in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you identify who you see?
I see Miss Sherry, my neighbor. His mother. His mother.
Can you describe what that person's wearing and who he is?
He's the gentleman with the beige jacket on.
Okay. Was he your neighbor in July of 2021?
Yes.
When you lived in that apartment, did you have a Ring video camera?
Yes.
Were you ever called by police about that camera?
Yes.
What did they ask you, if you recall?
They asked me, do my ringer record?
Did it?
And yes.
Did they ask you about a specific time frame?
Yes.
Did you have any recordings within the time frame that they asked?
Yes.
Did you provide them
Yes.
to the officers?
Yes, sir.
Before you provided them to the officers, did you alter them in any way?
No.
Did you change the date stamp, the time stamp, or anything like that?
No.
Did you know specifically why they wanted the video?
They told me they found a young lady in Gwinnett County Park that was murdered. And they just doing the timeline.
And was that all they told you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 61. What is State's Exhibit 61?
So, the USB.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
How do you know you've seen this USB before?
I just looked at it.
Did you initial the
Yes.
label on that?
Yes.
And that's because you've seen the contents of this USB.
Yes.
Does it contain the Ring camera videos that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
How many of them are there?
4.
Your Honor, the state is going to tender State's 61, and the videos they're on as 61A, B, C, and D.
Judge, may I just ask one question?
Sure.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
The recordings that you downloaded for the police, they had two questions, Judge. They had a time on them, is that right? That
Yes,
they were
sir.
recorded. Do you know if that time is accurate, an hour ahead, an hour behind, do you know?
They were on time.
Thank you very much. No further questions, no objection, Judge.
All right, then 61, A, B, C, and D are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I do intend to publish, and there is sound.
There is sound?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me give a limiting instruction. Does either side think the limiting instruction would apply to this footage? I don't think
I
so.
don't believe it would, Your Honor.
Okay, I will not. You may go ahead and publish. And I'm sorry, is this A?
Publishing 61A. Ms. Boone Perkins, this is the video you saw and recorded?
Yes.
Pausing it at the 13-second mark. Is the door that the figure in the video is knocking on, does that door belong to the defendant?
Yes.
Now 61B.
You could just announce before you play it.
I'm sorry. They're very strange. How long have you been out here? Oh, no. Oh, you're scaring me. Why are you scared?
Now publishing 61C. And lastly, 61D. And are those the videos you provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Ms. Boone Perkins.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Perkins, good morning again.
Good morning.
I don't have very many questions, but I want to try to clarify something. When the police first came to you, did they indicate to you that they were doing a homicide investigation, or did they tell you that somebody had been murdered? Do you recall?
They was doing a homicide investigation.
Okay, and I understand sometimes the public sort of mashes those
Right,
two things together.
right.
They hadn't determined that anybody had been murdered.
No.
But they were homicide
Yes,
investigators. Okay,
yes.
I just want to make sure.
They
Thank
was
you very
homicide
much.
investigators.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Redirect?
None, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Boone Perkins, watch your step coming down, and you are excused. All right, call your next witness, please.
The state calls Carissa Aparicio.
After you swear her, would you please have her spell her first and last name for me,
Yes,
please?
Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Watch your step as you step up. And if you will be seated comfortably in the chair directly in front of the microphone, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give before this court and this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name, please.
My name is Carissa Aparicio. That is spelled Carissa. Last name is spelled Aparicio, Apparicio.
And Ms. Aparicio, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Division of Forensic Sciences, where I am a forensic biologist.
And how long have you been employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
About 2 years.
And have you been a forensic biologist those 2 years?
Yes, I have been.
Okay. And what is a forensic biologist?
My job is to obtain evidence items from law enforcement agencies, which I take through the forensic DNA testing process.
Okay, and as a forensic biologist, can you just tell us a little bit more about your day-to-day basic duties and responsibilities?
So once evidence is submitted to the lab for testing, I would retrieve that evidence item for testing and take it through the DNA testing process. This involves the extraction of the DNA from that item. Following that, I determine how much DNA is present in that item. I make many copies of specific regions of the DNA, and then I, at the end, would obtain a DNA profile that I would use to compare to a known reference profile that would be able to then allow me to testify to the facts of that case.
And is there education or specific training that you had to receive in order to do your job?
Yes. So I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology that I obtained from Georgia State University. Following that, I obtained a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. And I also went through an extensive year-long training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that qualifies me to be a forensic DNA analyst.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender Ms. Aparicio as an expert in forensic biology.
No objection, Judge.
All right, she will be so tendered without objection.
Ms. Aparicio, how does biological evidence come into the crime lab?
The law enforcement agency would bring biological evidence through our evidence receiving section. Once that item is placed into the lockbox at that evidence receiving section, it can only be retrieved by the evidence receiving personnel. The evidence receiving personnel will retrieve that item. They would ensure that the proper paperwork and submission form is submitted with that item. And they would then generate a unique Division of Forensic Sciences barcode that they would place onto that item. They would then photograph that item, create the pre-laboratory information management systems chain of custody for that item, so it tracks the life of that item throughout our laboratory. And following that, it is placed into the appropriate section for testing, upon which I would retrieve that item and take it through our forensic testing process.
And is that evidence tracked with a specific number within the crime lab?
Yes, it is. That is the unique barcode that is attached to it.
Okay. And is there also an agency case number
Yes.
that's included in the evidence?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Are you familiar with the case number 2022-10103331?
Yes,
And
that
what
is.
is that case number?
That is the unique Division of Forensic Sciences number for this particular case.
Okay. And did you receive any samples under that case number?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you receive?
I received the thigh swabs as well as the bloodstain card for Tori Lang in that case.
I'm sorry, the thigh swab, and what was the second thing?
The bloodstain card for Tori Lang.
And once you received those items, what, if anything, did you do with them?
I took it through the forensic DNA testing process.
Okay. And you testified just a moment ago about a known sample.
That is correct.
Did you receive a known sample with this case number?
Yes, I did.
And where did you obtain that known sample from?
That was submitted to us by the agency.
Okay. And was that submitted along with the unknown sample?
Correct.
Okay. And when you received the sample, did it appear to be tampered with or damaged in any way?
No.
And can you tell us what test you used to compare the known and the unknown DNA sample?
The sample was taken through the DNA testing process, which it involves polymerase chain reaction, so PCR.
Okay. And based on that testing that you completed, were you able to form an expert opinion as to the match between, or a match between the known and the unknown DNA samples?
Yes, I was able to.
And did you record that opinion in writing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is my signed and dated report that I generated with the results of this case.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the report you created?
Yes, it bears my signature and the case number and the date that I did this report.
And does it appear to be altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 62 for record purposes only.
No objection, Judge.
All right, it will be admitted for record only without objection.
And what expert opinion did you form as a result of your testing of these DNA samples?
The DNA obtained from the thigh swabs that I tested contains the DNA profile of at least one individual. The DNA profile that I obtained matches the profile of Tori Lang at 9 locations and contains one of 2 alleles at 6 locations observed in the profile of Tori Lang.
Okay. And just so we can understand, are you indicating that the DNA sample you tested was that of Tori Lang's?
Yes, that is correct. It matched.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Aparicio. You can take your belongings, watch your step coming down, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The state calls Denise Carter.
Mr. Umberg, do you know anything about the grand jury? I haven't heard anything for today.
Joe Mazzola is filling in for me there. I can go over and check.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you. Good morning. And I think, Mr. Wooten, can you please take her bag? We'll need her bag to sit back there.
Okay.
You need to remove a report or something.
I got it.
All right, and you can just sit it on the bench.
Thank you so much.
All right, if you will be seated comfortably in the chair and position yourself in front of the microphones, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give before this court in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Denise Nicole Carter. I am a forensic toxicologist with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences.
And Ms. Carter, as a forensic toxicologist, what are some of your day-to-day duties and responsibilities?
I test biological samples such as blood and urine for the presence and or absence of drugs, alcohols, and poisons. I also analyze samples, collect data, and use this data to write my reports, which are disseminated to the citizens and to the judicial community in the state of Georgia.
And is there any education or training that allows you or you're required in order to perform these duties?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from Georgia Southern University. I have also taken some Master of Science courses as well from Georgia State University. Upon my hire at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, I successfully completed the in-house alcohol and drug training program, which included learning the pharmacology and pharmacodynamics of drugs, basically what are drugs and how do they work in the body. Learn about the different methods and instrumentation for isolating particular drugs of interest that we may be looking for. And upon completion of my training, I took a proficiency test, which is basically a blind sample that I don't know what may or may not be in it. And given my results, I passed. And I take this test every year, and I passed for the past 21 years.
And have you ever testified as a forensic expert in forensic toxicology?
Yes.
And how many times?
Numerous times, at least 100.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender Ms. Carter as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection, Judge.
All right, she will be so tendered without objection.
And Ms. Carter, can you describe to the jury how biological evidence comes into the GBI crime lab?
Yes, no problem. Biological evidence is received at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in numerous ways. It can be mailed, and we receive it by the United States Postal Service. And once it reaches our mailroom, it is taken to our evidence receiving area for entry into our system. Or it can be exchanged hand to hand, where the collector physically brings it in and gives it to one of our evidence receiving technicians to be entered into our system. Or it can be received via the lockbox method, and usually that is when a person brings in the evidence that's collected and they place it into a locker about the size of a high school locker. Once they close that door locks on one side, and there's a door on the back side that's open in our evidence receiving area, and one of our technicians will receive it and enter the evidence into our system.
And once they receive that evidence and enter it into the system, do they then transport that to you?
Yes.
Okay. And how is the evidence tracked in the crime lab to identify where it came from and where it needs to go?
Once it's entered into our laboratory information management system, which I will call LIMS for short for the rest of our testimony, it is assigned a unique case number and barcode. And the barcode is used to track the evidence throughout its life in our laboratory.
Okay. And I want to refer you to case number 2021-1026203. Are you familiar with that case number?
Yes.
And what is that case number?
The case number is for the case individual Tori Lang.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you receive under that case number?
We received 3 tubes containing heart blood, 1 bottle containing urine, and 1 tube containing vitreous fluid. Vitreous fluid is the fluid that's in your eyeball.
And when you received those samples, did there appear to be any tampering with those samples?
No.
And what tests, if any, did you run on those samples?
On these samples, we did what is called a liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, which I'll just call LC-MS for short. We did a screen for certain drugs, prescription drugs and non-prescription drugs, to see if anything may or may not be in the sample. And then once we do the screen test, if there are any drugs of interest that may be in the sample, we do confirmation testing to confirm if the amount is enough to report.
And based on that testing, were you able to form an expert opinion as to the presence of anything that you tested for?
Yes.
And what was that opinion, or what is that opinion?
This sample, which we tested the heart blood, was negative for cocaine and cocaine metabolites, and positive for phentermine at 0.24 milligrams per liter, plus or minus 0.06 milligrams per liter.
And what is phentermine?
Phentermine is a drug commonly used for weight loss.
Is there another name for phentermine, a more commonly known name for phentermine?
I can't think of it at the moment.
Okay. To your knowledge, does phentermine have any type of narcotic effect or mind-altering effects?
It just depends if the drug is taken properly or improperly. If the drug is taken properly, then it's doing its job of suppressing your appetite, which causes you to lose weight. If the drug is not taken properly, then it can cause such issues such as changes in mood or behavior, feelings of restlessness, things of that nature.
And do you know phetamine to be a stimulant or a depressant?
It's a stimulant.
Okay, and can you just tell me, what is a stimulant?
Basically, a stimulant is a drug that you take that stimulates or speeds up your bodily systems.
And did you find any indication that would cause you to run any additional tests for any additional substances?
No.
And did you reduce your expert opinion to writing?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Shauna?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my official report.
Okay. And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
And does it appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to tender State's Exhibit 63 for record purposes only.
No objection, Judge.
All right, it will be so tendered for record purposes only.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Very briefly, thank you, Judge. Ms. Carter, good morning.
Good morning.
Phentermine, is that it?
Yes, phentermine.
That's it, phentermine. That's a controlled substance, is it not?
Yes, prescribed by doctors.
Okay, has to be prescribed by a physician. And in terms of the amount that you found in Tori Lang's body, is that a normal amount, low amount, high amount? Do you know?
Well, the therapeutic, the high end of the therapeutic range for this drug is at 0.1. The toxic range for this drug is at 0.9. So this result at 0.24 is a little higher than the therapeutic range.
And when we start talking about the drug being used in a way that is unanticipated by the physician, do you know what the I'm gonna call it side effects are if you use too much of it?
If you use too much of the drug, like I said, there will be changes in mood and behavior. You might have issues with chest pains or heart issues, things like that.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carter. You can take your items with you and step down. Please watch your step. Okay. And don't forget your bag on the way out. You can be excused. Thank you. Okay. Please call your next witness.
David Smith.
Good morning. Watch your step coming up for me, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sergeant David Smith
How are you employed?
with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
Are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
What's your current assignment?
The Behavioral Health Unit.
And are you now a sergeant?
I am.
So, Sergeant Smith, how were you assigned in July of 2021?
I was a corporal in the Homicide Assault Unit.
And were you assigned, I guess, what were your basic duties as the corporal, as a corporal in the Homicide and Assault Unit?
To investigate cases involving batteries, assault, ag batteries, and homicides.
And what does investigating a homicide entail?
Going out to the scene, looking at the victims, attending the autopsy, talking to witnesses, looking for surveillance footage, anything that we can find to help us assist in determining who committed the crime.
In or on or about July 28th, 2021, were you assigned to investigate the death of Tori Lang?
I was.
Tell the jury how that investigation started from your standpoint.
I received a call that morning. I was up to take the next case as the lead investigator. So I received that call on July 28th around 7 a.m. I was notified that the body of the victim was located in Yellow River Park. So I got ready and made my way to the park to go to the scene.
What did you observe and find at the scene?
When I got to the scene, I located the victim's body. It was just off of the parking lot, off of the footpath under a large tree at the front of the park.
And what were your next steps? Like, how did your investigation proceed after you went to the scene?
I searched the scene. We looked for anything that we could relate back to the victim, trying to identify the victim. We didn't find any identification, cell phones, vehicles. Located 2 shell casings not far from the victim's body. Obviously at that point we contacted the medical examiner's office, and then I began trying to locate any witnesses or surveillance footage and attempting to identify the victim.
How did you go about attempting to identify the victim? Because is that important? Well, how did you go about it? I'll ask this in the other direction. Is the identity of the victim important?
Extremely important.
Why?
The victimology is very important in our investigations. It tells us everything about the victim, ultimately how they may have gotten there, who they associate with, their past, even their future in some cases.
So how did you attempt to go about identifying who the person, Tori Lang, who at that point was unidentified?
The victim had 2 distinctive tattoos that we were able to locate on the body. We took photographs of those and released them to the news, asking for any tips or help to try to identify her.
And did you receive any tips or help in finding her identity?
We did. The family, the victim's mother, reached out to the police department.
And I guess on what day was the young lady who you knew to be deceased identified as Tori Lang?
That would have been the next day on the 29th of July.
And did you personally go notify her parents of what had happened to her?
I did.
Whom did you speak to?
I spoke to the victim's mother, Teresa Lang.
Just to Teresa Lang?
I believe her husband was there as well.
I guess, how did that conversation go?
Understandably, Ms. Lang was upset. I explained how we found the victim and what we were looking at and asking for any history or anybody that she could have believed would be involved.
Did she provide you any information about Tori or about her friends?
She did. She provided me 2 names. One was the defendant and another was Marquesa Brown that she said were very close friends that I should speak with.
Did she give you, did you search Tori's room, find her car, anything like that?
At that time, we had not located the vehicle. Ms. Lang stated that her weapon was missing, which was a SIG 9mm. When we did go up to the victim's room, and we located some letters that the victim had written, more like prayers to God from herself.
To show you what's marked as State Exhibit 65.
Are you skipping 64 on purpose?
I just haven't gotten to 64 yet. It'll
Okay,
be introduced
I'm
in this
just
way.
making sure that you were aware of that.
I am. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 65?
I do.
What's State's Exhibit 65?
These are copies of the letters that I located in the victim's bedroom.
Feel free to flip through and make sure it's accurate. Are those true and accurate copies of the letters that you collected from Tori's bedroom?
They are.
Has anything been added to them, taken away from them?
No.
Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 65.
No objection to that, Judge.
65 is admitted without objection.
Did you get any other specific information about Tori that related to what may have happened to her from her mother?
When speaking to the mother, she had stated that she didn't have a cell phone, that they had turned it off, they were switching carriers. She explained that in the past she had had suicidal thoughts, and again suggested those friends. She stated that she thought maybe the neighbors had a camera that could have caught something as well.
Where did your investigation continue from? But let me stop. You said she may have had suicidal thoughts in the past.
Correct.
Did you discuss how recent those thoughts had been with Ms. Lang?
I don't believe I asked a specific date or time. It was maybe sometime in the past. After looking at the letters, it seemed she had been going through a rough time earlier that year.
And are the letters dated April 30th, May 1st, June 1st? Are those
Yes.
the dates on the letters that you collected?
Correct.
Did any of these letters mention thoughts of harming herself or asking someone else to harm her?
They did not.
So after these discussions, what did you do next?
I then went back to the office and I contacted the defendant and Marquesa Brown.
I want to concentrate on the conversation you had with the defendant. Did you call using the number that Tori Lang gave you?
Yes.
Did the person on the other end of the phone identify himself as Austin Ford?
He did.
And was it a phone conversation?
It was.
At that point, had you actually met Austin Ford?
No.
What was the substance of your conversation with Austin Ford?
I was asking how well they were associated, if he had seen her recently, anything that she may have talked about leading up to that. Also, if he knew what happened.
Did he tell you that he knew what happened?
He did.
He told you he knew what happened?
I believe he was aware of what happened when I spoke to him.
I guess let me ask that question a different way. Did he know about her death?
Yes.
Did he tell you how her death had happened?
No.
Did he tell you that he had been present when she was shot?
No.
Did he tell you that he took a firearm from Yellow River Park July 27, 2021?
No.
Did he tell you that he drove away from Yellow River Park in Tori's car on July 27, 2021?
No.
Did he tell you where he disposed of a firearm that he removed from Yellow River Park in 2021?
No.
Did he tell you where he disposed of Tori's car on the night of or after July 27, 2021?
No.
Did you record your conversation with the defendant?
No. Yes. Sorry, I did.
Yes?
Yes, I did.
To show you what did you use to record it?
We have a device that we place on our desk phones that records the conversation.
Now, is it a particular device that plays everything at the same volume, or do sometimes you have trouble hearing one end or the other?
We have trouble. It depends on the connection, and you can't really tell how good it is till after the fact when you listen to it.
Did it work in this case?
It worked, but not great.
Are you familiar with how to operate it?
Yes.
Was it operating correctly as to the best of its ability that day?
Yes.
And did it produce a recording?
It did.
Was it a true and accurate recording of your conversation with Austin Ford?
Yes.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 64?
I do.
What is it?
That is the device holding the recording between myself and the defendant.
True and accurate recording of your conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
And are those your initials on the tag connected to this USB thumb drive?
They are.
Your Honor, I would tender State's Exhibit 64.
I don't have any objection. Thank you, Judge.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
Your Honor, this is an audio recording that I intend to publish at this time, and
I will give a limiting instruction first. Members of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording of a conversation purportedly between Detective Smith and the defendant. As you hear the audio recording, you may hear the officer make certain statements to the defendant. I caution you that the declarations or statements of the officers are not evidence, and you should not consider such statements as evidence unless they are proven to you by other competent evidence. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Austin, this is Corporal Smith with Gwinnett Police. How are you?
Good, I'm good.
Hey, sorry about it. Do you have a few minutes you can talk to me and answer some questions?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Austin, this is Corporal Smith with Gwinnett Police. How are you?
Good, I'm good.
Hey, sorry about it. Do you have a few minutes you can talk to me and answer some questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, I've been talking to the family and some other friends and stuff like that, and, you know, my goal in this whole investigation is to get answers to her family here. And, you know, you guys are her friends, and everybody's pretty upset. So I just want to piece together what happened. So, you know, her mom said you last saw her that Tuesday night. You sure that's the last time you saw her?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say when she said that?
She had my wallet. She was trying to make me kill her for my money, and I told her I couldn't do it. Like I can't do that.
It's like she wanted to hold your wallet until you killed her?
Now, the defendant, or the person on the end of the phone who is identified as defendant, said that, what were you talking about at this point?
I was asking him when the last time that he saw her was.
And what time did he say that he last saw her?
He said he saw her the night before.
And then he said something about his wallet?
Correct. He said the victim had his wallet and she was bringing it back to return the wallet to him.
Okay.
And I thought she was suicide. She was fed up. I was trying to talk to her, calm her down about like life and stuff, and she wasn't trying to talk. But I was trying to calm her down, but she just like, no, I'm not giving you water until you kill me. I'm not doing that. And she's like, I'm just gonna find somebody. No.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she had a way for you to kill her or anything?
Yes, she had the gun in her car, but I didn't. She just said, I need you to kill me. But she didn't say shoot her or anything, but I seen the gun in the car.
So you came after the car?
Yes.
And it was just her in the car?
We were outside the car. We was like out on Pontex, and we were just standing right there. And she was like, I'm not going to do water until you don't kill me or whatever. And I was saying, like, no, I was fighting. I was trying to grab her and hug her. I was trying to hug her. And she wouldn't let me get closer. And she's like, no. So I'm just going to find somebody else. Which money? I said, fine, I don't need that money. Like, whatever. But, like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. Now, you need to calm down. Like, relax. And she was just like, no.
So he said that there was correct me if I'm wrong, and the audio, of course, will reflect what was actually said, but it sounded like the defendant was talking about a conversation between himself and Tori where she had supposedly asked him to kill her and was holding his wallet hostage in order to coerce him into that?
Correct. So she was telling him that she was having suicidal thoughts and she wanted him to do it. He was refusing to do it, and so she wanted to use the money that she knew he had in his wallet to pay someone else to do it.
And were you asking him whether or not she had a gun?
I did ask if he saw a weapon, and he told me that he saw a weapon sitting in the car because they were standing outside of the car having the conversation.
Did she tell you where she got the gun?
I'm going to stop again. Did he say when this conversation took place?
Yes, that was the night before, so it would have been on the 27th.
And did he say where this conversation took place?
It was at his apartment complex outside.
Yeah, I'm on.
Listen, Austin, you're not even in trouble with me. I just want to know as much truth as I can get. We're just trying to find out how this happened. So where did she say she was going to go when she left?
She didn't tell me. I kept asking her. She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me where she was going. She just left.
Well, she didn't have her phone, obviously, right? So, I mean,
I was calling her.
Where else would she know to go?
All right, and then understanding what's hard to hear, the hardest to hear on this recording is your questions. The defendant responded that she didn't tell him where she was going. What was that answer in response to?
I asked him if he knew where she was going when she left, and he said he didn't know, that she didn't tell him, that he tried to call her, but obviously she didn't have her phone.
Did he tell you that she left the apartment complex without him?
It was my understanding that she left without him. I don't know if he said that specifically.
Who else could she go to ask if she would know how to just drive there without calling her?
Not calling them.
What is your gut feeling? Just be honest. What is your gut feeling? Do you think her boyfriend Scoop would have done this? I don't know since he's his girlfriend if he would have been willing to, or do you think he would for money? Like,
For money, yeah, like, I think for money, honestly, yeah. But that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like just to go to, like, I know she wouldn't just drive to his house because he don't just be at the house.
is that the house?
So he's discussing a house she may have driven to. Whom was the query about?
The victim's boyfriend, Jaron Thompson, or Scoop is what they called him. And I asked her if he would have went to his house.
And what was the defendant's response?
He stated that he didn't believe she would go over there because he doesn't really stay in any one place.
Yeah, he had multiple places he be at. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she just drive right to his house. And I was thinking, I don't know anybody else. I contacted her friends, like, throughout the day. Like, I was contacting her friends and stuff, like, to see where she was at. And nobody knew where she was at, so I contacted everybody that I think that she would go to. And nobody said anything. Nobody, like, didn't know where she was at.
Okay. And your girlfriend was there in the house when this happened?
Yes.
Okay. You said she was just kind of acting crazy then. So how much money did she take from you?
About like $340, about like $350.
And she didn't go anywhere where she was going to go, who she else she was going to contact. What was trying to tell her
She just, I'm telling you, she just knew. She just, I'm going to get somebody else. I'm getting somebody else to do it. I'm getting somebody else. Alright, I'm not doing it. And I didn't think she would do it. Like, I didn't think anybody in their right mind would do that.
People do dumb things for non-questions, but what do you think? Obviously, it happened in Yellow River Park. Do you know anybody that she could drive to that lives in that area? Like, who did she know that she could just drive to their house full time?
I don't know nobody else, and I don't know why the Yellow River.
Have you ever been there with her?
I've been there with multiple friends, her, my other friends. We've been there. If we let me go, we go there. Yeah.
Okay. And I talked to Marqueza. Do you talk to her at all? You friends with her?
Yes.
Okay. They mentioned her boyfriend. Do you know anything about him?
I know he be on Roadburn. His name's Scoop. One time told me his real name, but she said, I don't know if that was his real name, Javon, or something like that. But
Now, the defendant specifically named Scoop without knowing his lack of a better phrase, his given or his government name or his given name. Why did he bring that guy up?
I'm going to object. Speculation. You can't know why.
I'll rephrase the question. In response to what query that you asked, was that answer elicited?
I believe I asked him if he knew of anybody else that would help her or where she could go to have someone assist her.
And that's after had he already mentioned Scoop at this point?
I believe she'd mentioned the boyfriend, but he hadn't called him by name yet.
Okay, so he mentioned the boyfriend as being a place where she might have gone or someplace. Let me rephrase. You asked where she might have gone. He mentioned the boyfriend.
Correct.
And now he's bringing him up in relationship to who might hurt her or want to hurt her?
Correct. Who might assist her with what she was asking him to do.
I know he's on Roadburn in Covington or somewhere. I don't know exactly where he's still. I've been to his house one time, but that was at night, and I don't know like exactly where he was. I just know he was going far.
What about Mike Page's boyfriend? Do you know him?
I don't know him. I've seen him. I never talked to him. I've never even been in the car. I've seen him before. I don't really know him.
Okay. So if you have something you can write with, I'll put it in your phone. Let me give you my direct number because if you find out anything else, I'd like to know.
Yes, sir. Let me put it on my phone and take it to myself.
513
513
5794.
579. You said 579.
94.
94. And what's your name again?
Corporal Smith, SMICH. Yeah, if you find out something like this, we just want to find out who that might have done this, obviously. But if somebody, see, obviously, I think that makes the most sense. But I think she obviously found somebody who is willing to do it. So we just need to find out who that is and where her car went.
At this point, did you give the defendant your phone number?
I did.
Why would you do that?
I asked him to contact me if he talked to anyone or found out any more information.
Did he?
Not that I can remember.
Anytime you see a car, call you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terminating the recording at 6 minutes and 52 seconds. Did you ever, or was Tori's car ever located?
It was.
Do you know where it was located?
I do.
Where?
It's located at the Hidden Acres Nature Preserve. It's a park inside DeKalb County.
What condition was it in?
It was completely burned to the frame.
How was it identified as Tori's car?
The park rangers located I believe they located a license plate to the right that we later collected, but we brought it back to our headquarters and I located a VIN on the firewall that we used to find the registration.
And was it registered to a person?
It was registered to the victim's grandmother, yes.
What was her name? Or what is
Tanya.
her name?
Tanya Lang.
Where did the investigation go, from your perspective, from this point?
I asked the arson investigator to assist me in collecting some of the debris within the car to see if we could locate an accelerant. And the Gwinnett arson investigator, Stripling, assisted me with that, and we had that sent off for testing. Obviously, I spoke to the park ranger, went back out to that scene the next day to look at it myself. Also began drafting geofences and phone tower dumps to try to get location from where the car was found and where the victim was located.
Where you went to the scene of the car being burned, was the area around where the car was found burned?
It was. According to the park ranger, they hadn't been back there. They do a rotation, so they hadn't been there, I believe, since the 29th. And they said it had burned completely to the ground, so no one had ever tried to extinguish it. It basically burned out on its own.
Do you know if any forensic evidence was able to be recovered from the car that related to who, what, where, or why?
It was not.
Now, did your assignment change at this time? Or near this time?
Yeah, a few weeks after that, I was promoted and moved back to the uniform division.
And did you turn the investigation over and everything that you'd done on it over to another detective?
I did.
Who was that?
Detective Angela Carter.
And would that include all the evidence you'd found, copies of all the audio that you'd recorded, any pictures that you'd taken or had taken? Was all that turned over to Detective Carter?
It was.
At the time when did you turn it over?
That was probably at the end of August 2021.
End of August 2021. Had you received complete information back from the geofences or search warrants that you attempted to obtain?
I received, I believe, back one of the phases of the first geofence, which in those geofences, the first phase doesn't really provide anything. You have to keep narrowing it down. So that was sent back, and I also applied for the search warrants myself while being on uniform patrol to continue those phases.
Okay. But did you turn all of that over to Detective Carter?
I did.
I think that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Is it still Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sergeant Smith.
Good morning.
Let me start here with this question. To the best of your recollection, when was Tori Lang actually identified?
On the 29th of July.
29th of July. And was it also on the 29th of July that you heard for the first time from Tori's mother that Tori might be suicidal?
It was.
Okay. And Tori's mother, I believe you said, gave you two names, Marquesa Brown and Austin Ford, as people that she thought that you might want to speak to. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you spoke to Marquesa Brown before you spoke to Austin Ford. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Marquesa Brown also told you that she thought Tori might be suicidal. Is that
Objection,
right?
Your Honor, Officer hearsay. Also, the characterization be suicidal is argumentative. The only testimony regarding suicide was that Sergeant Smith had heard from Teresa Lang that she had thoughts in the past. So I object to the question is calling for hearsay, and I object to the characterization as being argumentative.
Response?
I don't know the difference, Judge, between thinking about suicide or being suicidal. To me, those are the same things. Half a dozen, 6. That's the same thing. As to hearsay, I can withdraw it.
All right, no need for me to rule. The question is being withdrawn.
Did you hear from anyone else other than Tori's mother that there may have been suicidal ideations at some prior point in time?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Do you want to respond?
No. My client...
I'm sorry. So are you withdrawing or
Withdrawn.
rephrasing?
Withdrawing. My client, Austin Ford, told you that Tori Lang might be suicidal. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did he use that particular phrasing, suicidal, or did he say she had suicide thoughts in the past?
He said she was suicidal.
Right. He told you when you had the conversation that we just listened to that Tori, at the time she spoke to him, which was at about the time of her death, that she was suicidal. Is that right?
Correct.
That's the words he used, suicidal, right?
Yes, sir.
He had Tori Lang's mother told you that she had conferred with Austin Ford?
Yes, she said she had spoken to her friends.
Yes. Did she say, hey, I spoke to Austin Ford and Austin Ford thought Tori was suicidal, that's why I'm telling you she's suicidal? Did she tell you that?
I don't believe so, no.
No. And you ended up procuring correspondence from Tori to God at about the time that you spoke to Tori Lang's mother, is that right?
Correct.
Why would you collect? Did you also collect her diary?
I believe just those letters, yes.
Just those letters. Why would you collect letters from the decedent to God? Why would you do that?
It was important to me in my investigation to see where her mindset had been at that point or even prior to this incident.
All right, so let's go through these letters. You had 3. Were these all the letters that you located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to family members after you reviewed these letters?
I did. They were aware of the content of the letters.
Okay. So I want to talk about, I'm going to hand up the letters first. State's Exhibit 65, I think State's Exhibit 65 is the collection of all 3 letters, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me deal with the first one. The first one is, I say first because it's dated April 30th, 2021. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now, and I say first because that seems to be chronologically the first one that would have been written if the date on it is correct, right?
Yes.
Got it. April 30th, 2021. Tori talks about halfway down the letter being put out of someone's home. Can you tell who that is? I can't read that exactly.
I thought it may have said aunt, but I'm not 100% sure. It's hard to tell.
Either way, it indicates that she wrote to God that friends thought that she might be homeless. That word is clear in there, right?
Correct.
She might be homeless. April 30th, 2021, she's put out of somewhere, and friends think that she might be homeless. Did you speak to Tori's mother about that, whether Tori had been put out of her home or put out of her grandma's home?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, were you aware when you were reviewing the letters and talking to Tori's people, her mother, father, grandmother, that Tori had a home with her mother relatively close to a home with her paternal grandmother?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so there were two homes that were relatively close to one another, about 10 minutes apart, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and when you spoke to Tori's family, did they indicate that Tori could stay at either home?
I don't recall.
Did they indicate that Tori had lived with either sets of family?
I don't recall.
Okay, but in that letter on April 30th, 2021, Tori talks about friends thinking she might be homeless. That's what it says, is that right?
Yes.
May 1st, which I interpret to be the next day, May 1st of 2021, that letter to God is really just about money. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe it's about her trying to get back on her feet.
Love you, Lord. Please send me money. I have to pay my insurance. Please send me money. That's what that letter's about, right?
Correct.
Please send me ideas so I can get money. Is that right?
Correct.
May 1st, 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is the same year that you found her, because you found the body July 28, 2021. Is that right?
Correct.
So that letter, God, I need money, please can you send me money, is about 90 days before Tori's death. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to call it the last because I think it's the last chronologically. The letter's dated June 1st, 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that letter, again, to God, I'm feeling stuck. Spiritually, financially, emotionally, I'm feeling stuck. That's the surmise of the June 1st, 2021 letter. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's 60 days before she's found in Yellow River Park. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And those were the only three letters that you took from the home. Is that right?
Correct.
Were those the only three letters that you found there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and I say found. Did the family hand you those letters? Did the family sort of open the door and you went in the room and you did your own search? How did that? Describe that to me. How that happened?
The family told me they were located upstairs in her room on I believe it was a dresser, and they had gone up there with us, but they didn't hand them to me. They just told me where to locate them.
Okay, so the family knew that there were letters.
Correct.
Okay, did the family indicate if there had been any other letters than the letters that they were suggesting that you take with you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so no one in the family told you that there may have been more letters?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did anyone in the family indicate to you how often Tori would write to God?
No.
Did you check on Tori's social media accounts, if she had any social media accounts?
I did.
All right. Did she have an Instagram or Snapchat or both?
I believe she had both, yes.
Do you recall if you were able to look at her Snapchat account to sort of get a sense of what her mind was?
I recall looking at the social media. I don't recall specifics. Not necessarily the Snapchat because it wouldn't have held anything, but possibly the Instagram. But nothing that stood out to me.
The jury heard your telephone conversation with Austin Ford. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever have a face-to-face conversation with Austin Ford?
I did.
Did that face-to-face conversation happen after the audio conversation that the jury just heard?
Yes.
Do you recall the date of the face-to-face conversation that you had with Austin Ford?
Yes, it was on August 2nd.
Of what year, sir?
Sorry, just let me confirm. Yes, so August 2nd of 2021.
August 2nd, 2021, about 3 days after Tori was found. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're standing face-to-face with Austin, but he's not telling you that he was there during the shooting. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance to speak to Scoop?
Did not.
Okay, you know that his government name is Jerron Thompson, is that right?
Correct.
And it was your understanding that was Tori's boyfriend, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did he just flat out refuse to talk to you?
He did.
And do you recall what day it was that Jaron Thompson just said, "Listen, I'm just not talking to you"?
It would have been several days after the August 2nd. I believe the following week, I had a conversation with the defendant on the phone again, asking if he'd heard anything or if he could. I'd asked him to reach out to Scoop on my behalf, and he said that he did talk to him, and that he stated that he had nothing to say to me and was not going to be speaking to me.
At some point in time, you speak to Dr. Terry, who's doing the autopsy on Tori Lang. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And did you tell Dr. Terry that there were family and friends that might have thought Tori might have been suicidal?
I did.
Did you ever see her report in regards to the autopsy of Tori Lang?
I've seen parts of it, yes.
She included the conversation she had with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was part of her thought process in trying to reach a determination on the matter of death. That was your understanding, is that right?
Correct.
Let's talk about this geofence. You requested a geofence for two separate areas, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, one was for the portion of Yellow River Park where Tori Lang's body was found, is that right?
Correct.
And the other was for where the vehicle was burned?
Correct, in the Hidden Acres Nature Preserve.
Okay, and geofence, for the jurors that don't know it, I always analogize it to like an invisible dog fence. You make a request for an area which has four sides, like 4 points. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Yes, sir.
All right, and it only works with Google, though.
Correct.
So when they say geofence, it really means Google geofence. Is that right?
Correct.
So if you're on some other platform, Bing or something, it's not going to work. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. If I'm on Google though, and I'm in this building, will it show me as being here in the building?
It will.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Sergeant Smith.
Redirect.
Sergeant Smith, when you talked to Teresa Lang, was she upset?
Yes.
I don't want to use the term hysterical, but I mean, did you just tell her that her only daughter was found dead in Yellow River Park?
I did.
And would you describe what she was doing as reaching for why that had happened?
Yes, she wanted answers and wanted to know where we were headed with the investigation.
After the phone call, the recorded phone call with Austin, when you saw him in person on August 2nd, did you ask him if he knew anything new or had any new information for you?
I did.
Did he give you any?
He did not.
Did you speak to him again?
I'd spoken to him a few times over the phone, basically asking him the same question and then asking him to reach out to Scoop.
Did you speak with Mary Boone Perkins?
I did.
Did you ask her about her Ring camera?
I did.
Did you view the video that came from her Ring camera?
I did.
Did you talk to Austin Ford about it?
I did.
What did he have to say about the Ring camera video?
He stated that she had came over to his house and she was upset, talking about being suicidal, asking him to do it. They went down to the car, spoke there for about 10 minutes, and then he came back, which was confirmed on the Ring camera. He asked, I said, well, you left again later. What was that to? And he said that he went to go purchase marijuana. I said, well, why didn't you tell me that to begin with? And he said, because you're the police.
Well, and so the times are correct. It shows, does the Ring camera show Tori arriving?
You can't see her, right? But you see her walking up to his door, yes.
Does it very shortly after show the defendant and Tori leaving together?
It does.
Now, does the video next show the defendant arriving sometime after Tori and Austin had left together?
The first video is of her arriving and then walking away. The next video is of him coming back about 10 minutes later. I think there's a third video where he leaves again later that night, and then returns maybe an hour more after that.
Okay.
Without Tori.
And that'll be reflected on the timestamps in the
Correct.
videos. Did he tell you where he'd gone?
He had said he went to purchase marijuana.
That's all the questions I have.
We recross.
Very briefly, Judge. The video, the ring camera video that you observed, that showed Tori Lang wearing the same clothes as she was located in at Yellow River Park, did it not?
It did.
Okay, and in her hysteria, as the prosecutor didn't want to phrase it, Teresa Lang reached for suicide, not who killed my baby when you spoke to her. Isn't that right?
I believe we discussed both, but suicide was the first thing we talked about.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Judge.
Any further direct?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Sergeant Smith, take your personal belongings. You can be excused. Watch your step coming down. All right, is this a good time for the lunch recess?
Very good time, Your Honor.
All right, you let the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, we are going to take a pause for our lunch recess. I remind you, as I have done throughout the trial, to remember your precautionary instructions during the break. Leave your notepads and pens in the chair. Take your personal belongings. We will resume at 1 o'clock. Can I have you just grab that exhibit and just put it over here for me with the others? Thank you so much. Yeah, that'd be great. Yes, that's fine. All right, anything we need to take up from the state before the lunch recess?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock, please, 1 o'clock. And I may have to come right back in a couple of minutes for the grand jury indictments. They said around noon. Let's bring out Mr. Ford. Okay, not yet.
I gotta sleep on that.
All right, is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right, with everybody being present in the courtroom, let's bring in the jury, please, and resume. All right, call your next witness, please.
Angela Carter. Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Detective Angela Carter.
Detective Carter, can you just push those microphones together so that they're in front of you? Thank you.
Yes.
How are you employed?
Gwinnett County Police Homicide Unit.
And are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
What knowledge, training, experience do you have that allows you to be assigned to Gwinnett County's homicide unit?
I began my career with Gwinnett County in 2016. I went through the county's police academy, which includes some advanced courses such as crime scene investigation and such. I then became a special victims unit detective in March of 2020, where I began learning how to investigate cases and such, looking at certain details that you might not look at on the road, which I did prior to becoming a detective and after graduating the academy. I then went to robbery for a couple months, and then I went to homicide, where I attended homicide school, where they give you a bunch of different classes. I also have been to cell phone forensic classes, and I think up to this point, I mean, I haven't been lead on, but we all work together. I've worked on hundreds of homicide scenes.
And did you have an involvement in the death of Miss Tori Lang?
I did.
What was your role in that investigation, and when did it begin?
I became the lead detective on the case in September of 2021.
And what is the role of a lead detective in a homicide case?
You look at the case in its entirety. You look at all the details. You look at statements made by other experts. You discuss the case with your colleagues, look at different possibilities, and try to look at all angles involved in the case.
And how did the assignment of this case come to you?
Detective Smith, who is now Sergeant Smith, got promoted to the rank of sergeant and transferred out of the unit. I was previously working with him, because we work with, like I said, we all work together on cases. I was familiar with the case and knew the details prior to him leaving. So when he transferred out, I asked for the case to be assigned to me.
And was it so assigned?
It was.
What was the first thing you did when the case was assigned to you?
Reviewed all the evidence that Detective Smith had collected in his case.
Did you read any reports he generated, listen to any audio?
I did.
And what was the first step you took after you took in all this information?
I wanted to, well, first I spoke with the family just to see if anything else came up, as well as other witnesses and other parties involved in the case, and attempted to reach out to Austin Ford multiple times until I was able to reach him.
How did you first reach Austin Ford?
By telephone. I believe the date was October 25th, so it was about a month after I took over the case.
Did you have a meaningful conversation the first time you talked to him on the phone?
Yes, I believe so. It was about an hour long.
Did you record that conversation?
I did.
How did you record that conversation?
We have audio recorders that are connected through our phones.
What was the substance of the conversation that you had with Austin Ford?
I went through the details that he had previously provided to Detective Smith just to re-verify certain things and ask additional questions.
And what was, I guess, how did he respond?
He was, he was receptive to them. He answered them, the ones that he said he could remember. There was a lot of questions he said he couldn't remember the details to. He then said he also provided some contradicting statements that he previously provided to Detective Smith, in particular in regards to the wallet, the details of a wallet that were discussed with Detective Smith. He also explained to me that when asked if I could contact him again if I had additional questions, he said yes, but said that he had a lot going on and may not answer the phone.
Did he discuss with you how he, how he characterized Tori's behavior the day of her death?
He described her behavior as odd. He said he was attempting to find her and locate her multiple times throughout the day because she had his wallet from them hanging out the night before. I believe the date was the 26th when they were hanging out, and he left his wallet in her car. He said he was attempting to get in contact with her, but discovered that she did not actually have her phone on her. And he said when she showed up to his apartment, the first time she was acting weird and just asked for some marijuana. So he took her into the bedroom, or his bedroom. His girlfriend was there with him. His girlfriend remained outside of the bedroom. Tori went in his bedroom. He gave her, I believe, 2 grams of marijuana. And she left. He says she was weird. He just wanted to make sure she was okay. And then she returned about 3 hours later at 10 p.m., and he said he wasn't expecting her. He said when she came, again, she was still acting weird. They walked down to the car, and she said that she wanted him to kill her. He said that she took his money and was going to pay somebody to kill her after he denied to do so. He said that he then hugged her, and she got in her car, and he told her just to go home, and she left, and then he went back upstairs.
And this was on the night Tori was shot?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else about his whereabouts that night?
He said, because I did question him about details that were given to Detective Smith, he said that he also went to buy marijuana that night. He previously told Detective Smith after Tori left the apartment that he didn't leave the apartment anymore. There were Ring videos that were captured that when he was questioned about it, he said, okay, I did leave to go buy marijuana. But obviously he didn't want to tell the police that. He then said, I asked him again, did you leave before you went to go buy the marijuana? He said no, and didn't leave any other times other than to get the marijuana. And I believe he said he went to buy the marijuana near a BP gas station. It was right up the road from his house.
As after this interview, and we'll come back to the recording of that interview, but after this interview, what were the next investigative steps that you took?
When you're working an investigation like this, timelines are really, really important. And because he couldn't specifically remember certain details of the case, like the times he went to Tori's house, people he communicated with, because he didn't have a vehicle. I asked him, like, do you have access to a vehicle? How did you travel back and forth to Tori's house? He said the first person was his plug. One person was this a mutual friend of theirs named Jaheem, and then he couldn't remember the other person. So my next step was to get his phone records to see who he communicated with at that time, and also to get the cell phone towers that he may have been pinging off of to get a better idea of the timeline that day.
And what can you tell from a person's phone records? What can you tell from a person's phone records?
So phone records it's dependent on whether you have an iPhone or Android. In this case, he had an Android phone. What you can see is text messages that are sent, people who've contacted them, calls, incoming, outgoing calls, towers that their phone is hitting on when that activity is taking place. And additionally, with that tower, you're provided an azimuth, like a directionality that the phone is in when that activity takes place. You can see the duration of the calls. If you get the phone records in time, you can also get more accurate locations. On this case, we didn't get them in time, so that data is usually gone. I think with T-Mobile is who he had. That's usually gone within the first 30 days.
How do you obtain phone records from T-Mobile or any other cell phone company?
You obtain a search warrant through a superior court judge, and then it's sent to T-Mobile, and then T-Mobile sends the records to you.
And did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's phone records?
I did.
Did T-Mobile respond to your search warrant?
They did.
What's the form of that response?
Like the file?
What does T-Mobile send you?
They send me an Excel file with all of the details that I previously mentioned.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 68 and 69. What is States Exhibit 68?
That's a copy of my search warrant.
Feel free to flip through it.
Yes.
Make sure.
It says duplicate at the top, so it's not the original. And it has my signature as well as Judge Warren Davis's signature on it.
And is Warren Davis a judge of the Superior Courts in Gwinnett County, Georgia?
He is.
Did he sign that search warrant?
He did.
Is that a true and accurate copy of that search warrant?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would tender State 68 a copy of a search warrant for the cell phone records of Austin Ford.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 68 is admitted without objection.
Now, obviously, it's difficult to produce an Excel file. Does T-Mobile provide anything else with the Excel file to authenticate the data that you receive?
Yes, they send a letter of authentication just confirming that they sent the records.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 69.
That is the authentication record that was sent from T-Mobile, and it was sent from someone associated with the company named Amy Napier.
Your Honor, the State is this a true and accurate copy of the letter you received from T-Mobile?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the State would tender State's Exhibit 69.
No objection. Thank you, Judge.
69 is admitted without objection.
And did you analyze the data that you received from T-Mobile?
I did.
What did it tell you?
The first thing that caught my attention on the records was, again, I previously reviewed evidence that was collected by Detective Smith and the timeline that he had developed based on like the Ring camera. Tori came to Austin's apartment on the timestamps that we have from the Ring cameras between, I believe, I can't recall the times, but I do recall the times that he left the apartment. He said that he left the apartment only once after Tori left to go buy the marijuana, and that was at 12:39 a.m. He didn't return on the Ring camera until 1:41 a.m. When I was reviewing his phone records, there was a ping on Rockbridge Road, which is near his house, at a tower hitting on Rockbridge Road at 11:44 p.m., which is before that time frame, that the azimuth was indicating he was not at home. So the azimuth was pointing away from his apartment. So that indicates that Austin's phone was not at home. So that first caught my attention.
What else about his phone records was of note to you?
So Tori was located on July 28th. On the 27th, the night of the 27th is when they had that conversation about her wanting to commit suicide and then him leaving, or then her leaving to go home. She wasn't identified until July 29th because initially we didn't know who she was. So there had to be a media release, and then the family contacted police on the 29th. There was no contact or attempts to contact in his phone records to Tori or her family on the 28th.
And on the 28th, based on what you learned from Detective Smith's investigation, Tori Lang would have been in the park in Yellow River, deceased.
Yes.
The only way, or the only people who knew that at 6:30 the morning of the 28th were Theodore Young, his wife, and the Gwinnett County Police Department.
Yes.
Between the time she's seen leaving, well, let me ask you this. Did you also view ring cam video that was obtained by Detective Smith?
I did. And I misspoke earlier. So there was one call to Tori's mom, and it was very early morning of the 28th. I believe it was like 1:46 a.m. And that was one of the only calls.
Could you tell whether or not it was answered?
Yes, it was. Well, the first one wasn't, and then the second one was.
So the only people who would have known Tori's whereabouts between the time she left the defendant's apartment on the ring camera video and 6:30 a.m. would have been in the park. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So after discovering this information about Austin's cell phone records, what was your next step?
I spoke with him again and obtained his Gmail account, and I then did a search warrant for his Gmail activity because Gmail often provides more accurate locations, because while they do feed off of towers, like when there's a call, they will record that data, but they're also constantly communicating with Wi-Fi signals that are surrounding your phone. It's associated with an advertisement ID. A common example that people will recognize, like if you're near a certain location, like Publix or something like that, you'll get an ad that pops up on your phone. That's like will be an advertisement for it, and it's like, I didn't even look that up, but it's reading the Wi-Fi signals that are around you.
So if you're near Publix, suddenly your phone may pop up with an ad for bleach.
Yes.
That is sold at Publix.
Yes.
How do you obtain Gmail records from Google?
You get a Superior Court search warrant and submit it to Google.
Did you do that?
I did.
And did Google send you a return?
They did.
I'm going to show you what are marked as States Exhibit 66 and 67. I'm going to show you out of order. I'll first show you States Exhibit 67. What is that?
That is my search warrant to Google for Austin's Gmail, which is Ford Austin 4020. It is a duplicate copy. And and it is signed by me and Judge Warren Davis on the 28th of January.
Is that true and accurate copy of your search warrant for Austin Ford's Google records signed by Judge Warren Davis?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, stay with tender State's Exhibit number 67.
No objection, Judge.
67 is admitted without objection.
What form does Google's response take to you?
They send it in multiple different files. Some of them are internet files that you open through, like you click on a link and it'll open a web page. They also send Excel files in regards to like locations, other data that they provide, such as their prediction of what method of travel that a phone is traveling within a time frame is through like a notes application, and other like PDF files. It gives you a bunch of different stuff, and I believe that it does vary based on the files that are used, like the notes file. I believe that varies based on the computer that you're using it on, like if it's a Microsoft or a MacBook. But on my computer, that's how it opens.
Like T-Mobile, is the data that's sent to you digital?
Yes, it is.
And how do they verify that this is actually the data that pertains to the Gmail account that you've asked for?
Similar to T-Mobile, they also send a letter of authentication.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 66. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the authentication letter for the search warrant previously submitted.
Make sure you look at the whole thing. Is that Google's response, including what looks like machine language on the subsequent pages?
Yeah, that's a summary of the files that are submitted or that are sent to me.
And is that a true and accurate copy of what you described?
Yes, it looks like it has all the files that are listed and what are provided.
Your Honor, stay with tender State's Exhibit 66.
No objection. Thank you, Judge.
66 is admitted without objection.
And did you analyze this data?
I did.
What did you find as a result of your analysis?
So, as I mentioned earlier, Google often provides more accurate locations. And the first ring camera where Tori, that I couldn't recall earlier, I remember it now, where Tori is arriving at Austin Ford's apartment was at 10:37 p.m. That's Tori walking up the stairs alone. And then at 10:40 p.m., Austin and Tori are walking downstairs. I then, while looking at the records with that timeline in mind, I observed a ping location at the corner of North Deshawn Road and Annistown Road, which, if you make one right turn from that location, leads you to Juhan Road, which is the route you would take to get to Yellow River Park. This is approximately 25 minutes after Tori and Austin are seen walking downstairs together. Austin originally told us he went back upstairs and didn't go with Tori. But based on this distance, it was too far to have traveled on foot, and it also, his phone wouldn't have pinged there if he was back upstairs in his apartment.
Was that the only thing what else did you learn from the Google records?
It also, Google predicted that he was traveling in a vehicle. If the phone, based on the T-Mobile records and the Gmail records, appeared to have stopped after that, there were no more pings or any activity after that. The next activity didn't occur until 11:44 p.m. when it captures him traveling on Rockbridge Road, going back to his house.
And was he traveling at a speed at which he could have walked?
He's traveling at a speed that's consistent with him being in a vehicle.
What's the difference? How is that determined?
The distance that he's traveling at the time that it takes to travel that distance.
Is that so are you able to calculate, if you know the distance between 2 points and the times at which someone is there at each point, are you able to calculate the approximate average speed it took them to travel from point A to point B?
Yes.
And for the 2 points you spoke of, were you able to calculate a speed that was faster than one could possibly walk?
Yes, Google also calculated it for me as well.
Was that the only thing the last thing that you learned from the Google records?
I also saw some search history from July 26th because Google also tracks that as well and provides your search history. On the 26th, at around the time that Tori and Austin were together, he was researching types of guns he could get for, I believe, about $300, $350. He was Googling different types of guns and such.
Now, with all the data that you got from the phone records and the Google records, were you able to generate visuals that will help the jury understand everything that you've just said?
I did.
And did you generate visuals to that effect?
Yes, I did.
Would those visuals assist you in explaining your testimony to this jury?
They would.
Your Honor, there is a PowerPoint created by Detective Carter that I've previously shared that I will, it's not been marked as an exhibit, but I would ask the court allow me to publish at this time so that Detective Carter can better explain her testimony.
Well, if it's going to be published to the jury, it has to be marked as an exhibit. And is there any objection from the defense?
No.
Okay. So how are we identifying it, please?
I will identify it as State's Exhibit 71.
You're intentionally skipping 70?
I am not skipping 70, Your Honor. I haven't presented Exhibit 70 yet.
Okay, by skipping, I mean you haven't identified it to the court.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is it on a thumb drive or a disk?
It is not yet, Your Honor. It will be as soon as I get a blank thumb drive. I provided it to counsel digitally.
Okay, so are you going to move on until you're ready to publish that?
I will, Your Honor. So, having all of that information, what was your next step?
I needed to follow up with Austin and talk to him about this information.
Were you able to do that?
I was when he was locked up in Clayton County on unrelated charges. I did attempt to make contact with him prior to that.
But you located him in the Clayton County Jail?
I did.
Did those charges have anything to do with this death?
They did not.
Did you inform him, being that he was in custody, did you inform him of his rights?
I did.
Did he appear to understand his rights?
Yes.
Did he have any questions about his rights?
No, he did not.
During the time that you spoke to him, did he ask for an attorney?
He did not.
Did he ask for a counselor of any kind?
He did not.
Did he ask for a priest?
He did not.
Did he ask for his mother?
Did he ask for his what? I'm sorry?
Mother.
No, he did not.
Did you promise him anything in order to get him to talk to you?
Just not to talk to me. I just promised him during the interview that I would look at all the details in the case.
And is it in fact your job to look at all the details in the case?
It is.
Did you give him any hope of benefit?
No.
Did you threaten him?
I did not.
Did you use any force against him?
I did not.
Did you tell him that force would be used against him if he did not talk to you?
I did not.
Did you even suggest that his stay in Clayton County would be made worse if he chose not to talk to you?
I did not.
Even if you had, did you have the authority to make his stay there worse?
No, I did not.
Was that interview recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
My department issued body camera through audio and visual recording.
Do you know how to operate your body camera?
I do. We've been trained on how to use them extensively.
Was it working correctly that day?
It was.
Have you, well, let's start with the substance of that interview. What did you ask Austin that time you spoke with him?
I asked him to reiterate the details that we had previously discussed, just to make sure I was clear on everything and to make sure he didn't recall anything that I may have missed. I then advised him and informed him of the information that I'd received and what I'd discovered. Austin then said that...
Your objection would be to?
I'm going to object to the testimony in order to preserve the record pursuant to the motion that was filed before the trial.
All right, thank you. The court has previously made a ruling regarding the testimony, and your objection is noted for the record.
Yes, Judge.
Again, you informed Mr. Ford of the information that you had and asked him to reiterate the details. Where was your answer going after that?
So after being presented with the evidence from his phone records and from Google, Austin confirmed that he did not tell the truth before. He said that he did get in the car with Tori and travel to Yellow River Park. When asked why he turned his phone off, he said that he was scared. He said he didn't know where they were going because Tori was driving the vehicle. And when asked how he knew to turn his phone off, if he didn't know where he was going, he said he didn't know, he was just scared. He said when they got to the park, him and Tori parked her vehicle in the normal parking area. It's a gravel parking lot. They then began to walk to the area where she was later located. He said that Tori had the gun in her hand and kept saying that she didn't want to be here anymore. She didn't want to do this anymore. He said that he then reached and got the gun away from Tori and sat it on the ground. He said that he tried to go in to give her a hug. She pushed him away, reached to the ground, picked it up, put the gun to her head, shot herself, and fell to the ground. He said while they were driving to Yellow River Park, he said Tori instructed him to take the gun and also to sell the gun. He gave two different accounts of that. He then says she instructed him to take her vehicle and park it in an area off Rockbridge Road. So after she shot herself, he said he ran around in circles briefly because he was freaking out. He then picked up the gun and left the scene in her vehicle and parked it in the area that she indicated off Rockbridge Road. He said he then took the gun and threw it in a lake or a pond that's located on private property down the street from his apartment complex. He then, when asked why he didn't contact police or try to seek medical attention or tell anyone about this incident, Austin said it was because Tori was light-skinned and he was dark-skinned.
Did he tell you when he disposed of the firearm?
I believe he said that night. I can't recall the exact time frame, though.
But was there any indication that it was anything other than immediately afterwards?
No, nothing that I can recall.
Did he tell you that he kept it for 3 months and then disposed of it?
No, he didn't say that.
Did he, I guess, expand on the belief that Tori's being light-skinned and him being dark-skinned would be a reason to be scared?
He said, I believe his words were, well, you know how society is, you know how society looks at black men, something to that effect.
Was that where your interview terminated?
Prior to, yeah, that's around the time as we were leaving. He said, he kept asking, is he going to get in trouble for this? And said that he didn't want to go to jail. He wanted to be able to raise his son, which was actually his girlfriend's, at the time, son.
And as a result of now all the information that you had, what was your next step in this investigation?
I reviewed the evidence that was presented by the medical examiner's office again. I also discussed the other details at length with my colleagues. Some of them have decades of experience, so they have a lot more knowledge than I do. I also then presented the entire case to the Gwinnett County the Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office and to seek their opinion on the case. And after presenting everything to them, it was determined that we would charge Austin with aggravated assault and felony murder.
Did you consider other charges when you made this charging decision?
Concealing the death of another, I believe. There was discussion of other charges, like possibly involuntary manslaughter, as well as tampering with evidence.
Does Georgia have a statute that pertains to assisted suicide?
I believe it's discussed in the code section under murder. It's still considered a murder. It's not legal to assist someone with a suicide. Or it's not legal, yeah. It's not legal to assist someone with a suicide.
To show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 70. What is State's Exhibit 70?
This 70 is this is the copy of my interview and phone call.
So there is, contained on this is States 70A and B, the audio recorded phone call that Detective Carter spoke of, and B is the video recorded interview that she spoke of. Have you reviewed the files on this thumb drive?
I have.
Is each one a true and accurate copy of what it purports to be, and has anything been added to, deleted, taken away from either 70A or 70B?
No.
Your Honor, the State would tender State's Exhibit 70, the thumb drive, and 70A and 70B, the audio phone call and video interview.
Which one is A and which one is B?
Audio call is A, the video is B.
Mr. Lewis.
I don't have any
Lawrence
objection.
Lewis.
I don't have any objection to A, which is the audio call. The objection that I would have to B would be the objection pursuant to the motion. Thank you, Judge.
All right, and so 70 in its entirety is admitted, and the court notes its prior ruling and Mr. Lawrence Lewis's objection as to 70B. It's admitted.
And Your Honor, the State has copied Detective Carter's PowerPoint presentation onto a thumb drive. It is the same information that was presented digitally to Mr. Lewis, and that will be labeled State's Exhibit 71, and the State seeks to admit it for demonstrative purposes.
I think I didn't already. I think I already did not object, but I don't have any objection to it. I'll put some things on the record during the break, Judge, but I don't have any objection to it.
All right, 71 is admitted.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to publish State's 70A.
I'll give a preliminary instruction, a limiting instruction before you publish. And A is just audio, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording of a conversation purportedly between Detective Carter and the defendant. As you hear the audio recording, you may hear the officer make certain statements to the defendant. I caution you that the declarations or statements of the officers are not evidence, and you should not consider such statements as evidence unless those statements are proven to you by other competent evidence. You may publish.
Hoping we could schedule a time to meet. I just have some questions. Like I said, I took over the case because Detective Smith got promoted.
I mean, I don't know where it can meet because I'm like working and I'm in the terms of like moving and stuff. So I'm like working and stuff. I don't know when I can meet you.
Okay, I can come down there if you want.
I mean, can we talk? We can't talk on the phone.
Yeah, I can, but I just had I have like pictures and stuff. I was just gonna go through like her Instagram and stuff.
Oh, okay. I mean, all right. I mean, you come.
We can have a brief conversation over the phone though, if you would like to, and then meet up later. So, tell me about like your guys' relationship.
But me and Tori relationship, we had met in like middle school. We was talking or whatever. Not middle school. It was like 9th grade, and we was talking, and we just hit it off from there. We're just always cool. We was always around each other. We was always smoking with each other. Going places and just doing things, just friends. And like we always like we go through things and we just talk. We see like she was my emotional my emotional friend. She always be able to help me out with my emotions and her emotions. We just talk to each other and stuff. And so like I knew she had problems and stuff like that at home and stuff like that. So like I tried to help her by just talking to her every day and telling her good things to do and stuff like that. But she was she's really sad. She really had some problems.
What kind of problems did she have?
Like from at home, she was depressed. Like she was very depressed with her mom being at home and situations like money situations and just just life.
With her mom.
Her mom, how her mom would just go head to head. You just bump heads and you just don't come out of agreement. She'll move out. She don't want to stay with her mom and stuff like that. She'll find somewhere to stay. And
what kind of
her mom
does she have with her mom?
Let me see what thing. Okay, so one time she just she didn't want to drive her car. So her mom was telling her she didn't want her to drive and stuff, but she needed money and stuff. So Tori was upset that if she got to take Ubers and stuff to get to work and stuff like that, she's not gonna have no money because she's spending money on Ubers and she's not gonna be able to make no money and stuff. So, but her mom keep insisting that she don't need to drive the car and the insurance and stuff like that, and she just really frustrated from that. So
you said her mom didn't want her driving the car.
I'm still that was the last thing. That was the last thing that happened.
The last thing that happened?
Yeah, before she disappeared and stuff, ran away.
Oh, you said so. Did she tell you that?
Yeah, because she was having problems with her face. She was in the hospital and stuff. We was talking when she was in the hospital and stuff, and her mom was saying she couldn't drive the car and stuff.
So her mom told her she can't drive in the hospital?
No, I'm saying she was in the hospital and she had problems going on her face and stuff. Her mom, before that, her mom was telling her she couldn't drive the car and stuff like that. So we was talking, and when she got out the hospital, we were still talking about it. And she was mad upset about that and stuff.
Okay.
And other things.
Like what?
I'm trying to think. They always be arguing about something. Her mom and her dad be arguing about something, and then her dad come in her room and just, just talking to him like he be drunk or something like that, and she just, just going through stuff like that, and she didn't want to be at that house. She always told me she did not want to be with her mom, and that was she used to stay. She used to have a roommate. She found another house and had a roommate, but the roommate had kicked her out and stuff. And then she went with her grandmother. And she stayed with her grandmother and stuff, and her mom begged her to come back. And she didn't want to go back because her mom just kept begging her to come back.
Okay. So what other problems was she having?
She just mostly having money problems. And not her boyfriend, she just had problems if he was cheating on her or did he really care and stuff like that, and just money problems.
You said her boyfriend? What's his name?
Scoop.
Scoop?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said they were having issues and she was worried about him cheating on her?
Yeah, cheating on her if he cared about her and stuff like that.
Why would she say that?
Because she sometimes say you're not showing her affection, or he just not picking up the phone and he's somewhere else, or regular things.
Were they having issues prior to her passing?
They was good actually. They was when they was around each other, so she didn't tell me anything. They was not good, but she just said regular things she just don't know if he's loyal and stuff like that. It's no problems, but she just saying good things, but just I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he was like.
Now, I'm pausing it at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. We're almost 6 minutes into this interview. Like, at the time that you made this phone call, did you suspect that Austin Ford had been at the scene of the homicide?
I definitely had questions in regards to some of the details that I observed in the ring video footage. But I don't believe I had his phone records and stuff at the time. I can't recall exactly. No, I didn't actually, because this call, I believe, took place on October 25th, and I didn't have his phone records back yet.
So essentially, there were some inconsistencies in his story, and you were trying to hash those out.
Yes.
Did you know at that moment where exactly it would lead?
No.
Is that why almost 6 minutes in, and admittedly this is close to an hour of audio, but is this why you haven't asked him anything about the scene, about positioning or anything like that?
Correct.
I think it was very good times.
So they were like actually official, like they were in a relationship for real.
Yeah, he was on Tori every day and stuff, like, cause me and Tori are real friends. So like when I asked her like can you come like chill with me today, and she'd be like, nah, I'm gonna be with him, like stuff like that. So yeah, these are real official. Like she ain't really not like, you know, if I ask her to come, she'll come.
Where
she
are you?
Like she'll go. Oh, I only been to his house one time. I think he's staying Conyers or something.
Mm-hmm. Does he come over there though?
Sometimes he's like, well, I don't even see him. Only time I see him is when he see me. Cause like I don't see him. Like every time I see him, like it's when he see me 1st.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever see him. I'll be at a gas station or something, or like, I don't see him like that. Only time when he see me, that's when I see him.
Got you.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like he just be popping up.
Mm-hmm. So you and Tori used to always hang out. People would just say like you guys were always riding around. Did you have a car?
No, I don't have a car.
Okay. Do you have one now?
Yeah, me and my girl just bought one.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, what? Were you working or anything?
Yeah, I was working on my construction job. Yeah.
When did you start the construction job?
Before
or after she passed?
It's after she passed.
Oh, okay. But before she passed?
But I had like before she passed, I had the same job, but I had stopped working. Then I just got it back.
Oh, okay. When did you stop working?
I don't really know. I was thinking like 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Okay, so you stopped working for like a month before she passed?
Yeah. I started working not a month before she passed, like 2 months before she passed.
Okay.
3 months? I don't even know.
Okay. Did Tori tell you how she met Scoop?
I was there when she met Scoop because you know how he pop up, he seen me.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I was in the car with Tori, and Scoop was talking to me, and then he was like, oh, your friend cute or whatever, like, you like your girlfriend or whatever. Like, nah, it's just my friend or whatever, and then they just start talking there.
Oh, so she met Scoop through you?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you meet him?
And I just see him around and stuff, you know, like, yeah, weed and stuff. So I just be like buying weed from him sometimes. And just, yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know,
I don't care about weed. You could literally tell me he robs people on a regular. I don't care. My only focus right now is Tori.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, but
so you met him because he used to sell weed to you.
Mm-hmm. And you just start seeing him around a lot more. You start popping up. I'm just talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see me at the store, and you know, you start talking. You come up to me and talk to me. And then you start talking to Tori.
Did Scoop know Marquez's boyfriend? People are telling me that Marquez's boyfriend knows Scoop, and that's how that Tori met him.
Oh, well, yeah, they do know each other.
Oh, they just love each other?
They know each other. They know each other.
Mm-hmm.
So, what it was like, okay, Tori already knew, like, Scoop's people. Like she already knew his people, but she just didn't know Scoop. So when Scoop, like when he came together, like he was like realizing that they knew the same people already, but he just didn't know each other. So they already knew each other.
So do you know Marquese's boyfriend's name?
Oh, no, I know, like, cause she always talk about Marquese's boyfriend. Like I just know Marquese's boyfriend. I don't know his name. Yeah.
Do you know Marquese like that?
No, I only chilled her like 2 times, and she bunked around, and we wasn't really, like, we didn't talk like that. Like, we didn't really, like, we didn't hit it off. Like, we wasn't close.
Okay. But Marquese and Tori were close, right?
Yeah, they was close since he was little.
So it's so crazy to me, because when I talked to Marquese says something about, like, her and Scoop weren't even really together like that.
See, that's what I'm saying, like, you know, when I'm, like, Tori was saying, like, she don't know if he's loyal to her and stuff like that. Like, she was, like, I feel like she was in it for real. Like, she was in a relationship for real, but he was still doing what he wanted to do.
Yeah. Basically, with her. You think he was using her?
Yeah, for rides and, yeah.
His dad says something about Tori mentioned, or someone told him that Tori was riding around, or that Scoop was riding around, like, robbing people in, like, a blue car, and he was suspecting it to be Tori's car. Did she ever tell you anything about that? And like I said, I'm not worried about, like, them robbing people or anything. I'm trying to find connections places. You know what I mean?
I don't know anything about that. I'm saying, like, if Scoop ever did anything or whatever, if D ever did anything, like, she wouldn't tell me. Like, she'd just keep it to herself. Like, I don't know. The only thing, like, she'll tell me, like she'll, like, do drugs and stuff, and I'll tell her, like, I'm telling her, like, don't do that. Like, you know the right thing to do. Like, don't just be taking the drugs like you don't know what it is, and you don't, like, so she wouldn't tell me, like, if he did anything like that.
So what kind of drugs were they using? I know she smoked weed, but was there something else?
Yeah. It was perks and beans and Zans.
Okay, so she was just popping pills with him?
Yeah, because, like, in the beginning, when they were just talking, like, he was just, you know, like, they trying to be cute and stuff, and he just put stuff in her mouth and stuff, like, that was she tell me. So I was like, you don't do that. Like, you don't know. Like, everybody take drugs differently. Like, everybody's body take it different. You don't know what I can do to you. Like, it do something different to him, but you don't know to you. So, like, I was telling, like, I was really telling, like, y'all don't know if you should be with him. But, like, she won't tell me certain things because I'm not going to want her to be with him. I'm going to keep telling her, you know, there's not a good relationship for you.
And what would she say?
She just make excuses like, oh, I love him. He's like, he's a good, like, he look out for me when I need money, and, you know, just make excuses to make it seem good.
Yeah.
So there was a statement that the defendant...
Where are you pausing, please?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Paused at 12 minutes and 55 seconds. There is a statement made by the defendant that Tori was just taking pills, Percocets, and what he called beans.
Yes.
Now that you've concluded this investigation, did you have access to the medical examiner's report?
I did.
Did you have access to the reports that were generated from testing at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
I did.
In any of those reports, was there any evidence found of Tori having any non-prescription drugs or drugs that were not prescribed her in her system?
No.
So she wouldn't tell me, like, you know, anything bad, so, like, you know, for me to say, oh, no, you can't, you know.
Got you. When did your girlfriend move in?
My girlfriend moved in about 4 months ago.
Okay. So I was reviewing Detective Smith's notes about the night before she passed, or like the night where she came to your house.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so when she came, like, because me and my girlfriend was going to go outside and smoke. And actually, hold on, let me think. Because I remember I was looking for my wallet, and I went to her house and stuff. I couldn't find her, and I was looking for her. I still can't find her. And I had, like, me and my girlfriend, like, when I came home, me and my girlfriend was finna go outside and smoke in front of my door. And when I opened the door, Tori was just standing there. Like, she was looking weird.
Yeah.
So I cursed her out. I was like, what's wrong with you? Like, everybody looking for you. Like, where are you? Like, where are you right now? Like, why are you not trying to be found? Like, where are you? And she just saying, I'm okay, I'm good, I just need some weed. Like, okay. So I told my girlfriend go outside. I brought Tori inside so I could talk to her, like, privately, like, to make sure she's okay. Like, what's wrong? Like, what's going on? Because I could tell, like,
You just
something's wrong with
outside?
you. Because I need to talk. Because Tori been my friend for.
I know that had to be crazy.
No, my girlfriend already know about, like, Tori, like, because me and my girlfriend were just talking and stuff, like, I'll be on the phone with my girlfriend, I'll be with Tori in the same time, and we all just be talking, like, not all, but I'll be talking to Tori, and I'll still be talking to my girlfriend at the same time.
That's cool. So you told your girlfriend to go outside?
Yeah, like, give me a second so I can talk to her real quick. And probably because my girlfriend seemed like she looked at weird, like something was on her mind.
Yeah. And so what happened then?
When I went in my room, I was talking to her, like, wait, so where are you? Like, what, like, go ahead and tell me something, like, what's going on? And she's like, I'm good, I'm okay, like, I'm good. I'm just taking a break from everybody. I'm just trying to, like, I'm all right, I'm cool. So, all right. So I just gave her some weed, and I went outside to talk to my girlfriend.
When you say outside, do you mean like outside the apartment, or in the, like, was your girlfriend in the living room and you and Tori were in your bedroom, or you mean outside?
Oh. Like outside. My girlfriend was outside.
Okay.
And me and Tori inside my house.
Okay. And then you and Tori was in your bedroom talking?
Yeah, and I gave her some weed, and she left. And I was talking to my girlfriend, I'm like, I'm worried about my friend. I don't know what's going on. Or,
how much weed did you give her?
I gave her, like, enough for, like, 2 blunts so she can, chill and relax.
Yeah, just help her clear her mind.
Yeah.
Okay. When you guys usually smoke, when you say outside your door, when you come out of your apartment, you take a left or a right?
Right, me and my girlfriend right there, right down the right side.
Okay, so you take a right, and there's 2 sides up to your apartment, right?
Yeah.
So you're talking about the stairs closest to your door?
Yeah.
Okay. So your girlfriend sat out there on the right, and then
I came outside and we talked for a minute, and she left, and I sat right down the right and smoked my girlfriend and talked to her what we was just talking about.
So when Tori left, did you leave with her at all?
No.
You said you didn't leave with her? Okay. So when she left, did she just walked out of your apartment, or did you go downstairs to her car with her or anything?
The second time she came back, I walked down the stairs with her.
You said the second time she came back?
Yeah, she came twice. She came the first time and came back when she got done smoking weed and stuff.
Oh, okay. So around what time did she come the first time?
I don't know. It's still daylight. Like, not daylight. It was still light outside.
Okay. But was it was this before or after you went to her house trying to get your wallet?
It was, I don't remember, because I went to her house 3 times. I'm sorry. I went to her house.
No, you're fine. Take your time. I know it's been a few months. It's okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to get a good timeline. Sorry I'm asking so many questions. I just want to, I'm trying to work your friend's case, I really want to get her family some answers.
I know.
So it is paused at 17 minutes and 45 seconds. I mean, it seems from the questions that you're asking questions based on the Ring video that you've seen. Is that the case?
Yes.
And when you ask him about did he leave with her, what was his response?
He said he did not leave with her.
Did there seem to be a change in his tone when he was giving that response?
It does appear that his tone drops a little bit because I had to clarify what he said because I couldn't hear him.
And I guess after you started down that line, did he actually clarify what the answer was?
Yes, he did. He said he did not leave with her.
first time I went to the house, that was when I just woke up. I went to the house, and then I went to the house again before she came, and then when she came, after she left, when she came, I went to the house again.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So you said you went to her house when you woke up?
Mm-hmm.
And had you spoken to her at all that day yet?
No, I was calling her, I was texting her.
Okay, so you went to her house and she didn't answer, or did you talk to her there?
I talked to her dad. I talked to her dad the second time I went.
Mm-hmm. So the first time you went, what happened?
Like, nobody answered the door, nobody was there. And then, I waited a couple hours, 2 hours or something, or 3, and I had to find another ride to take me over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was over there, knocked on the door and stuff, and her dad just pulled up.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her dad, and I was like, where's Tori at and stuff like that. And he was like, her mom has her phone, because the phone plan something or something.
Okay.
And I'm like, she said Tori should be back, she be back soon or something. And I just found that weird because the other day, not the other day, but me and Tori, a couple of days when me and Tori was talking, she told me one day she told me she's not gonna have her phone because her mom's staying for the phone plan or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She told me that already before.
Okay. So then Dad said that she had her phone, and then what?
Her mom had the phone, so I came back home, and that's when she came back the second time.
So she came to your house before that?
Yeah, she came back. I went to her house when I woke up, went to her house again when I found the ride. That's when she came to the house after the second time, and she left, and then I went back to the house after she left the first time, and she came back the second time.
Okay, so the first time she came to your house, it was light outside?
Yes, and that's when I gave her the weed, and then when she came back the second time, it was dark.
Okay, so the first time you went over there, what were you going over there for?
My wallet. I left my wallet in her car.
Oh, okay. Where did you guys go when you left it in the car?
I think it was just in my neighborhood.
In your neighborhood?
Just smoking. Yeah, just smoking.
Oh, okay.
In the car.
Mm-hmm. So you went to her house, knocked on the door, she didn't answer, and then you went back home, and then a couple hours later you went to her house, and then that's when you saw her dad, and it was still light outside, and that's when he told you that Tori was gone, but her mom had the phone because they were switching the phone plans. Yeah. And then you went home, and that's when Tori showed up. And she went in your room, and she said she was just taking a break from everybody, and you gave her some weed to smoke. Your girlfriend sat outside while that happened, and then she left. How long was she gone?
I don't know. I don't know how long she was gone, but I left, went back to the house, and I took a picture of the door and sent it to her. I don't know how long she was gone. I sent it to her.
And sent it to her? Why?
Because I was looking for her.
Oh, you took a picture of her door?
Yeah.
Okay, so she left your apartment the second time, and
I think I sent the picture the second time I was when I went there before she came to my house.
Okay, so then you went back to her house again after she left your house to get the weed.
Yeah.
Why did you go back to her house again?
To get my wallet. She didn't bring my wallet.
Oh, she didn't bring your wallet the first time? Okay, so you went back a third time. What happened when you went back the third time?
The third time, nothing. Nobody was there or anything. But she was going to be back.
Okay. Was it light outside, dark outside?
I think it was getting to get dark.
Okay. Did she tell you where she was going when she left to go smoke?
Oh, because I kept asking, where are you going? Where are you going? I kept asking her, and she would not tell me.
Okay, so then tell me about when she came back.
And she came back, she looked weird and stuff, and went downstairs to talk to her and stuff, and she had a gun in the car and stuff like that, and I told her to go home, to relax, like don't like, 'cause she did this before, like she was trying to.
Where was your girlfriend at when she came the second time?
She was in my girlfriend's in the room.
Okay. Was it dark outside, light outside?
It was dark.
Okay. Did you know she was coming again?
No, she just popped up. Like I didn't know it. She just kept popping up. That's why I kept saying like this is like it's weird. Like.
Okay. So then you went to. So then she knocks on your door again. When the second time she comes, what does she say when she opens the door, or when you open the door?
I need to talk to you and stuff. I was like, yeah, I was like, we do need to talk because you like acting weird. Like what's wrong? So we went downstairs and we was talking, and I was crying to her because she's saying like she don't want to be here no more. And stuff like that, and I was crying, so I was crying to her, trying to hug her, and she wouldn't let me hug her, and like nothing, like nothing.
You guys were sitting in the car having this conversation?
No, we were standing outside the car.
Okay.
And I told her to go home. I said, go home, like just like think about the future, like just go home, like things will be better, like just go home and relax, just go home. And she was like, no, I was like, just to go home. She was like, no.
Okay. And then what happened?
So I told her to go somewhere, like just chill or something, like just relax, just chill. And she was just crying, and I tried to give her a hug, and she didn't give me like a hug, and she just left.
So you said she had a gun in the car? Okay. How did you see the gun?
Because when she opened the door, and I seen the sights on it, and I was like, "What is that? What is that?"
She opened the door and you saw the sights on it?
Like when she opened the door, I looked in the car and seen the sights on it.
Where was it at?
It was like, you know how like people put the gun in between the seat.
It was in between the seats.
Yeah, it was in between the seat, but her car doesn't have a thing. What's it called? The armrest. Yeah.
Okay.
So it was just sitting right there.
And you saw the sights?
It was green, so it was just seeing like I knew it was I just knew what it was.
Okay. So then you saw the sights and you said, "What's that?" And what'd she say?
She said, "It's a gun. Like it's a gun." She said, "I don't want to be here no more." So I was like, "No." I said, "Tell her no. It's like it could be better. Like if things could be better." I was crying to her, saying like trying to say good things to her, you know, because she did this before. Like she didn't know to take no gun before and nothing like that. But she just always said like she was just gonna kill herself. She don't want to be here. She don't want don't want to be here no more with all these problems and stuff. And I just always tell her like good things, like, but like I've never cried to her before, but like I cried this time.
What made you cry this time?
Cause she was acting weird like the whole time. Cause when she left the set the first time, like in the hallway when I was smoking with my girlfriend, I was telling her like I'm worried about my friend. Like this is weird. Like she ain't never just pop up on me like this and like just like look like this and stuff. So when they started seeing the gun and stuff, I was just like, I just felt sad because like she like really gone through something, and I don't know how to help her. I don't know how what to say to her.
So
I'm just trying to.
You guys had that conversation standing outside. When did what made her open the door?
Because
it's paused at 26 minutes and 24 seconds. This phone call takes place October 25th, you said?
Yes.
And that's about 2 months after Tori was killed.
Tori was killed the night of July 27th. And then this was October 25th, so August, September, October, so about 3 months.
Okay. So some time has passed between Tori's death and this conversation.
Yes.
Is it safe or fair to say that the defendant's account of events between the 27th of July and the 28th of July are incredibly detailed?
Yes. To a certain, yes.
Is he including, like, literally everything that everyone said on the night that you're asking about?
Yes.
Is there anything he doesn't seem to remember about what he is now saying happened that night?
Time frames, exact times. Yes, there's more I can't. If you.
But I understand there's still more phone call. Was he able to quote what everyone was saying back and forth back from July, now in October?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he didn't remember what someone said or anything of that nature?
No.
She could open the door because, like, she was saying she didn't want to be here no more. Like, she just opened the door and showed me. Like, she, like, when I, like, seen me, like, she just said she don't want to be here no more.
Okay. And then what did she say?
I think but she's not going to be here no more, and that she loves me and stuff, and she just don't want to be here no more.
Did she ask anything of you?
She wanted me to find somebody to kill her or me do it. I just thought I can't do that.
Tell me about
I
that.
cannot. Like she said, I need you to take me out or find somebody to take me out. I said I can't do it.
She said I need you to take me out or find somebody to take me out.
Yeah.
Was this before or after she opened the door?
This is after she opened the door. This is why I'm crying to her and trying to talk to her.
Mm-hmm. So you saw the gun. And then she's saying, I love you, I'm not going to be here anymore. Can you take me out, or can you find somebody to take me out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's what she talked about this before. Like, she said, like, she would get my Kaiser boy. I told the other officer that, too. Like, she told me, she would ask my Kaiser boyfriend to take her out, or she asked Scoop to take her out. She asked her ex-boyfriend before Scoop to take her out.
Mm-hmm. Is that Draco?
And she always, no, it's Japrice.
Japrice?
Yeah. And every time she said it, like, I was just like, no, man, like, you gotta think about the future. Like, you know, I just say good things. And when she started saying, like, that's what I kept telling her, go home, just find somewhere to relax. Like, 'cause, you know, she did it before, like, she did this before.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't, like, never go there far, like, had a gun.
So how did she do it before?
Like, she would just be saying like she's not gonna be here. Like, she just be saying she don't find no way to kill herself, and like she just want like not be here. Like, she just want to kill herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to remember how she did it before. I don't know. I know she had a therapist. Her mama had to go to a therapist because she did something to herself.
Okay. So then back to that night. So she said, what did you say to her when she asked you to take her out?
I started crying even more. I said no. I was crying like no, like no, I can't do that. No.
Mm-hmm.
I said everything's gonna be okay. Like, everything's gonna be all right. Like, it's gonna be okay. You gotta think about the future. Like, it's gonna be all right. I said, just go somewhere, relax, go somewhere, just go home, just go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And she was just crying, and she was like, no, just crying, and she got her car and left.
Okay. And she opened the driver's side door or the passenger side door?
The passenger side door.
Okay, so you saw the gun so was it in between the seats on the passenger side or in between the seats on the driver's side?
It was in the middle. Right there, right in the middle. Like, with cup holders out of stuff, right there in the middle.
Okay. So she opened the passenger side door and you saw it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then, so when you said no and she's like, what did she say?
She just I need somebody to do it. I need to go. I don't want to be here no more. She just kept saying, I don't want to be here no more. I don't want to be here no more.
Mm-hmm.
I kept saying, no, like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. Like, think about the future. Everything is going to be all right. You just got to work hard. Everything is going to be okay. Yeah. You have people that love you. Like, I said, see you here today, like, people were looking for you today. Like, people love you. People love you.
Mm-hmm. How do you know people were looking for her?
Because her friend took me to look for her.
What friend?
And what's his name? Jaja.
Jaja took you to look for her?
Mm-hmm. And I was texting people like I texted my Kaiser, not my Kaiser, the tall gay girl. I don't know her name, but I texted her and she was looking for she was asking people where she's at and stuff like that, and text the other friend, like, she told me she was looking for her. They're going to let me know if you found her.
So what time did Jaja come pick you up to come look for her?
Jaja was the second time I went to the house.
So Jaja took you to her house the second time?
Mm-hmm.
And that was before she came to your house the first time, right?
I've never personally seen
Yes, yeah.
Or was it between there?
Came, I'm trying to remember, came, I think, yeah, he came, after she came, I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not trying to, I don't remember,
Okay, no, you're fine. That's why I'm just trying to... So you said the second time you went to her house, you went to talk to her dad, or you went to try to get her wallet again. Had you seen her before you went the second time?
That's what I was trying to remember. I don't think so. I don't remember.
Okay. And then, so then Jaja came and got you. Did you call Jaja to come get you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you called Jaja to come get you to go to Tori's house.
Mm-hmm.
And then you went there, she wasn't there, and then
I talked to her dad.
you talked to her dad. And then,
Yeah.
so what made Jaja want to go look for her?
Me, because I've been texting her and calling her. I don't know where she's at. I don't know where she's at.
Okay, did you know other people were looking for her?
I think I'm the one that really, just started everybody looking for her.
You're the reason everyone started looking for her?
Yeah, because I've been calling her and asking where she was at and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm the spark to make everybody look for her.
Okay.
Because I texted everybody, all her friends, but I asked all her friends where she was at, if he was with her or if he seen her or talked to her.
Okay. And what made you start doing that?
Because I was looking for a while, I couldn't find her.
But what were you looking for her for? That's what I'm asking.
I was looking for my wallet, and then when I looked for my wallet and I talked to her dad and I couldn't find her and stuff, I got concerned. I was just looking for her.
Okay, so that's when you called Jaja.
Yeah.
You called
Scoop. I called Scoop.
Scoop said.
Well, first when he said, I don't know. He was like, I don't know who that bitch at. I don't know. Well, ask me.
Mm-hmm.
That was when I first asked him, I'm like, I don't know if he was on another female or something, but
mm-hmm.
But then after she had passed, it was after she had passed, he called me and he was being all sad and stuff.
Okay. So
It's paused at the 34-minute mark. Detective Carter, the defendant said he alluded that everyone was already concerned and looking for Tori.
Yes.
And I guess as initially couched, it sounded like there was a concern for her safety or well-being. Is that right?
I'm
just going to check as to his intention, Judge.
Response.
I didn't ask about what his intention was. I asked how it sounded to Detective Carter.
Hold on. So this was your question from the state. And I guess as initially couched, it sounded like there was a concern for her safety and well-being. Is that right? So I find, okay, you will rephrase then. Thank you.
How did the initial description of the people who were looking for Tori on the 27th sound?
It seemed that they were concerned because Austin reached out to them and said he was looking for her and could not find her.
What was the reason he was looking for her?
To find his wallet, or to get his wallet.
So it wasn't a concern for her safety or well-being, but it was self-interest in that he wanted his wallet back.
Judge, I'm gonna object as if they're mutually exclusive. He can try to make them mutually exclusive, but I don't know that they are mutually exclusive.
That's a That is essentially the same question that was objected to before. You can either rephrase or move on.
I'll move on. Did Austin tell you what was in his wallet?
He said that he had about $300 in his wallet, his ID, and I believe a card, but I know for a fact his ID and $300.
And you said you'd previously looked at his web searches from the Google records?
I did.
And what were the web searches in his Google records?
Different kinds of guns and guns that he could get for about $300.
Called Scoop. You were running around with Jaja. And then who else? Who else did you call? You said her tall gay friend.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of like Mackenzie. I don't know her name.
Is it possibly Quasia?
Yeah, Crazy.
Okay. So then who else did you call?
Crazy. I called Jaja. Who else I called? Scoop. I text Draco. Please. I think I see that. Draco. I think he said no. I didn't see it.
You have a phone number for Draco?
No, it's Instagram.
Oh, okay. And he said nah, he hadn't seen her?
Yeah.
All right.
And I told Japrice. I think I told Japrice.
What'd Japrice say?
No, he didn't see it. He let me know if you seen it.
Was she still talking to Japrice?
No. Sometimes like she just like be texting and say like just like how you doing, stuff like that.
What about Draco?
Yeah, she always said to Draco. That's Draco first love.
Okay. So she was serious with Scoop, but still talking to Japrice and Draco.
Yeah, but she wasn't talking to Japrice like talking to him. Like she just,
Yeah.
Hey, how you good and stuff like that. And Draco, she was really basically the same way. Like with Draco was still trying to talk to her, like, 'cause Draco did her wrong and stuff. So
yeah,
he still tried to get back with her. Yeah, he would try to get back with her and stuff.
And she didn't want to get back with him.
Yeah, but she would only go like talk to Draco when like Scoop is not like acting up or something like that.
Got you. So, back to the night, before she disappeared, she came back to your house the second time, and she saw the gun, and she asked you to take her out. She's like, fine, I'll have her help me find somebody. Then what happened?
I told her to go home or find somewhere to chill at.
And what she said?
She was like, no, you know how I told you she was acting weird, like she ain't like just looking at me weird and stuff when she first came the first time. Like that's what she did. Like she just stopped crying and just started looking at me weird. And then she just she got in the car, she got through her passenger side door, got called over to her driver's side, and I was like go home and chill out, like think about the future. And she just drove off.
Did anything else happen?
No, nothing else happened. That night, no, I never found my wallet.
You never got your wallet back?
I had to apply for new cards and stuff, and I found my Social Security in my drawer and stuff.
Okay. Detective Smith just had some notes in his thing saying like she took like $300 from you or something like that.
And that was my wallet. I never got my wallet back.
You said there was $300 in your wallet?
It was a little bit more over that, but
so
it was in my wallet.
Why didn't you get your wallet back from her?
Cause that's why I was going to the house to look for my wallet. That's the whole point of me looking for it, is just so I can get my wallet. Cause in the morning I was going to get some food or something, and I didn't realize I didn't have my wallet, and I was just going to get my wallet.
Okay.
And but after all this, I was not thinking about my wallet, because when I was crying and stuff, thinking about her and stuff, I wasn't thinking about my wallet. And when I went upstairs, I'm just chilling. Okay, I'm just getting my wallet tomorrow. So when she
yeah.
I mean, chill out or whatever. I wasn't thinking about my wallet because she's more important than my wallet.
No, I agree. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to I want to make sure I have all the details so I don't have to keep calling you and bugging you because I know you're busy. But that's the only reason why I'm asking so many questions, so I apologize. Did she have your wallet when she came the second time?
I don't know.
Okay, so you said I'm just curious why you think she got a little over $300 out of your wallet.
I had cash, like, straight over, like 350 I had just cash right in my wallet.
So you had cash in your wallet? But you didn't see her take it out or anything? Okay, but you never got your wallet back?
No.
All right, so, because I'm sorry, like I said, I'm still trying to make sure I have all the details right, because I was under the impression she, like, took the money out of your wallet and said she was going to go pay somebody or something. No? Okay. All right.
You asked the defendant whether or not.
Paused where?
3904. Detective Carter, you asked the defendant whether or not he had previously told you that he believed Tori took money out of his wallet to pay somebody to hurt her.
Yes.
Had he previously told you that?
He had told Detective Smith that.
He had told Detective Smith that. Your Honor, there's an indication from the juror.
I'm so sorry. Need to take a break? Okay, all right. Let's take a break until 2:45. 2:45. Leave your notepads and pens in the chair. right, with everyone now back in the courtroom, let's bring in the jury. Let's resume the examination of Detective Carter, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is going to continue with the publication of State's Exhibit 70A, beginning again at 39 minutes and 4 seconds.
Then, do you know if she had any money to go find somebody to do it?
No. No, I don't know if she had any money. If she gave her money, anything.
Did she mention to you about paying someone to do it?
Yeah, well, we was talking, arguing, not arguing, but like, yeah.
What exactly did she say?
She said, if you can't do it, no, you can't find nobody to do it, I'll pay somebody to do it or something like that.
So she just said she'd pay somebody to do it?
Yeah, but I just pay somebody to do it.
Okay. All right, and you said you had a little over $300 in there?
Sorry. Huh?
You said you had a little over $300 in there?
Yeah.
Okay. If you weren't working, how were you making money? Huh?
I'm selling weed.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Was she selling weed too?
No, she was trying to, but I didn't let her.
She was trying to, but not really.
Yeah, because she was asking, to give her some weed, and she would give me money back, and everything. I didn't let her know.
Okay.
She was doing her school was doing scamming stuff, they was scamming and stuff.
Okay, I think her mom mentioned something about that. What kind of scams were they doing?
Oh, I have no clue. I don't know.
What? You didn't try to get in on that?
Mm-mm.
That's a smarter crime than selling weed.
Okay.
You get less time and more money. I'm joking. But all right. So then she leaves, and then what happens?
I want to go get some more weed, and go get some more weed. I would like to go get some more weed, and.
So did you go back upstairs? Did you what happened?
When she left, I was just sitting right there, I was just taking it all out. I just put my phone up. I was still crying. I was crying.
Yeah.
So I went to go get some weed, and somebody called me for some weed. So I just did all that. And I came upstairs.
Okay. So you said someone called you for some weed?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did they come pick it up, or did you go take it to them?
I went to go get the weed, and they came and picked it up.
Okay. Where'd you go get the weed at?
It's right there by the gas station.
At the gas station?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
By the gas station. BP.
Okay. Did you meet him at the BP or around the BP?
I met him. I went to the house.
Oh, you went to his house?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not asking for his address or anything. Don't worry about it. Let me see. I'm just trying to see if maybe there's somewhere I can see if you. How did you get there? Did you walk, drive, something else?
I walked.
You walked to the BP?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. You said the BP gas station. Why is it not popping up? And it's near your house? How far away is it from your house? Huh?
Well, not so right down the street, probably 2 minutes. Well, not 2 minutes, right there.
Oh, okay, I see it now. It's next to that package store?
Yeah.
Okay, so you walked to the BP. How much weed did you buy?
I don't know, like a blunt or two.
A blunt or two?
Like a 1.5, right in the middle.
You said you bought a 1.5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you bought the weed, and then you said someone was calling you to get some too?
Mm-hmm.
All right. When did that happen? Were you still out when
Yeah, I was still out. And I walked back home. He just came to my neighborhood.
Okay. How much weed
Because
did
like
you
I
buy?
he brought like a gram, and I had a .5 left, and cause the weed I had, like the weed I gave Tori, it wasn't no good weed. Like it wasn't no Zaza around. Like it wasn't good.
Okay, so this was better weed?
Yeah.
Okay. So were you selling weed then too?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you only buy 1.5?
Cause I was just gonna smoke it myself. Like I was just gonna smoke it myself. Yeah.
You hadn't re-upped in a while?
I did. The weed that I had a lot of just not like bullshit. There's a
Oh,
lot
I
of
get what
bullshit.
you're saying. So you just wanted the better weed. So you went to to buy better weed for yourself, but you was just selling the low level stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. So what did you sell your friend, the person who came to buy from you? Did you sell him the good shit that you had just bought, or did you sell him the shit that you had in your apartment?
I sold him the good shit, and I came back upstairs to get some more weed, and we just smoked.
Oh, okay. Did so you had, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on everything. So so you walked down, do you know how long you were gone?
No, I didn't take this. I was gone for about an hour or so or something.
Yeah. Did you go in and out of the apartment in between that time?
When I got back to my neighborhood.
Okay. How many times did you go in and out?
I went upstairs to get some more weed. Then I went upstairs to get my scale. Then I went upstairs a couple times. I went upstairs because I kept forgetting stuff. And I went upstairs to get a leaf. I kept a couple times.
Oh, okay. So he said you was gone for like an hour, and the reason why he's saying that's because the camera time or whatever. But you're saying you went in and out between that hour.
When I was gone, I came back and I was like, when the sold from the weed, sold my friend weed, like that's when I went back and forth to the house. Like, I went back and forth from the house.
Okay, so you were gone for an hour to go buy the good weed.
Yeah, I went to buy weed and come back and stuff.
Okay, so that was an hour, and your friend came to meet you after?
He came to me. It wasn't an hour. It was like I left. I went to the weed. I was there for like a little minute, just chilling. I came, went back, walked back home. And when I walked home, he called me. So I guess it was in an hour. Okay. But I didn't go back upstairs, until I needed to leave. So yeah, I guess it was in an hour.
Oh, okay. So what did you need to leave for?
The weed.
Oh, you didn't have it on you?
Come on, man.
You got a baby?
Yeah, my girl got a baby.
How old?
1.
Oh. It's a boy or girl?
Boy.
How is that? Because you don't have your own kids, right?
Huh?
You say you don't have your own kids, do you?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Well, look at you.
It's stressful.
Look at you being helping her out.
Yeah, cause Tori told me too, like, right when I started talking about my girl and stuff, like, what she know her and stuff, like, Tori was like, I can't do her like that, we really gonna be with her together, like, she got a baby, and, you know, you gotta do her right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm trying to do the right thing. That's what I'm trying to, like, get my stuff. I've been working so hard trying to get out, cause I'm in my mama's house with the baby and my girl, so, I gotta go.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's cool your mom let her and the baby move in.
Yeah, cause I was so hurt. I was like really messed up. Like my best friend, like.
Yeah.
I was really hurt. I just can't. I can't operate like, cause I'm just so used to talking to her. I'm just so used to talking to her every day. And like when I go through stuff, like she really do help me, and she like. I really do be needing her, like, I do be needing her. Like, lately I got in trouble with my girlfriend because I just be feeling the need of, like, cause Tori is my female friend. She's really, like, emotional. She has me, like, really emotional. So, like, I, like, on Instagram, I'll take some females, just talking to them, like, how I used to talk to Tori. Like, I miss her.
Yeah.
I miss talking, like, I have a female friend that I can, like, really have an open conversation with.
And your
Like,
girlfriend didn't
it's
like that?
No, she was okay with Tori.
No, I'm saying she didn't like the fact you was reaching out to other girls.
Oh yeah. She ain't like that.
Okay. So, you said you was gone for an hour. No, the detective told you were gone for an hour. I guess that's based on the video.
When I'm walking, I wasn't really like thinking about time. I was just trying to clear my mind. I just like, I hope my friend like just okay. Like I just okay.
So you were hoping your friend was okay when you were going to get that? Okay.
I had to clear my mind. So I had to go smoke. I had to just clear my mind.
Yeah, I get it. That's how you deal with stress. So how did you pay for the weed?
I had a Cash App.
Oh, you used Cash App? Okay. So the friend came, he met you. You know how many times you went up to the apartment? Do you remember if it was within that hour?
I don't know. I just came home. Well, I didn't come home. I came to the neighborhood. He was here. We just like telling him we getting weed, and then I realized like I left my scale. So I had to go upstairs get the scale. Then I came back down. Oh, I gotta get the leaf. I came back upstairs for the leaf. Then I got the lighter and stuff. I came back upstairs for the lighter. And then my girl called me and said something, so I came back upstairs to say something to her. Then I went back downstairs and we were just chilling, smoking. And then came back upstairs because I came back upstairs for something we were doing. We trying to do like unemployment, Cali unemployment or something like that. I came back upstairs for something.
Yeah.
Oh, and I realized I don't have my wallet. I don't have my social and do that stuff with like Tori got it.
Yeah.
So I went upstairs. I went up upstairs a couple times. I went up upstairs like a couple times.
Okay. Do you know about what time you went to bed that night, or what time you stopped going in and out?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if it was raining or anything? Because we're trying to get a time frame about the rain and the weather that night.
I don't think it was raining.
It wasn't raining that night?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you remember if it was hot, or, I mean, it was July.
No, it wasn't hot. It wasn't.
You said it wasn't hot?
Stop, man. No.
Is he walking yet?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. I hope y'all are baby-proofed.
Yeah. You breaking stuff now.
Yeah, I got a boy, too, so just get ready.
How old is he?
He's 2.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, so they're about the same. We're going through the same stuff.
Did he talk yet? Like, he say full sentences?
No, he doesn't talk too much yet, but that's I think it's because he hears 2 different languages. His dad's Hispanic, so.
Yeah, his dad is Hispanic too. So it just ain't them that because they're 2 different languages.
Yeah, so I think that's what's kind of slowing him down, because I have friends that have kids his age. And they're talking, but he's a little slow, but he's starting to ask for things, but he asks for them in Spanish, so I think that was just what the delay is. He's kind of confused with the 2 languages.
His dad talks to him in Spanish?
His dad's family doesn't even speak English.
Wow.
What about your son, or what do you call him your son?
Yeah, I call him my son.
So what about your son?
Like, his dad doesn't, he's a deadbeat. Like, you don't, nowhere to be found.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to do right by her, for because that's what Tori last week we talked about, like, you know, like, do right by her, because I think about my situation, like, my dad was not to be found, and my mom was always doing stuff for us and make sure, she did provide for our kids, so I'm not going to be like my dad. Like, that's how I look at it. You know, I'm not going to be like my dad. I'm going to be great, and provide for him and be a good man, and just, you know, because just because that's what Tori always told me to work on, because she always seen potential in me, like, I'm a great person. That's what she always, told me how she really loved me, that's why I'm her best friend, because I'm a genuine person, and I, love people, and I, do the right thing.
That's what everyone says about you, says you guys were, best friends, and you were always really nice with her.
Yeah, Tori, she's a very nice person, and she does everything for everybody, and like it just seems like she don't like people don't do nothing like for her. That was like how she seemed like she don't like people don't love her, and she always get the bad end of things. She always get the bad end of the stick, and it's just like bad. But like that's what I always told her. Like God put you through things just to make you stronger. Like it just like he just like everything that you're going through is not like gonna be forever. Like that's what I legit told her that like everything that you're going through is not gonna be forever. Like things change and situations change and things get better. You just have to be positive and keep going. Yeah, and that's what she's like. I can't go. I can't do it no more. I can't go no more. Like that's why I was crying to her. Just kept trying to be. I was giving her my all. Like I was just giving her my all.
Why didn't you leave with her?
Because my girlfriend's in the house. I didn't leave because I don't know why I didn't leave her. I didn't.
Okay. Did you happen to leave anything in her car?
My wallet and
did you have any clothes or anything in there?
Oh, my jacket. I gave her one of my jean jackets. She had I gave her one of my jean jackets.
Which one?
It was like a regular jean jacket, but it had purple on it, and it had flowers on it. Not flowers, but like I don't know. It was Forever 21. Well, no, it was Route 21 or something like that.
Where was the purple at?
On the arms.
Oh, okay, I got you. And where was the flowers at?
On the stomach part, like on the side, on your rib part.
Okay, so that was in the car too?
I don't know if it was in the car. I mean, that's why I gave her that. You said if I had my clothes in there, I'm just like, if I don't.
I was just wondering because we got our car and stuff, so I was just trying to see, like, we're trying to ID some of the stuff that was in there.
But I'm saying I
you were
gave
in
her
there all
that.
the time, so.
Yeah, I'm saying I gave her that jacket, so I'm saying, like, she always had it in the car. If she get cold, like, she just wear it. Yeah, so that's something of mine that'll probably be in there.
Okay.
And something else that'll be in there that's mine. A grinder, a rolling tray, probably. Not no clothes or shoes, anything like that. Like, nothing important.
Okay, got you. All right. Where did you guys smoke that night after you bought the weed?
Oh, me and Tori?
No.
Me and Tori ain't smoke.
I was like, no, the guy who came to buy from you. Did you guys smoke together, or you was just selling for him?
Yeah, we smoked right there, like right in front of my building.
Right in front of your building? Was it, do you remember if you went down the stairwell, but, like, which stairwell were you going up and down?
I don't remember. I go different ways, because that's how I've always been. I always go different ways.
Okay.
I'll walk up the first one and go straight past and walk up, or I'll go like all the way down and walk straight. I'll just go different ways all the time.
Okay. All right. Is there any particular reason why you choose different ways, or?
Because when I moved here, people just always say, like, just go different ways, because, people be watching you, and, like, it's just the way to, like, just go.
Okay.
And I sell weed and stuff like that, and,
you don't want to get robbed,
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, yeah. So, like, it became a habit. Like, I just always just go this way, I just feel like going that way, I'll go this way.
Do you remember what side of your building, like, okay, so what area y'all parked in? Do you have a parking lot in that? So when you're looking at your apartment, you said the first time Tori came, your girlfriend was sitting on the one, like if you come out your door to the right, the stairwell to the right. Is there a parking lot going down that way?
No, the parking lot is only in the front. Like, the parking lot is when you walk, like, the parking lot is only right there in the front. Like, my girlfriend was on the right, so when you walk out my door and go to the right, when you look that way, you see the highway. When you look to the left, you see the parking lot right there.
Yeah. So
you saying like we were smoking that?
Yeah, where'd you and the other person smoke at?
We smoke like when you see the parking lot is right there in front, like.
Okay, so you smoked in the car with him?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's the only thing I'm asking. All right. Oh, I know what else I was gonna ask you. I can't remember if I asked you already. Did you talk to Tori that morning before she stopped responding to you and stuff?
She didn't have her phone.
You said she didn't have her phone?
I was saying I kept calling her and stuff like that. I talked to her in the morning.
You said you talked to her in the morning?
I said I didn't talk to her in the morning.
You did not talk to her in the morning? Okay. Not from your phone, but did you use your girlfriend's phone?
No.
Okay. And your girlfriend's name is Jayla, right? Okay, because there was just incoming and outgoing calls from your girlfriend's phone number. Did your girlfriend talk to her?
No.
Okay. It's the phone number's returns to your girlfriend, to Jayla, so I was just curious.
I mean, I don't remember like using her phone to call her.
Oh. You've done it before, though, right?
To be honest, I just don't remember. Like, I don't remember if I did or not. I don't remember if I used, like, let me see your phone to call her real quick. This shit. Like, I don't remember. Like, that little detail, I don't remember.
You don't remember if you talked to her that morning now?
I know for sure. I called her on the phone and stuff, and I didn't talk to her. I talked to her when I seen Tori calling me. It was that night. I was in the car, smoking, and I was like, "Hello, Tori, you good?" And then I heard her mom talking on her phone.
What her mom say?
She's like, "Have you seen Tori?" and stuff like that. And Tori told me like not to say nothing to her mom. Like she wasn't, wasn't saying nothing to her mom. So I was like, "No, I ain't see her, because her mom, they're not cool." So. I just didn't say nothing to her mom.
Did, what was I going to ask? Did you tell anybody else about what Tori told you? Why not?
Because I just kept it to me, like, it's just crazy, like, I told her mom. I told the detective, but I was like, no, I ain't telling, like, nobody else.
Okay.
And like I try to tell, like, cause Jaja pulled up on Jaja McKeeson, not McKeeson. What's the girl name? The tall gay girl. Crazy. He pulled up on me, and he was asking me questions and stuff. And I tried to tell him, but he was like, I don't know, like he pulled the gun out on me and stuff. And like,
you said what?
Like, he pulled the gun out on me because he kept saying like, it's crazy how I just took you to her house, look for your wallet, and now like she gone or whatever. Like,
so Jaja pulled a gun on you?
Yeah.
What the hell? What'd you say?
Yeah. Like, I was like, I didn't do anything now. I'm trying to help. Like, how y'all trying to help? Like, I've been talking to detectives. Like, I've been trying to help. I've been looking for her. Like, I'm not who else to be pointing the gun at.
Yeah.
And you just like, I'm sorry. I'm just aggravated because, like, we're trying to find out what happened to our friend and stuff like that. I'm trying to help, too. And you just, yeah.
So where'd y'all go?
He just drove around, like, he put me up and, like, he was talking, he was driving around, like, the neighborhood next to me.
Did you guys know that Tori had passed yet or not?
Yeah, that's when he posted on Instagram and stuff.
Okay.
So
what were y'all driving around for? What were y'all doing?
He was talking to me. They was asking me questions, like how you asking me questions and stuff.
So they were just asking you questions driving around?
Yeah, I think they planned on like shooting me. I don't know. It was just weird because he didn't stop. There was no destination. Like we was not going no place. Like we were just driving around and he was asking me questions. So I guess I don't know. He thought I did something. He was just gonna shoot me and throw me out the car or something. I don't.
He took you to find her wallet?
Yeah, I don't know. He just
found the wallet at her house?
Yeah, I don't know. And he kept saying, we found your wallet, right? Like, well, okay, where did you find it? And he was like, they said something. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was like, Scoop said, like, he found your wallet, and, no, I said, but he said, Scoop found your wallet, and they didn't fuck with you, like, Scoop always thought, like, you and Tori were fucking, and stuff like that, and stuff, so he was,
So
he was just saying a lot of,
Scoop and said that Scoop said he found your wallet?
no, Crazy said that. He's like, we found your wallet. I said, well, where's my wallet? He like, Scoop. He said, Scoop found your wallet. Scoop doesn't like you and think that you and Tori have been fucking, but it's always been fucking. But I think I don't know why she said that, because when I talked to Scoop, and Scoop was like being sad and stuff, and didn't say nothing like that. Like, I found your wallet or something. Like, he never said nothing like that.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Scoop?
That was, I think that was it. That was it. Because people was texting me on Instagram, asking for Scoop Instagram and all his number and all that. And so he blocked me. He blocked me on everything.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to think if there was any other questions I had.
And maybe I just been in the house because, like, I just don't know, like, what people, like, I just don't want, I just been in the house to stay away because I don't even know what people own. I don't know, like, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, and I still don't know, like, we don't know who killed her, so I don't know if he gonna, like, come from me. I don't, that's why I'm just been in the house. And just trying to, work on what I had going on and do what Tori told me to do and just live my life and just help out the best I can.
Okay. Did you, you've used your girlfriend's phone to call her before, though, right?
I probably have. I probably have.
What do you mean you probably have? You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
That's all, like, I probably had, like, it probably was going straight to voicemail, like, I probably use her, let me see her phone call real quick or something, like, because I don't remember that little bit, like, I remember, like, asking my mom to take me to Tori house, she said no, like, I was trying a lot of things to find out, I don't remember, like, everything.
So who took you the first time?
I played, when my players took me.
Okay.
Like, she called me for some weed, and I was like, I'll give you $5 to take me here real quick.
Okay, so then she took you, and then Jaja took you the second time?
Yeah.
Who took you the third time?
Third time, who took me? Somebody took me,
Because you said that was after she left the third time after you saw the gun, right?
Yeah. No. I didn't go back after she what's it called? After she, left the first time.
Okay.
2 times.
After she left the first time?
I went one time. I don't remember who took me the third time. Because I remember the third time I looked in the mailbox and I was locked on the door and stuff. Nobody was there. I'm trying to remember who took me.
What made you look in the mailbox?
Just to look. That's a see if it was in there.
Did you guys put stuff in the mailbox for each other sometimes?
Oh yeah, she put my book. I left my book bag in her car once, and she put it on the mailbox. And I left something in her car one time, and she left it under the car. So I was just looking, and she just put it somewhere.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember who took me. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember who took me.
Okay, no worries. Anything else you can think of, or anything you think I can do to help? Get places to look,
Did you all talk to Scoop?
He won't call me back. You know where I can find him at?
Yeah, on Wellborn.
He's on Wellborn?
Yeah, Wellborn. He'll be on Wellborn. No, he don't live over there.
He'd be over there?
Yeah, he'd be over there.
Does he have a car?
Yeah. No. Well, from my knowledge, I don't think he has a car. Friends, friends and stuff, private Ubers and, money talk.
So where on Wellborn? Just drive up and down Wellborn, or where I go?
Okay, so on Wellborn, Okay, so once you hit Wellborn, is that first neighborhood on the right? That first neighborhood, like, you go in and you come out. Is that he be in there, and he be over there, like when you go all the way down Wellborn and hit what's that, Compton Highway, and you see the Chevron, and across the street is Circle K. He be at them 2 gas stations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. He has, does he have tattoos on his face?
Yeah, he got a tattoo on his face. He got he got a tattoo on his face. He got it look like a Wonder Woman symbol. Like, it's a W with wings on it. Like, you know the Wonder Woman symbol?
Mm-hmm.
It look like that on the side of his face. I think that's on his neck, or it's somewhere on his, right there.
Okay.
And let me think. I know he got a face tat. Trying to think. Yeah, I think that's something on his eyebrow, I think. I don't know. I know he got tats on his face. I just never, like, really look. Like, you know, it's kind of gay. You look at it, like, too much.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
so you said you talked to him after you found out Tori passed?
Yeah.
And
I talked to him before and after.
when was the, how close, like, was it a day after, right? Like, when was it?
I think it was right when I found out.
Mm-hmm. Did he already know?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He like, damn, man, like, it's fucked up, man. Like, whoever did it, man, deserve to be under the jail.
Yeah.
And that's why when she said that, I'm like, man, I'm fucked up, man. I'm like, man, I'm fucked up, man. And he like, how you think I feel, man? Like, I was like, how you think I feel, man? Like, I'm crazy, man. I don't know, like, what to think, man. Like, and he was saying the same thing. Like, yeah, man. And he sounded like he was, like, breathing on hard, being sad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about Draco? Have you talked to Draco?
I haven't physically talked to him. I text him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Draco, I think he said keep your head up or something like that. He was like, keep your head up. And, he asked me for some money to come to a funeral or the candlelight and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Did you go to the funeral?
The candlelight? I didn't go to the candlelight. I went to the funeral.
Why you didn't go to the candlelight?
Because I went to, I had football. I had a football game.
Oh, okay.
And I played it for her.
Where you play football at?
I play semi-pro.
Where?
I play Northeast Georgia Wolverines.
The Northeast Georgia Wolverines?
Yeah, it's in Winder, Georgia.
Okay. Winder. Dang, you go all the way out there?
Yeah, because it's free and, yeah.
Okay. How often do you have to do that?
Every Sunday, and we have a game every other month.
Okay, that's not
bad.
bad.
Our season hasn't started yet.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have something to write with? You can put my phone number down.
I'm stopping the audio at 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 25 seconds. Detective Carter, the defendant gave you a lot of information about Scoop.
Yes.
Earlier in the conversation, had he previously told you that he only saw Scoop when he popped up on him?
I believe that's what he said.
Was it something akin to, I only saw him if he saw me first?
Yes.
But when you asked more along the lines of who was responsible for Tori's death, was he able to give you more information about Scoop?
Yes.
And did that include a road he might be near and gas stations that he hung out at?
Yes.
Now, did you know or did you learn what Scoop's real name is?
I did.
What is it?
Jerron Thompson.
Did you seek information as to whether or not Jerron Thompson could have been involved in Tori's death?
I did.
How did you do that?
I obtained his phone records as well as his Instagram records.
Did you ever actually speak to him?
I did not. He wouldn't talk to me.
But based on the phone records and Instagram records, were you able to come to a conclusion as to his possible involvement in Tori's death.
Yes.
What was that?
That he didn't have any involvement that I could locate.
Why?
Because he was communicating with another female that I did some research on who showed to live around the Six Flags area at the time, on the day that Tori went missing and at that night. And the night that Tori, the night before Tori was located in the park on the 27th, his phone showed to be in the area that the female lived in.
And that's the Six Flags area?
Yes.
And when you say that Six Flags is Six Flags near I-20 West outside of 285?
Yes.
Is that anywhere near Yellow River Park?
It's not.
Now, at the time you conducted this phone interview with the defendant, did you have the results of your search of his phone records and the search of his Gmail records?
I did not. The only thing I had was a download from Tori's phone.
Now, you had previously testified that you did get search warrants for those things and you received them, and about the data that you analyzed. Did you share with the state a PowerPoint that would assist you in explaining that testimony to this jury?
I did.
Your Honor, that's been admitted for demonstrative purposes as State's Exhibit 71. If I could publish it this time and allow Detective Carter to explain her testimony.
Yes.
As soon as I figure this out, I will simply change the slide as you instruct me.
Okay.
So, doing well. This is the first slide of your PowerPoint presentation. Can you explain what this slide means in relationship to your testimony?
This is one that just caught my attention. It doesn't indicate he's not at his apartment. It just shows that his phone is hitting off of a tower near Yellow River Park. But you can see that with that azimuth and the range that the tower is able to locate, it still indicates that he could be at home. The Yellow River Park is just closer to the center median of the azimuth.
And there's a pointer to your left on the witness stand. It's expandable. So if you need to explain to the landmarks on the slide to the jurors, you can stand up as long as you can be heard.
Okay. So this is the location of the tower, 96. The center median of the azimuth is described by is represented by the black line. Austin's apartment is still located within the frame of the azimuth, so it's still possible that he is at home. This was at 11:25, but the Yellow River Park is closer to the center median, which could have some significance, but again, it doesn't rule out that he's at home.
And I guess at what time and on what day is this data relevant to?
This is on July 27th at 11:25 p.m. July 27th, 2021 at 11:25 p.m.
So his phone is, I guess, where is his phone? Actually, this is your slide. You explain, please.
Yes. So it's just hitting off of a tower that's located at the number 96 on the map. It's not a regular tower that Austin's phone usually hits off of, but like I said, it's not impossible for his phone to hit off that tower when he's at home. It just caught my attention. Yes. This is the slide I testified to that was captured on July 27th, 2021 at 11:44 p.m. This caught my attention because it discredited and disproved statements made to Detective Smith before, stating when Austin said that he did not leave his apartment after Tori left, and the only other time he left was to go buy the marijuana. On the Ring camera, he left his apartment at 12:39 a.m. This is at 11:44 p.m. This is what I was talking about in regards to the tower location and then the azimuth. in which the phone could be is located when that activity occurs. So 99 is where the tower is located, and the red area is the H plane where in the area where the phone will be located. And you'll see that Austin's apartment is outside of that.
So if Austin was at home in his apartment, would his phone be hitting off of that tower?
It could hit off of that tower, but it wouldn't have the azimuth that it had. The azimuth would be directed towards his apartment.
And is it directed towards his apartment?
It's not. Yes. So after noticing that on his phone records, that's when I applied to get a search warrant for his Gmail records. And I noticed there are other pings that show up on his records. This one just stood out to me as well, because again, this is Austin's apartment. And as I described earlier, Google records often are recorded based on Wi-Fi. They feed off the Wi-Fi. They're constantly communicating with Wi-Fi. So it's a lot more exact on where it is. So Austin's apartment is right here. The last time we see him on the Ring camera when he walks downstairs with Tori is at 22:40, which is military time for 10:40 p.m. At 23:05, you'll see up here, Austin's phone is at the corner of North Deshaun Road and then Annistown Road. This is what I was talking about when, if you would just make a right there, you could travel down Juhan Road, and that's how you get into Yellow River Park. So from here, he was last seen here on Ring camera at 10:40 p.m. and then at 11:05 p.m. he's at the corner right here.
And I guess what does that mean in relationship to where he was and how fast he was going?
He would have had to travel from his apartment to this location within 25 minutes. And if you'll go to the next slide, I think it is. That's not, no. You can go back. There's a slide later that shows it. But this is approximately 2 miles away from each other as the crow flies. So because I don't know exactly what route he would have taken, I didn't do this way. I literally just did a straight measurement from this point to this point, and it's approximately 2 miles. So he would have had to travel approximately 2 miles in 25 minutes. Which, I mean, if you're running, possible.
So if you were running in a straight line with no terrain, that would be about 1 mile every 7.5 minutes.
No, like 13 minutes, 12 and a half, 13 minutes. Yeah.
That's still faster than the average walking pace?
Yes. And it also shows that he was not at home and it doesn't align with what his previous statements were. This is just me. So this is 22:37. This is the still of the Ring camera. This is Tori arriving to his apartment. I inserted this just to reiterate the time frames that were captured on the Ring camera. This is the 22:40 p.m. when they're walking downstairs, and the last time we see him on the Ring camera with Tori prior to him leaving afterwards. And then again, this is just showing the 22:40 and then Austin's phone at North Deshaun, and this is supposed to be Rockbridge 23:05. Oh, this is supposed to be Annistown, I apologize. So this is what you can go back to the next one. So this is what I was talking about with as the crow flies. So I said approximately 2 miles. On Google Earth, it's measuring from this point to that point. It's 2.86 miles. I've done it previously before, and it varies depending on the exact points you put in. Excuse me, I almost fell. So again, this is just showing the last time he was on camera at 22:40 and then at 23:05. Like I said, there are other pings. On his phone, there's multiple. You get this 23:05, there's no more pings on his phone until 23:46. And it shows the pings are consistent with him traveling back to his apartment. And then he is showing to be in his apartment complex at 12:19 on July 28th. So it's a couple minutes later, it just passes over midnight.
So the ping at 23:05, that is near Juhan Road, which is an entrance to Yellow River Park.
Yes, if you would take a right on Annistown Road from that location, you take the next right onto Juhan Road.
And then there's a ping then, and then the next ping is 2346, and where is that?
On Rockbridge Road, and then the pings following that show him going towards his apartment.
And does it actually ultimately ping at his apartment?
It's in his apartment complex.
So there's a gap of his phone pinging between 2305 and 2346.
Yes, there's no activity between there.
Did you later find out what that corresponded to?
I believed it to be him turning his phone off, and when I interviewed him later, he does confirm that he turned it off. Next one. Yeah, you can go to the next slide.
Oh, is this just a close-up of the pings from 2346?
This is just it showing going back. So this is, again, the the stills from the ring footage. I showed you on the previous slide that he was back at his apartment around 12:05. This is him leaving again, and this is a still shot, and it just shows the time stamp of 12:39 a.m.
I just want to back up just a little bit. What is the defendant wearing in the still leaving with Tori at 22:40 hours on July 27th?
He's wearing, it looks like black slides, white shorts, and a multicolored sweatshirt. I can see black, blue, and purple.
In the slide where he's leaving at 00:39 hours on what is now the 28th, and it's a little darker where he is, but what's he wearing in this video?
I can't see very clearly on this still shot, but I know that he has on pants, slides, and the same sweatshirt.
Right.
I believe there's a clearer one.
And this slide is what?
I'm trying to show that this is a timestamp of the ring footage, and I'm just showing that he returns at 1:41 a.m. And here he's wearing black slides, pants, and a jean jacket. So that's a better shot of when he left. So he's got on the same hoodie that he was wearing when he left with Tori the first time, the pants, and then the slides.
But when he left, he was wearing shorts that were of significant lighter color than the pants that he's wearing in this slide.
Yeah, that's when he left with Tori. This is when he was leaving his apartment at 12:39 a.m. And this is what he was wearing when he returned at 1:41 a.m. Approximately an hour later, he's got on pants, and they do appear to be the same pants, the slides, and now is wearing a jean jacket. This is showing the proximity. In the interview I referenced earlier that I don't believe we watched yet, this is Austin's apartment, and this is the location he indicated that he threw the gun in, the pond that he threw the gun in. And that's just to show proximity.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish Exhibit 70B, which is the video recording of the interview of the defendant.
I need to give the limiting instruction. Members of the jury, you are about to see and hear a video and audio recording purportedly between Detective Carter and this defendant. As you view and hear the video and audio, you may hear the interviewing officers make certain statements to the defendant. I caution you that the declarations or statements of the officers are not evidence, and you should not consider such statements as evidence unless they are proven to you by other competent evidence. You may publish.
Practice, huh?
Some people know what it
What the hell? You know how I found out she was here, right? Miss Teresa, not Teresa, it is Teresa, yeah. I'm going to call her, Tanya. Tori's mom. Yeah. I don't know. She was like, you know, I was thinking of my stuff. What? I was like, no, he did? So you probably called him. Yeah, so she called me. It was like, he's locked up. I was like, for what? She's like, did you charge him? I was like, no, what are you talking about? And I was like, shit, I've been trying to find him. So she told me today. So that's why I was like, I'll just ride down here.
I thought y'all had been county. I thought y'all had been.
I didn't know he was locked up.
But what happened was I had an argument with my girlfriend, and I just we were trying to get away from him. Now we was outside being loud, and somebody called the police, and he found a gun on me and stuff like that, and took me down here. And I had the Spanish rings, I have a hold on me and stuff like that. So
yeah. Well, you knew about that one, right? Because I told you about that. But well, since obviously you know we're not here to talk about that, I just was like, you're here. You know, I know you're going through it, but this is a good time for us to sit down and talk. Since this is Detective George's dad. Okay. Yeah. I just have to read your Miranda warning because we are in a jail. And you can't just like get up and leave. You're not like free to leave. Does that make sense? So with that, we have to read Miranda warnings. This place is echoing so loud.
This place is horrible.
Yeah. Let me just read this really quick. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. Before any questioning, if you wish, you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Okay? All right. So, what was y'all fighting about?
She said I wasn't being a man. She said like we went to go get some stuff in the store, and it came up to $300 at Family Dollar. And I said, you know, when I'm going to the store, I said, that's too much money. That's too much. That looks too much.
$300 at Family Dollar.
Yeah, so
a lot.
Yeah, and so she was like, oh my, I'll get some. I said, okay. So we got to the cash register, and I said, okay, so how much you gonna put down? How much you gonna put down? And she was just like, you're gonna divide it up or something like that, and then she put in the calculator, it was like 140 or something from each of us, and then I was gonna get 140, and then she showed me my bank account, she had like $80 left. So I said, okay, let me go get the rest of the money. So I went to get the rest of the money, I came back, she stormed out, and I'm like, she left me with the bag, and I said, what happened? She said, I paid for it or whatever. Oh, you want to pay for it? I won't pay for it. So then she get mad, she crying and stuff, so I just gave her $200 because she had to pay the phone bill and all that, so I was like, I'm going to pay for it, I'm going to pay for it. And then she still is mad, man. You're not a man, never let no woman pay use the rest of her money for whatever, but it's all this stuff you want to do. It's all this stuff you want to do.
And she knows y'all are going through it. Like,
yeah, and she just, man, it just happened. I was going to leave. I was going to just be homeless. I was going to be homeless. The police pulled up behind us, and that's it.
And then they found a gun on you. What the hell you get that gun? I saw what the charge was. I don't work. This is not my jurisdiction, so I'm just being nosy. But what the hell?
So, whatever I say, don't.
It's not. No. Like I said, I'm only here to talk about Tori, but I'm just being nosy because I'm like, you're not a bad guy. What the fuck, bro?
Well, I got to go because we had to start going through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So we was homeless and all that, so I had to protect my family. So I just got. I didn't know it was stolen.
Who? You bought it from somebody?
I didn't know it was stolen or anything like that.
Yeah.
You get it like off the street from somebody?
Yeah. I got 2 more months to 21. So, and I didn't have enough for it.
That's right. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here thinking, like, just go to the pawn shop. I forgot you were under 21.
Okay. I didn't have enough money for no big old long, Yeah. So I just had enough money for that.
Don't protect nobody. You better be like, I bought this from so-and-so because you were so young. Like, don't fuck yourself up, okay? When you go to court and everything for that situation, make sure you...
I am.
Yeah. Okay. But we're not going to keep you too long. I don't know what the schedule's like here, so I don't want to mess your routine up. But Detective George is kind of new to this case, and I'm going to pull some stuff, because I've been trying to pull it up while we were getting up here, but my computer just came back on. If you could just fill him in the day, like that morning when you were looking for Tori, because she had your wallet.
So there is another person in the interview with you. Who is that?
Where is it? I'm sorry, where is it? Pause.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. 5 minutes and 37 seconds. There's another person in the interview. Who is that?
Detective Jorstad.
Is it common for you to take another detective with you when you go to interview a defendant?
Yes.
Why?
It's just a common interview tactic. It's different reasons. There was no concern for my safety here, but sometimes it'll be for safety. Again, we just don't want to be outnumbered. We always just take somebody with us.
Was Detective Jorstad, other than his presence here at the interview, and maybe tangential things, was he significantly involved in the investigation of the case?
He knew some of the details of the case because, again, we discussed details amongst each other.
So what happened was, the night before, I had to let my wallet in my car and come home and sleep stuff. And then I was going to buy something. I was going to just get something. And then I was looking for my wallet. I realized I left it in the car. So calling Tori, Tori not answering, kept calling. And I went to her house and I spoke to, I think, when I went to her house the first time, I spoke to her dad or somebody. I think I went knocked on the door and didn't get no answer. I went back to her house and I think I spoke to her dad. And then I went back. That's when I seen me on camera and stuff like that. And then later on, she had came to my house looking like to get some weed or whatever. So she had to calm down. But at that time, I was like, what's wrong with you? I've been looking for you everywhere and I can't find you and all that stuff. And so she's like, I'm just trying to be by myself. I'm just trying to be by myself and stuff. So I gave her some weed, she let her went outside, some of my girlfriend. Said, something wrong, something's wrong. So then later on, I went back in the house. Later on, she came back talking about she wanted to kill herself and everything and all that. So I was crying to her, son, you got a lot of love back. I've been looking for you all day. Like, people love you out here. Yeah. So I'm telling her she didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear it. I tried to love her. She kept pushing me off of her and everything. And then so she had left. And then I called my friends, smoked and stuff, and I'm just real emotional about it. I don't know how it's going to go on. I don't know. And so my mom called me and was like, did you see Tori or whatever? And I told her no, because Tori told me not to tell nobody where she's at or whatever like that. Yeah. And I think a day later or 2 days later or something, he said, yeah, find her in the park or whatever. And I just don't know at the point. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Did she say where she was going?
No, because the first time she came, I said, where you at? Where you going? Like, all that, she wouldn't tell me anything. She said she just needed to be by herself. She just smoked weed and chill out and stuff like that. She didn't say nothing.
Pausing the video at 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Did you ask the defendant to recount his version of events to Detective Jorstad?
I did.
Did he repeat essentially the same thing that he told you in your October audio interview of him?
Yes, he just mixed up some of the order of certain things that happened.
But essentially he rehashed the same thing that he'd already told you?
Yes, he did.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
And then you didn't leave the house other than to walk up to the gas station to buy, what's this thing? To buy weed. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't at the gas station, it was near the gas station, right? Okay.
Yeah, it was like behind on the side of the gas station.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get this all up.
The basement?
Yeah, this is stupid, man. This one's stupid too.
Leather loser? Yeah. I've seen a lot of people with that.
It's pretty cool, but I passed out on this one.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, right there?
Yeah.
I can't get them right there, so I don't know.
Yeah, we can't have anything below.
Okay, so, and then, who all did you call that day?
I called my girlfriend, I called my friend.
You called your girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was at your house.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so...
You called her while you were at the house?
No, I called her not to come back.
From
the weed man.
Oh, from the weed man, after midnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I called the weed man.
Okay. No, I meant who were you calling trying to look for Tori? I'm just trying to give him some backstory before we go.
I called her tall gay friend. called her. I called the short Jamaican man. I called him. He the one that actually took me to the house to find my water over there.
Is that job?
Yeah, job. And who else I called? Who else did I call? I don't know. I don't remember who else I called.
Okay. I was just wondering. And I never asked you, I thought about it. So the way the timeline worked out, so you tried to reach out to all those people on, this was the 27th. I know it's been a little while, but we found her on the 28th, but we didn't identify her till the 29th. Did you try to reach out to her at all on the 28th? Or anybody trying to get her? Because you didn't get your wallet that night, right? So you still needed it, but did you try to call her mom, call anybody on the 28th?
I was just talking to my brother all the time, saying all my friends are already good and stuff.
Okay.
We all like best friends, y'all super tight.
Yeah, we was super tight, yeah.
How long y'all know each other?
Just look at this, just circling.
Ninth grade, 10th grade.
Oh wow. Y'all went to what's high school y'all go to?
Stevens High School. You from here?
I'm from Brooklyn. I went to Brooklyn.
I'm not from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Tyler Wood.
There's like 4 kids in Brooklyn. It's a big school.
Okay. Do you remember about how long, because there's so many facts into this case, how long was it after she left the last time, after she told you because she asked him to kill her, right? With the gun that you saw in the car. And you said no, obviously. You hugged her and she left. And then you went back upstairs. Do you remember how long you were at home? Was it a couple hours? I think it was...
I wasn't home for no hours. I went straight away from weed.
And how'd you get there?
Oh.
Okay. Because I think we see her... How long were y'all outside for?
About, I think like 15 minutes or so.
Because you guys walked down the stairs, I think at 10:40. But then you don't leave your house till 12:36 or something like that. So about 2 hours? Okay.
I know I went to go get some weed because I know I was in my head. Because Tori is always like that. She was, she always got with that. And I just was falling away from my head.
Was this the first time she ever mentioned suicide or anything? No.
No, because I've been through a lot of stuff in my life and stuff. And she would always tell me it's not that hard. Like, you don't got that hard. So she showed me a book. Like, she be praying for death. Like, she be praying to God for death. Like, so she didn't.
She prays to God for death? I didn't hear that one.
I'm saying it's a whole, she got a book. It's a blue book, but she has her prayers. Prayers about, like, she don't want to be here anymore.
Wow.
I think we had something like that.
It was not new. It's not, me and her were always talking about it because I was going through a lot of stuff too. And she was helping me, but she used to go through a lot of stuff too. So we were trying to help each other.
Yeah, absolutely. What was her biggest thing of not wanting to be around?
Her just wanting in love, yeah. Because she was kind of heavy set, so she didn't feel like she was loved. She didn't feel like she was pretty. She didn't feel like nothing. But I always told her like you were pretty. Like a lot of dudes like you and all that stuff, but she ain't.
She liked Scoop, and he was an asshole. Yeah. I got his records, his Instagram records, and we know he didn't do it, so. Because you talked to him that day too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was out with he was talking to some girl, and was running around with some girl. He didn't even seem sad, after people was hitting him up afterwards. And then,
he came kind of sad, he was acting kind of, I told the detective before.
Yeah. I think but he just doesn't seem sad, you know what I mean? Because he's immediately asking for perks and you know what I mean? Yeah. When people ask him are you good? He was like, yeah, I'm good. You got some perks. But then he's trying to hit up other girls too. I'm like, he's just so disrespectful. But yeah, he wasn't even in that area. So I know Teresa was super adamant that it was probably him. She told me, I don't know, she knew that I guess Marquez's baby daddy got locked up a minute ago. She told me about him. She was like, you need to go talk to him. I was like, I'm not going to go talk to him. I don't have reason to go talk to him. Because unless you think of something.
why I should go talk to him, but I didn't have anything to show that he was involved, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when she told me you, I was like, oh, perfect. And I wasn't trying to be rude in the text message. I was just like, dude, I really want to meet you in person.
I don't know.
Okay, let me pull up this thing.
Have you ever found a job? I mean, before this, were you ever like looking for work or anything?
Yeah. I had a couple of jobs. I worked at FedEx, Walmart, and FedEx again. And then I worked at construction.
Like I said, try to get on like one of those Amazon fulfillment centers. I mean, you work all hours of the night, and you just shipping the packages and that make good money.
When I get out of here, I'm going to home shelters.
Yeah? Thank God.
You're going where?
Home shelters. But it's cold in here. It's below 20 degrees now.
Yeah. And I got a coworker, he bagged ice. Like he worked at an ice bagging facility, so like he didn't even like to touch cold drinks because from working in there it was so cold. I was like, man, bagging ice.
Okay. I know we talked about it, but just so he's clear, so he walked. He didn't have access to a car or anything. And your girlfriend has a car, but she didn't have it then. Did you borrow your mom's car or anything? Okay. All right. And then you still had your cell phone. You had the same cell phone but you just got a new one recently, but that one broke, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that phone wasn't stolen or anything. You still had the same phone. Because it does show you walking up there between the times. Let me see. Why is this page? Everything is so slow in here right now.
Clean camera.
I know.
It's all like concrete.
How have you been doing?
I've been just trying to hang in there.
But what happened? Like,
So, okay, let me say this.
I talked to your mom a little bit, and she said,
Yeah, keep that over there because I don't know. My mom kicked us out, and then we went to my girlfriend's uncle's house. Then he sold his house. Then we went to the other uncle's house, but he got to fighting. Like her uncle and her got to fighting, and we got kicked out of there. And we just got a little. We staying in the hotel right now.
Where y'all staying at?
Me and Black Shows.
Okay. Her baby daddy don't pay any child support or anything? Has she tried to put him on anything?
Her mom, he had him all that stuff, but I don't know. He used to be sending $25 here and there.
Just $25?
Yeah.
Does he see the baby?
Yeah, on FaceTime, yeah. He lives in New Jersey. He came 2 weeks ago to chill with me or whatever, and that was it though. He lied.
Yeah, I see. So that's where he lives, and then you walked up to that BP station. Was it like over here somewhere where you went? I know we referenced the BP, but
yeah, when I went to hold on, that's the BP. Where's the water's edge at?
you walked the water's edge.
I went through. Where's the water's edge? I went through the cut over here. It's like you go down here, you cut through there. It's like a little cut over here. And I went to the water's edge over here and got the weed and came all the way up.
Over where?
Like, okay, so from my neighborhood, you got, there's a bumper road back there. It's like a bumper road. So I went through that neighborhood and I cut through that neighborhood to get to Lakeshore. When I got to Lakeshore, I went through there to go to water's edge.
Here, I'll pull it up. I would do Google Earth.
I went to water's edge and got the weed and came back up.
Okay.
Now, at this point, you're
Just help me out.
stopped at 17 minutes and 58 seconds.
Thank you.
At this point, you appear to be mapping something for the defendant. What is he explaining to you?
He's explaining where he went to buy marijuana at.
Now, at this point, have you confronted him with your knowledge of his whereabouts via his cell phone and phone records?
I have not.
So he's explaining part of his original story from the phone call and what was reiterated to you and Detective Georgetown.
Yes.
Because you told me it was near like the liquor store and BP gas station. I forgot what you live on here.
That's a computer?
Yeah. Making that noise? Yeah. So that's where you live.
Okay.
So where are you trying to show me?
This is where I live. So
I think it's touchscreen, so you can move it.
Okay, let me see. When I come out of here, when I go into this neighborhood, down here, I come down here, and come down here, it's like, it's a cut somewhere. It's a cut that I can get to Lakeshore. Which QT at?
You walk to QT?
Yeah, it's a cut that you can go through to go to QT.
I don't know, you told
The
me.
QT on Rockbridge and North Shop?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Well,
Yes, that's gonna be, yeah,
It's like way up
that's
there.
like, the Quick Trip should be around there.
well, I went to QT and walked all the way up to Water's Edge to here.
It's a quick trip right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I walked like, where's QT?
QT's right there.
So
on the corner.
where's Lakeshore? This Lakeshore?
That's Woodstone.
Water's Edge,
North
that
Shore.
neighborhood across the street.
Oh, this one over here?
That's Water's Edge. I used to work down there, so I know.
That's Glen Cove. QT's right there, Publix is right there.
Okay, good. So I went through a cut to come over here, or come over here in this area, and I just walked down to Water's Edge and got the weed.
And then you walk back?
Yeah, I walked all the way back from BP to my house.
Okay.
Did you get the weed from someone in the neighborhood or someone at the BP?
Oh, neighborhood.
Somebody's house. Yeah.
Oh, so you plugged in the Water's Edge neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Oh, it's kind of hard to
Well, this is
walking, you know, I can't,
Yeah, it's easier when you're walking to know where you're going than it is when
This
it's
is
found out.
yeah.
Because it doesn't show the cuts on
Yeah.
the alert. Yeah, I worked down in that area, not the Gwinnett County side, you know, but
Yeah,
it's over there.
that is right there.
Yeah, I worked down there for years.
I mean, walk towards it. Almost 2 miles.
I used to walk everywhere. I'm from New York, man. I walked everywhere. I wasn't this big before. I used to be skinny.
You are not big.
I mean, I'm saying now, like now, my size now, he's 205. So I used to be 170.
Dang. How tall are you?
How tall are you?
6'4".
6'4", about right.
Yeah.
Maybe like 5'10"-ish?
Nah, I'm 6
You think 6 foot?
Yeah.
6 flat? I'll give you 6 flat.
Yeah.
I want to open these things so I can show them to you, so we can just make sure we're talking about the same time, because we got to bring video. I just want to make sure that's when you left. So after Tori left, you went back upstairs for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you only left to go get weed, and then you came back, and that was the time that Detective Smith told you about, right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't leave any other time?
I did. I left to go down there and smoke with my friend, and then
Was that before or after?
after she left.
After she left? And you only walked up there once? Okay. So, let me see. Why is none of this is pissing me off? I should have put all this up in the car. It was giving me issues in the car though too. The G drive is apparently empty.
Yeah, probably because we're so far away from Gwinnett.
I think it's a building. I have it in my phone now, I think. Let me look it up. It was raining that night, wasn't it? Did it not rain that night? Okay.
I think it rained that morning.
Yeah.
But that morning, I think it rained that morning. 'Cause I didn't get good out.
How you been dealing with the loss of Tori?
I pray. I don't know, it's been hard all over. It's been hard and I'll just take a day at a time, really. Sometimes I do get sad, sometimes I cry and stuff, because I'll be wanting to talk to her. And it's one thing, like, I used to talk to her every day, man. I used to smoke with her every day.
Yeah.
And it's hard, man. You know, here I talk to my girlfriend all the time, like, if I remember something, like, you told me to do that. And,
Yeah.
Like that. So it's been hard.
Yeah.
Everything been hard, man. So I just been numb to everything, man.
I know I have it in my phone from Smith, so I'll just pull it up from my text messages. Okay. So, did she tell you she left the wallet in her mailbox? She did? When did she tell you that?
When I was downstairs, when we went downstairs.
The last time before you saw her? Okay, so she told you she had left it in the mailbox? Okay, but she didn't tell you when she came at 7 o'clock that day? Did you ask her about the wallet when she came the first time?
When I seen her, I was not thinking about my wallet. I was thinking about her because I was, looking for you, like, where you been? I'm trying to make sure you're okay and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't think about my wallet.
Okay, so this is her, and it's 10:28, so that's right before she came to your house. And here's the ring. Cross your fingers. It's gonna work. All right, I'm not going to do the calendar anymore because this is getting on my nerves. Nothing's loading in here. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what we have, and I'm not going to bullshit you, okay? I'm going to be completely honest with you because there's a reason why I've been trying to push so hard to talk to you. Because, I feel like there's a lot more to this story that we're not being told. And I don't want to make assumptions, okay? And that's why I wanted to talk to you in person. I didn't want to go over the phone because, I don't feel like you'd be completely honest with me, all right? I know she had her issues. I've talked to umpteenths and amounts of people about her. I've gotten her Instagram records. I've gotten her medical records. I've gotten everything. So when you say she was suicidal, I believe you. And I believe that, she did have the gun. I do believe that you guys are very close. I've read messages between you guys. I've seen tons and tons of stuff. The day she left her house was between 2 and 4 p.m. I see the messages and the contact you guys had before she left that day. I don't know what you talked about. You said you didn't really remember talking to her that morning, but it was from an iPhone.
That morning?
Yeah, before she left her house. When she was telling you, like, her phone was going to be cut off for a little while. Because her mom was changing services. And you talked from a 404-559 number, I believe. It was an iPhone.
Yeah, it was the phone.
Yeah. So you guys had conversation. Do you remember what you guys talked about?
No.
Okay.
She remember she saying that her phone would be turned off or whatever because her mom or whatever, but I don't remember anything else.
Okay. So then you told me that you went to her house like 3 times, right? And then the first time nobody answered, but you didn't see her car, right? She wasn't there. The second time you went, her dad was there. You talked to her dad. In between the second and third time, Tori came to your house, right? Okay. So that's when you guys had the conversation about the weed or whatever. And then you reached out to Jaheem. And then Jaheem took you over to Tori's house a third time. Did you talk to anybody that third time?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. So then she goes to her house at about 10:30. She gets something out of the mailbox, we believe to be your wallet. At 10:36, she's on Ring camera walking upstairs to your apartment. Then, are you looking at your right-handed? Let's talk about that. You're right-handed? Okay. And then, so she walks upstairs, 10:36, the camera cuts. Then we see you guys walking downstairs at 10:40. And then when you get downstairs, what happens?
That's when she said she don't want to be here no more, and that's when I see the gun, and I start crying to her, and trying to hug her, and she pushed me off her, and everything like that. I'm telling her, like, people love you. That's the whole time I'm telling her, people love you. Don't kill yourself, don't do this, don't feel this way, don't, all that. And she left.
And then what'd you do?
That's when I went to go get the weed. I sat there for a minute and I went to go get the weed and came back on my ranch, smoked some weed, and came back upstairs.
Austin, that's not what happened.
That is what happened.
So, you remember how I told you I got Scoop's records, I got your records, I got Jada's records, I got Tori's records, I got Jaheem's records, I got everybody's records. Tori and you walked downstairs at 10:40 p.m. You're down there for about 10-15 minutes, correct? At 11:05, you were at North Deshaun Road and Annistown Road. 11:05 p.m., you are at the corner of North Deshaun Road and Annistown Road.
Where is that? Where is Northtown Road?
You're right there. That's Yellow River. Right after that, your phone is in Yellow River, even though you try to turn it off because it indicates that it gets turned off. We know you were there, okay? I don't want to assume what happened. That's why I'm just like, I know you cared about her. I know what she was going through, okay? What happened in the park? Please be honest, because we know we have the proof now and the evidence that you were there. If it's left to us, then I don't want to make an assumption. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm asking. You loved her. I know you did. You're not a bad guy. You're not a murderer. Your friend doesn't want to be here anymore, and you cared about her. What happened?
I didn't do anything.
Okay, then tell me what happened. It's okay. It's okay. I believe you, but I need you. Tell me what happened. Did you freak out?
Freak out.
Like, what happened? Tell me what happened.
I went home.
How did you get from your apartment to that location in 10 minutes? Your Gmail accounts, a lot of people don't know this. They track how quickly you're moving, and then they say what you're in. So that says you were in a car. It's physically impossible for you to have walked from your apartment to that location in that amount of time. Because I tried. I didn't want to believe like this was a situation. I tried everything. And that's why I've been trying to, you know what I mean? It's not possible. I even went out there and walked it. I tried every route. I tried everything. I'm just trying to understand, okay? But what happened?
I didn't do anything.
I believe you, but I think you know what happened. And if we don't, like, hear it from you, we hear it from other people, or we get all of this proof and we have everything going against what you're saying, it just looks bad. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, let's just be honest and say what happened, because I believe you. I do. I don't think you I don't think you hurt her, but you know what happened in that park because you were there. Your phone was there.
I don't want to go to jail.
Okay.
I don't want to sit with you.
Okay. Okay.
It just, I didn't kill her.
Okay.
I didn't do anything. It just, after that, I know I'll be sitting in jail.
Why do you think you'd be sitting in jail if you didn't kill her?
Because she told me to, you know, take a car here, take a hand here.
That's what we need to know. You know, that's fine. I believe you, but that's what we need to know.
And man, she shot herself.
Okay.
She shot herself.
I believe you.
She went to me talking to her, saying, hey, like, I love you. And
okay.
She said, so that's what she told me to do.
Okay. That's good. All right. You went downstairs, you got in the car with her, and then she drove the Yellow River, right? When you guys got there, what walk me through what happened? Because I believe you, but I just need the details to...
Sit in the car, and I'm crying, so please don't, please don't. And she got in the car, walking, I'm trying to walk and talk to her, and she still just like, no, she don't go. Okay, so I love you, she's not crying, she's not doing anything or nothing. So I try to take it down from her. And she just like, she's saying, she wanna go. I said, no. I put the gun down, I'm trying to hug her, and she pushed me away from her, she grabbed the gun, and she was just like...
Was she standing up? Was she laying down?
She was standing up. And so I'm sitting there crying, so she told me that when she saw herself, grab the gun, throw the gun away, and then she told me to sell her car or anything like that.
Because she needed some money, right? She needed something for... Okay. So where did she park in the park?
She didn't park, she just pulled right up. She just pulled it partway. She just stopped right there.
Give me one. I'm going to pull it up.
I'm familiar with that part, so you're working on that. So that gravel is here? Yeah. But you have to pull it out of the park, get a spot, you just pull it up. Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. And then you guys start to walk. I'm going to pull up the park because Google Earth is actually working.
How many shots went off?
One.
Just one?
Just one.
Here, give me 1 second.
That's why
Here we go. So, I'm getting it over so it helps you. Because you've only been there a few times, right? Yeah. Alright, so this is the gravel area.
It's right there.
Okay, so she pulls up right here, and you guys get out and you start to walk?
It's right here, up here.
Okay.
And we're just talking, walking and stuff, and she's telling me, like, just take my car somewhere, take the gun, set the gun, whatever you need to do. I'm like, no.
And you said when you take the gun from her, were you guys standing up, walking, or had y'all sat down somewhere?
We're standing the whole time, we didn't sit down.
Okay, so you got the gun from her.
And I was trying to hug her, but I got one more time, like, don't do this, none of this, all on, let's go. I put the gun on and tried to hug her, and she pushed me away from her and grabbed the gun.
Okay, and then she shoots herself. Does she fall back?
Felt that.
Okay.
When she felt the gun jump out of her hand.
Alright, and then where were you guys at? Like you know where she was found, right? Yeah. By the tree? So was she, like, that where she fell, or did you move her out?
No, that's where she fell, I didn't touch her.
You didn't touch her?
Alright. So...
What were her hands, like, how did her hands come to rest? Do you remember?
Just out.
Out.
Okay.
What about her hair? Anything stand out about her hair?
I really didn't look at it. I didn't look for her. I just grabbed the gun and looked.
What did you do with the gun?
Throw it in the lake.
Which lake?
The lake that's right there in Ocean. Like, you go over there and just throw it in.
Here.
Is it the Water's Edge Lake?
It's a lake that's like from my house. You go over there to the lake over there. And like by North Shore right there.
So...
No.
Here you go. So this is your apartment. There's 2 bodies of water.
There's my apartment?
Right here.
My apartment's right here.
Yeah.
So, it's on that street, it's a little lake right there.
Right here? So it's in front of your apartment, kind of?
Yeah.
So, hold on.
Like, is it that way?
Is it this one?
There's no,
this is your building right here.
over here.
Over here? Right here?
Yeah, it's like down here somewhere. It's down here.
You can drive, you can do it.
Okay, so my apartment's right here. Let's see.
Zoom in, but that doesn't work.
Yeah, this is Google Earth.
It's like a little house that has a little puddle right there.
Well, on the
Yeah, you come down. See? It's, when you come down here, it's like a little, it's a house, because this is speed bump road, right?
No.
Where's the speed bump road at? Oh, down here, this way. Okay. One car right here. It's one of these houses right here.
It's got a little pond in front of it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Can I see y'all the bag judge? Yeah.
So you did.
Pausing the video at 39 minutes and 6 seconds. At this point, having confronted the defendant with your knowledge about his Google records and phone records, what has he now told you?
He confirmed that he was at Yellow River with Tori.
And what did he say happened, or how did he say he got to Yellow River with Tori?
In Tori's car.
What did he say he did on the way to Yellow River with Tori?
Told her that he loved her, people love her, people care about her.
Did he tell you he had turned his phone off?
I don't believe at this point yet, no.
What did he say happened when he got to Yellow River with Tori?
He said they got out of the car and began walking to the area where she was later located, and he was trying to get the gun from her, as well as telling her people love you, and he was trying to hug her. He said he was able to get the gun from her. He sat it on the ground, went in to hug her, and then she picked it up and shot herself, and she just fell. He said he did not touch her after that. He then retrieved the gun and put it, he's describing right now, in a pond on it's private property near his house.
Did he tell you how he left the scene? Did he take her car and leave, or did he tell you yet?
I don't think he said that yet, but eventually he does.
Was that pond checked?
Yes, it was.
When?
After this interview, I believe it was a month or two afterwards, because we had to organize getting a dive team from Hall County to come out, and there were other logistical things we had to do.
So when was this interview conducted?
March 29th.
Of what year?
2022, I apologize.
And so the pond wasn't searched for a weapon or anything until April of 2022?
Yes.
And so April is obviously a full 8 or 9 months after it was supposedly thrown in there.
Yes, 9 or 10, yes.
Was it ever found?
No, we weren't able to locate it.
Do you know why?
There were, again, I didn't dive, but the individuals who did dive described the floor of that pond as having a large amount of debris and trees, and they weren't able to move the trees while diving. And even while we were there, an entire tree fell down into the pond.
So wait, literally while you were there, a tree fell into the pond?
Yes, and they said after that happened, they were describing that's what the bottom of the pond looked like, a bunch of trees on the bottom of the floor of the pond.
And is there any way of knowing when the trees that the divers saw at the bottom of the pond fell into the pond?
Not to my knowledge.
That night? Okay. So you threw it in there. What did you do with the car that night?
I took it to where she told me to take it. What is there? You look cut right there. She said to me,
That was cut?
It's like an entrance, old entrance that was blocked up by a little fence, a silver fence. Yeah.
What letters are on there? Which one of them?
Pause the video at 39 minutes and 32 seconds. Did he just tell you where he took the car?
Yes.
Now, we've heard this word used a couple of times throughout this interview and the phone interview, but he said did he say the water's edge cut?
Yes.
For those who don't know, what is a cut?
It could have multiple different reasons. It's an area. It can mean in this area there's a voided area from the road where you can pull into water's edge, but it's not like a road. It's just like a little corner.
Is it typically someplace that's out of the way?
Yes.
she told me we was there, and I was there. So I guess she did that entrance right there.
Oh, that's here?
Yeah. That little entrance, the old one. Yeah, it's got the chain link fence blocked up. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. So you left the car there, and then, so did you leave the car, did you go dump the gun first and then go take the car?
Yeah, I dumped the gun first, and then left the car.
Okay.
See, that's all I'm saying, because I know, like, after putting me in jail, just for being there and just taking the gun in the car, so I just...
But does it feel better telling the truth, though? We want truth to be able to go towards family what happened and give them some peace. And it's also going to make you a big weight off your shoulders.
Did you touch her at all afterwards?
After?
Yeah. There was just some... So you just picked the gun up and then you left?
I was crying. Yeah.
So, how far away do you remember was the gun? Like from her?
When she picked it up and she shot herself?
To be honest, like, so fast, I don't remember, to be honest. I just heard a shot. To be honest, I heard a shot and then I blanked out, like, this felt like my soul went out my body, like, when it just, and I was standing there and then she fell.
Okay.
I was standing crying, I picked up the gun and just, but I just gave me something to do.
So did you guys talk about it on the way there?
I kept telling her not to take these things,
Okay. I'm so sorry. I know, it feels better probably now, doesn't it? Jada's mom kind of dropped it a little bit. She said she killed herself, didn't she? And I was like, how? Nobody said that. So, like, how do you...
You put out to her, and Jada's mom told her, like, she told me she wanted to kill herself. And somebody back there saying somebody killed her. So, like, mentally, she killed herself. She had somebody kill her or something. So I said...
Yeah.
But,
did you talk to Jada about it though? Okay. How was it?
It's weird.
That's probably what's been...
Maintenance, yeah. But I never missed it happening. I know to be true. I still want my friend to be here. And
who did you talk to that night afterwards?
Talk to?
Yeah. So while you were doing all of that on your way back, you were talking to somebody. You tried to call somebody on Instagram, and you were talking to a phone number. I think his Instagram, it used to be One Lusky. Yeah. And you were literally on the bridge when you called him, so.
I probably get some weed or something. I need some weed, but I'm not going to be out there with dirt, so I'm not trying to get some weed.
So you went to buy weed after that? Okay.
I did get some weed that night.
Okay. Where did your clothes go that you were wearing that night?
In the house. We went to the house and it's gone now. I was in a store somewhere or something like that.
How close were you to her when she shot herself?
I was standing right there, so she's about like, where you go?
Did any blood get on you? No? Okay. And you didn't manipulate her body at all? You didn't touch her? Okay. All right. You just picked up the gun, because it had fallen next to her, right?
But I'm saying, like, most of the time, like, I tried to hold her. Most of the time, I tried to hold her, so.
But after she was dead, you didn't? Okay.
Because the scene is...
How did she fall? Was it, like, straight back, or she, like...
I told her I was ranked out, man. When I heard it, like, I just seen it fall, she just fell. And, you know, I seen the gun fall, so she just fell, like...
Okay. Alright, I really want to fill out water, though. I do agree.
Right now, this is never want this to be true. I want my friends to still be here, I didn't know what would happen to me. You know, I wanted to hear from my family, my son, like, baby, I just want to be here still so I can still raise my son. Yeah. I don't want to be locked up. I don't want to be someone for a long time. I'm not that. Like, I'm not.
Right.
That. So,
did you ever shoot the gun after you picked it
shell casings there. So the gun was fired twice.
One shot. One shot. Only one shot.
Okay.
Not for sure.
This is a lot more.
I mean, I know she only shot herself once, but like, did the gun go off like our tussling over it? No.
Did you set it on the ground, or just set it on something?
I jumped it on the floor. Jumped it on the floor.
Because I mean, the technology now that we can compare the shell casings, and then we know they came from the same gun. That's what we're just trying to figure out where the second one came from.
Well, she did tell me earlier she been having the gun all day. Like, she been trying to do it all day. Like, so she had a case in or whatever, but it was only one shot. One shot.
Okay.
And when she fell out, I grabbed it and left.
How did you get back from, after you dropped her car off? You did it that night, right?
I walked back. That's when I seen me on the DV. I walked straight home.
Okay. I'm just trying
So
to...
what time was this about when all this happened? Was it like right after the last time she came over, and that's when y'all left her?
That's what I never wanted to say. I don't want to be in jail. I know I didn't do anything. I know taking the gun and taking the car is bad. I just call the police and just, but I don't want to be in jail.
Why did you turn your phone off?
Because I was scared.
When you went in and out of it? Because you turned it off. I think you sent Jay a text message, right? What did you say in that text message?
I think that everything's okay or something, like I'm coming home or something like that.
Okay. So then you turn it off, and then you turn it back on once you're dropping everything. Okay. How long were you guys in the park before she shot herself?
About 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so here we go. Here is the BP. I'm trying to find that house with the lake, with the water. The BP is right here. This is Rockridge.
BP. Well, it was on
Okay, so my house,
it was on his street.
Oh, it's on your street? Okay. Oh, yeah, because you put the car here.
Yeah.
Okay.
my street was a student road, and then like a row house with a little black fence, and so like, what's it called when you fish off of it? And so
the dock, like a little, yeah.
And it's a pond, and go right in there.
Okay, so here's your house. This is like the legit building.
Okay, this way, the government is the speed bump road.
That's 124. Okay, this is speed bump road.
Okay, speed bump road. And I guess this one right here. I think,
this house?
Yeah, I think it's right there. Yeah.
So through those trees, there's a little pond.
Let me have her change the view. I don't know if it's going to get any clearer.
I think it's gonna get.
It's down there. It's right there. Okay. Is it deep or is it?
I don't know. I know it's green. So I'm saying, like, if I'm going to jail for that, for taking my car and all that.
I mean, it's technically illegal, but I mean, I don't know, man. I gotta figure everything out because there's still some, like, a few unknowns because I just have to look at everything again. But I will let you know, okay? Tonight, nothing is happening. We'll still talk. Just stay in contact with me. What is your deal getting out here?
Stopping the video playback at 49 minutes and 20 seconds. So after your interview with the defendant, ultimately, is that when, or later on after your review, is that when you took charges?
Yes.
Now, is part of your role as the now lead investigator in this investigation, does that involve reviewing all the evidence that was collected by other people?
It does.
And does that involve sometimes visiting the scene of the homicide?
Yes.
And did you do both of those things?
I did.
To show you what's previously been admitted as states 9 and 10, if you give me 1 second, I'll put those up on the screen. Sure. That is going to be states 9. What's states 9?
It is the shell casing that was closest to Tori's body.
Is there any blood on that shell casing?
Not that I can see in this picture, and when I later looked at it, I couldn't see any.
This is states 10. What's that?
That was the shell casing furthest away from Tori's body.
And is there any blood on that shell casing?
No.
And what's the significance of whether or not there's blood on the shell casing?
So we discussed, again, me and my colleagues, we discuss multiple different scenarios and what ifs in cases all the time. And we were discussing different ways that the firearm could have been held, because we did receive, the medical examiner's ruling was that it was undetermined. She's basically couldn't tell if it was a suicide or homicide. Both were possible. So from that, we have to look at other facts leading into it. So we took our knowledge of firearms, knowing the injection ports and stuff. So we questioned whether if she was holding the gun this way or this way, would the ejection port be facing up? So if it's facing up while she's on the ground, we questioned whether gravity would come into play into that, if it would have landed in the blood, if it would have gone different ways. That was just one of the discussions we came up with.
I'm going to hand you states 31, which is admitted for demonstrative purposes. Can you explain that with states 31?
Yes, so we knew that based on the medical examiner's report, we knew that the firearm was 10 to 12 inches from her head. I don't have a ruler, but about this from her head. So with the ejection port being like this and she's laying on the ground, the ejection port would have been facing up. And we questioned whether if it would go straight up in the air, gravity would take place and it'd fall back into the blood. Because again, there's always a question if like a shell casing could have been moved. So we questioned whether it could have jumped up, came back down, fell in the blood. Would there be blood on it? So then that's when we started saying, because of the placement of the shell casings, because we don't know if they were moved or not, but based on the placement of the shell casings, that's when we started looking at if the firearm was up, because then that would put the ejection port forward towards where the shell casings were later located.
And did you, at any point, even muse about how a person could have made that shot themselves and try to do it yourself?
Yes, we did a lot of laying on the ground, holding the gun, different role-playing things, trying to reenact the scene.
Did you explore other possible avenues that didn't necessarily pan out?
Yes.
Now, as far as being able to hold a gun 10 to 12 inches from your head with the ejection port facing towards your feet, how would that happen? How would the trigger mechanism have to be activated?
The best way is probably going to be your thumb. But then that's when we question like her being on the ground, because then your arm would be against the ground, and then that would be a hard shot with your thumb.
Well, and are you familiar with the location of Tori's wound?
Yes.
And was that I guess I'm estimating on my head approximately there.
Yes, about, yes.
So she would have had to hold the gun 10 to 12 inches from her head with the ejection port facing down towards her feet and be able to make a shot, according to Dr. Terry's testimony, that went straight across the back of her head with no significant deviation, up, down, back, or right.
Judge, I'm going to object that as a compound. The first part of it was a question, and then the second part, he added Dr. Terry's part. So if you read back the question, I'm going to object to the question. He's talking about the impossibility, which began the question, and then he added this very certain possibility of the science to the back of the question. So I'm going to object to this compound question.
Do you want to respond?
Your Honor, the back end of the question was knowledge that Detective Carter had, having reviewed the ME's report.
Well, I guess I'm asking you to respond first to whether or not it was a compound question in your opinion.
No, Your Honor, it was not.
All right, I find that it was, so if you will break it down into one question at a time, please.
In order to create the wound described in the medical examiner's report, how do you believe the gun would, based on your knowledge, training, experience, and your investigation of this case, believe the gun had to have been held?
So, based on the entire scene and information provided by Dr. Terry, it would have been this way with the ejection port facing towards her feet, based on the shell casing placement, and within 10 to 12 inches, and it would have to be a steady shot because it was straight through. There was no deviation forward, back, up, or down.
And now understanding that the placement of the shell casing is, as you previously testified, it could have been moved, but is it laying in a position that is consistent with the shot having been fired in the manner you just described?
Yes.
I object to that, Judge. The other witnesses said that the shell casing is immaterial. I'm trying to find the exact wording. The crime scene person said the shell casing placement is immaterial. I don't know the exact word she used, but I'm going to find it.
Well,
immaterial.
The jury will recall the evidence and you will have an opportunity to cross-examine this witness. Please proceed.
I'll ask the question again. Is the location of at least one of the shell casings consistent with a shot having been fired in the manner you just described?
Yes.
Now, and that's with the understanding that, do you know with any certainty if that is how that shell casing came to be deposited there?
No.
Do you know whether or not with any certainty that shell casing has been moved?
No.
But do you know with some certainty, based partially on the scene, what you observed, your investigation, including Dr. Terry's report, know where the wound was to Tori's head?
Yes.
Do you know where the gun had to have been positioned to create that wound?
Yes.
To show you and publish what has previously been marked as states and admitted as States Exhibit 18. Well, how would you describe the condition of the ground at the scene?
It was dirt. It did have a lot of debris on it. As you can see, there's mulch, leaves, very little grassy area. There's some weeds and such.
So is it flat and smooth as a tile floor would be?
No, it's not.
Are there objects on the ground, small, large, and of different character?
Yes, there are.
And was it in this same condition when you visited the scene?
Yes, it was.
Show you what has previously been admitted as States Exhibit 13. It is zoomed in a little bit. Are there any Actually, you've got one up there. Hold this one off. Are there any of the objects you just mentioned on the ground in State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, I broke that. Sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. There is what appears to be a piece of mulch right here, which is consistent with a lot of the other mulch that's around the scene. And there also appears to be something like mulch or a rock right here at the top. So the mulch right here, and then there's another item that appears to be like a rock of sorts when you compare it to other items in the picture. Mulch, and then, again, another piece of debris.
What might that be right there as well?
Mulch.
And is this ground even, flat, and free of debris and objects?
No, it's not. You can see that there's grass, leaves, and other items.
Do you know when this picture was taken?
That was taken the morning of July 27th, or July 28th, 2021. I apologize.
And based on your investigation, when was Tori Lang killed?
I'm going to object to the characterization since Dr. Terry didn't say that.
There was no characterization, Your Honor.
Killed.
Rephrase.
Based on your investigation, when was Tori Lang shot?
Between the night of July 27th and the morning of July 28th, based on all the facts of the case with Austin's phone records, it was the night of July 27th between the hours of 11:05 p.m. and 11:46 p.m.
And had she essentially been laying there between that time and when she was found by Theodore Young?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have at this time.
All right, let me have counsel for both sides approach for scheduling, please. Step down and wait outside for instructions from the DA's office. All right, this is going to be a good time for our evening recess. I remind you, as I have done for every break and recess, that you are to adhere to your precautionary instructions during the overnight recess. For scheduling purposes, we may be on track to get the case to you sometime tomorrow. So that will change your schedule some, because once the case is in your hands, you sort of determine how long you will stay to deliberate. And so make plans for the possibility that you all may decide to stay past 5 o'clock tomorrow. I don't know. But I believe, based on the track that we are on, that we may get the case to you tomorrow. All right, leave your notepads and pens in the chair. Take all of your personal belongings. 9 o'clock tomorrow. And Mr. Lawrence Lewis, if you'll secure all the exhibits for me. Mr. Norris Lewis. Just need somebody to secure.
I was
all
on my
the-
way. I was already on my way here.
All right, if you won't talk over me, that would be great. I need you to secure all of the exhibits and secure them for the overnight recess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we are going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll resume at 5 o'clock with the charge conference and the questioning of Mr. Ford regarding his decision to testify or not testify. We'll call it 5 o'clock, so that's just shy of 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Recess till 5 o'clock.
you need to select that photo, tap delete. Delete photo. Your Honor, the photo has been deleted from the recently deleted album.
All right, as I stated, I have taken a screenshot of the photo, and each side has a screenshot of the photo. I will forward my screenshot by email to the court reporter for her to print and have it marked as Court's Exhibit 1. For the infraction, I am seizing Ms. Holly's cell phone until this trial is concluded. It will stay in the possession of Deputy Odom. So power the phone all the way down, and the court is going to seize it until this trial is concluded.
So, do you mean turn it off?
Power it all the way off.
I don't know, I'll turn it off.
Hold down the power and volume down buttons until you get a second menu. You should get a slider at the top that's sliding. It will allow you to power the phone all the way off.
All right, and I'm asking the sheriff's office if the DA's office can provide them with some sort of a bag to seal it up and just hold it if you have anything extra, or if you do. And the sheriff's office will maintain possession of it until the conclusion of the trial. I'm also going to ask my staff to do a notice of hearing, scheduling a contempt hearing. That is going to be scheduled for Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. Ms. Holly, you should consult with an attorney if you want to bring an attorney with you. I'm advising you that I will hold a contempt hearing here in this courtroom 3F at 9:30 on Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. You're being advised of that date and time in open court. You are required to be here. I suggest you consult with an attorney. The possible sanctions if I find you in contempt are a fine up to $1,000 and 20 days in jail for violating the court's direction that your phone needed to be powered off while you were in the courtroom. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, you can step down.
Your Honor, may I get the spelling of her name?
Yes.
Holly, H-O-L-L-E-Y.
To make sure we tell Ellie.
E-Y. Mm-hmm. Sheila, S-H-E-I-L-A.
All right, one more thing on the record. I will send you a copy of the notice of hearing. I will do that by email. Can you provide your email address on the record for us, please?
707 S-H-E-I-L-A 707 again
707
at gmail.com.
So let me repeat that back. 707 SHEILA 707 at gmail.com.
Yes.
All right. Make sure you check your email. That's where your notice of hearing for contempt will be sent to you. Anything else from the state on this issue?
No, Your Honor.
Of the defense?
Nothing on the contempt portion of the issue, Judge.
Okay. Do you need Ms. Holly on the witness stand for anything else?
I do not.
All right. You can step down, ma'am. And I guess if your son's attorney is going to file a motion to have you banned from the courtroom, I'll need to address that in the morning. So I'll have to await for a properly filed motion. Please make sure you serve the state, and we'll take that up at 9 o'clock in the morning.
If it can be e-filed, I'll e-file it tonight after I come from the jail, Judge. Otherwise, I'll file it in the morning. I just didn't know if you wanted us to appear here at 8:30 to address that, or if we would appear at 9 o'clock. Listen, if that motion's not filed, it's only because I'm dead. That motion's getting filed.
It probably would be wise for us to start a little bit before 9 to get this issue out of the way. So let's have everybody report on the anticipated motion at 8:45. That includes you as well, Ms. Holly. I mean, even if you don't appear The motion will be held in your absence. All right, so that's that issue. I provided, and the DA investigators are free to move about. If you need to collect the evidence, you won't bother me. I provided everybody with a copy of the court's initial rough draft of the request to charge. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask quick, because we didn't have any break. There was no
Okay,
break,
yes.
So I'm gonna ask for 5 minutes and then have Mr.
Yeah.
Ford draw it out so that he can be part of the charge
Oh,
conference.
gosh, did we do all of that? Oh, gosh, we did all of that without Mr. Ford in the courtroom. Let's bring him in the courtroom. I'm sorry.
You know, after the break or now?
Let's just bring him out now for me to summarize what happened. Did anybody tell me he wasn't in the courtroom? All right, Mr. Ford is now present in the courtroom. So let me clarify an issue that was inadvertently taken up outside of his presence, but it did not affect any evidentiary issues in the case. But I still need to review this with him present in the court. Mr. Ford, when you were in the holding cell, it was brought to the court's attention that Sheila Holly used her phone in violation of court rules to take a picture of the court proceedings. It was a picture of several of the jurors in the jury box. So I have seized her phone, and it will remain in the possession of the sheriff's office until this case is concluded. She is also going to be scheduled for a contempt hearing on Wednesday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. for me to determine if she will be held in contempt by this court and fined and or jailed if I find her in contempt for violating my rule for not having her phone completely powered off during court proceedings. I have a copy of the photo. Your attorney, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, has a copy of the photo. The state has a copy of the photo, and it will be made a part of the court record. Again, it was inadvertent on my part that you were not present in the courtroom when this was discussed and made a part of the record, but I note that it did not impact any evidentiary issues related to your trial. Anything else the state wants to say on behalf of that?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
Mr. Ford, it's your lawyer's intention to file a motion either tonight via e-file or in the morning, and so we will return here at 8:45. That motion will be a request to have the judge ban your mother from the courtroom and from the floor because your lawyer thinks she's a distraction to your case. I suspect that the judge may want to hear from you on that issue in the morning because it's still your trial, and I understand that in your perception, she may be a support system. Your lawyer disagrees with that position. That's why he's going to file the motion. But you can disagree with your lawyer's request to have your mother banned from the courtroom. But in addition to thinking about whether or not you want to take the stand, which we're going to, I believe, cover before we leave today, you also have the extra responsibility of thinking about what you want to say in that regard when we return here tomorrow morning. Do you understand that, Mr. Ford? Okay.
All right, so now we will take a brief recess, come back, discuss the initial draft of the request to charge, have an initial conversation with Mr. Ford about his rights regarding his decision to testify or not testify. Let's be in recess. Let's just say 5 minutes or until everyone can get back. So Mr. Ford's back with the deputies. Allow everyone to take a restroom break, and then we'll resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, going back on the record, everybody present in the courtroom from both sides. Let me address the decision to testify or not testify first, if that's okay.
That's fine, Judge.
All right, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, have you had sufficient time to discuss with your client his decision to testify or not testify?
I hear in that question a question that sort of incorporates the discussion we had at the last trial. There's been no new discussion, but I feel like we've had adequate time to discuss that. The last time, I don't know that anything has changed. If my client indicates to the court that something has changed, then I'm certainly happy to talk with them some more, but my feeling is, based on our last conversation and the conversations that we've been having since the court declared the mistrial, that nothing really has changed, and so I think I feel like I've had enough time. But if he wants to talk, we can do that.
All right, Mr. Ford, do you believe you've had an adequate opportunity to speak to your attorney about your decision to testify or not testify in this trial? Do you need any additional time to speak with him before I inquire of you? No. All right, then I will direct these questions to you, Mr. Ford. Do you understand that you have a right to testify, and if you want to testify, that no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to? Yes. Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who makes the decision about whether you will testify or not testify? Yes. Do you understand that if you do not testify, then upon a proper request by you or your attorney, I will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you? Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will both be questioned by your attorney and cross-examined by the assistant district attorney? Yes. Having had these rights advised of you, do you understand each of these rights? Yes. And having had these rights advised to you, have you made a decision about whether or not you want to testify or not testify? Do you personally want to testify or not testify? All right, I find that Mr. Ford has been advised of his rights regarding his decision to testify or not testify. I find that he understood each of those rights, and after having been informed of those rights, that he has made an election to not testify with a complete understanding of those rights. Now, again, this is a preliminary inquiry. The state has not formally rested yet, and so I will revisit this issue with you at the appropriate time to make sure that your decision has not changed. Do you understand that? Yes. All right. Anything for the record, Mr. Lawrence Lewis?
No, Judge. That's all I wanted to put. Thank you.
All right. And then, so what I have also provided, if we will move into the charge conference, I have provided the court's proposed charge and a proposed verdict form, and I'll just give everyone a few minutes to just read through that.
Is this the same one that was sent before, Judge?
It's the same one that I sent by email to both sides last week.
Yes, Judge, I went through it already. I'm ready.
As an Your Honor.
All right. So any exceptions at this point to the court's proposed charge from the state?
No, Your Honor.
No.
From the defense?
No, Judge.
All right, so unless either side submits any new written request to charge, I'll just give it one last read through and make sure there are no grammatical errors, and you can expect this to be the final charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, turning to the proposed verdict form, has the state had a chance to review that?
I have.
Any exceptions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, it's fine, Judge.
All right, unless something else is brought to the court's attention, then you can expect this to be the final verdict form. All right, I don't think, is there anything else that the state needs me to address this evening?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and I believe your investigators have already collected and secured the evidence, and I'll ask you to return with that in the morning.
They have and we will.
Anything that I need to address for the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, then let us resume at 8:45 tomorrow to take up what I anticipate to be a defense motion to ban an individual from the courtroom. 8:45, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.